Deep within the Hamelpis mountain, a desolate and fiery landscape unfolds, where molten rock flows like rivers and the very air shimmers with oppressive heat. Amidst this inferno, a lone figure, Agni, pushes forward, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Each inhale is a struggle, the intense heat threatening to overwhelm him. He acknowledges the oppressive warmth, a silent admission of the mountain's power. Despite his fire-resistant armor and 2 active buffs, the sheer intensity of the environment is eroding his defenses, leaving him vulnerable and questioning why his resistance isn't as high as Lee Hyun-sung's. Yet, a flicker of hope ignites within him, fueled by the knowledge that he is officially ranked 31st in Korea. This is Agni, the Fire Dragon Knight, a formidable warrior facing an impossible challenge. A circular emblem, adorned with a fierce dragon, represents the fire dragon's heart, an item granting immune resistance to all skills, discovered as a hidden piece within the treacherous Hamelpis mountain dungeon. This powerful artifact, now revealed in its full glory, is the very essence of a fire dragon. Agni's eyes widen in disbelief and excitement, realizing this hidden piece is perfectly suited for him. With renewed purpose, he points towards a distant, ominous structure, the entrance to the legendary dungeon. This is the secret dungeon where the legendary dragon sleeps, a place of immense power and peril. A guttural roar echoes from within, a terrifying sound that promises a formidable challenge. Clenching his fist, the Fire Dragon Knight lets out a determined grunt, ready to face whatever lies ahead. He steels his resolve, acknowledging the endless struggle, but vowing to finally clear the dungeon that once defeated him. Despite his fierce determination, the sounds of battle fade, leaving him collapsed and seemingly defeated on the dungeon floor. Agni lay motionless on the cracked, fiery ground, his green cape spread around him as if he had fallen from a great height. Suddenly, a figure appeared, standing over the fallen knight, their presence marked only by a stunned silence. Lee Hyun-sung's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering to himself, "This person is sleeping here? In a place where even I, fully equipped with fire-resistant gear, am having a hard time." He peered closer at the unconscious man, a question forming on his lips. Who is? A sudden realization struck him, his thoughts screaming, "This bastard? Wait a minute, a ranker." Now clad in his full combat armor, Hyun-sung decided to proceed with caution, resolving to check the fallen figure first. He knelt beside Agni, his mind still reeling, wondering, what's happening here? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm, knowing panic would only hinder his assessment. His armored hand reached out, intending to examine Agni's condition and his accessories and gear. All of the items on the unconscious figure are legendary grade and above, yet he lies completely defenseless. If he could just acquire even one of them, Hyun-sung thinks, but quickly reminds himself to calm down, knowing that even fully equipped, he barely made it this far using a fire-resistant skill from a commission quest. This man must be an elite ranker, he muses, since he's sleeping so openly in front of him, much like the renowned Lady Freya would. He clearly possesses higher fire resistance than Hyun-sung, yet he's not a good match for him. He's even snoring, Hyun-sung notes, still observing the unconscious figure. More importantly, if he were a ranker, he would be well known, but Hyun-sung has never heard of him. He remembers all the rankers, and this man isn't one of them, meaning he's an unofficial ranker. His gaze falls upon a fiery sword lying beside the sleeping warrior. A subtle smirk plays on the Fire Dragon Knight's lips, prompting Hyun-sung to realize he mustn't let his guard down. Convinced of Agni's feigned unconsciousness, he launches a powerful two-handed strike with his fiery sword, believing his opponent to be completely defenseless and ripe for the taking. But as the attack connects, a fiery aura erupts around Agni's body. Hyun-sung, receiving system notifications confirming an increase in his fire resistance and magic proficiency, believes his attack was successful. He congratulates himself on the decisive blow, a triumphant thought flashing through his mind. But in a blur of motion, Agni, who was never truly unconscious, swiftly dodges the final impact, rising to his feet. Hyun-sung stares in disbelief, the realization dawning on him that Agni is not only awake but has evaded his strike. Now fully alert, Agni's eyes glow with a golden intensity as he wields his fiery sword, system messages appearing to detail the sleepwalking skill he had activated. The message explicitly states, "Sleepwalking skill has been activated." Hyun-sung's face contorts in utter disbelief, the implications of fighting a sleeping opponent sinking in. Convinced that Agni's legendary grade items were within his grasp, and seeing him seemingly defenseless, Hyun-sung lunges forward with a swift strike. But Agni's eyes snap open, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he registers the incredible speed of the incoming attack. Before the blade can connect, a burst of purple energy erupts, and he executes a blink skill, evading the precise strike aimed at his weak point. The attack passes through empty air where he once stood, leaving Hyun-sung to realize, with a growing sense of confusion, that his target has vanished. Meanwhile, Agni, guided by his ranker's instinct, knows he cannot allow a direct hit. With a surge of fiery energy, he activates his Fire Dragon's Scale Shield. A formidable defense he knows possesses the highest protective power among all his skills. Hyun-sung's attack, a chain, finally connects, but it merely clangs against the newly formed barrier, dismissed by the attacker as nothing more than a mere chain. The chains lash out, striking Agni with unexpected force, an attack that seems impossible to evade or block. He recoils, a spray of blood erupting from his lips. But then, the tables turn. Hyunsung finds himself reeling, a frustrated curse escaping him. As a fatal blow lands, inflicting hallucinations and searing pain for 5 agonizing seconds. He spits blood, the impact jarring his entire frame. Caught in his own chains, he looks up, disoriented. Agni presses the assault, a blur of motion, delivering yet another fatal hit, plunging Hyunsung deeper into a haze of pain and illusion. A shadowy, skeletal figure, its eyes glowing with malevolent purple light, delivers a devastating blow with its scythe, striking Hyunsung with immense force. A guttural cry of pain escapes him as blood erupts from his chest, the impact tearing through his defenses. His face contorts in agony, the sheer torment overwhelming his senses. The system declares his death, forcing him to log out, a stark red message confirming the impossible. A further penalty is imposed, preventing him from logging in for 24 real-time hours, a consequence that threatens to reduce him to a mere unofficial gamer. His in-game avatar shatters into a cascade of golden particles, falling away as he is forcibly removed from the virtual world. With a soft thud and a jingle, his golden sword and pouches drop to the ground, left behind in the digital realm. Back in the real world, Hyunsung stands in his room, silently contemplating the sword and pouches that now lie on his floor, tangible remnants of his virtual defeat. Later, he lies in bed, the items still beside him, the weight of the game's consequences settling upon him as he drifts into an uneasy rest. A few hours pass in the quiet aftermath of his forced logout. Then, with a soft gasp, he slowly stirs from his slumber. Stretching with a groan, he wonders when he could have possibly fallen asleep again. His eyes snap open in surprise, a sudden realization dawning upon him. He stares down at himself, bewildered to find he is still wearing his sleepless night's cloak and holding the sword of flame, muttering that despite the circumstances, he must have won since he attacked first, and there's no way he could have lost. Confirming his victory, system notifications appear, announcing his acquisition of both the sword of flame and the sleepless knight's cloak. A faint smile touches his lips as he considers the unexpected boon, thinking how these great items might even help with his living expenses. Standing before a magnificent, ornate red door, he muses on the power of his class, as a year and 4 months pass since Eden's launch. With his ID, Hyunsung, displayed, he sighs, wondering when he too can finally become a true ranker. Lee Hyunsung's true in-game identity is revealed, not merely as a player, but as the Manos descendant. His class rank, a title whispered only among the most powerful, is nothing less than God, earning him the audacious nickname, "Are you legendary? I'm God." The cosmic void seems to echo the weight of such a declaration, a skeletal visage of power manifesting within the swirling nebulae. As if responding to the revelation, Hyunsung's eyes begin to glow with an ethereal blue light, a vibrant aura of green and blue energy flaring around his head. With a newfound resolve, he asks, "Shall we get going then?" The morning sun reflects off towering office buildings, signaling the start of another workday. But inside one of them, a stern voice demands to know, "Section Chief Lee, what do you think the time is right now?" Lee Hyunsung, looking downcast, offers a humble apology. "The caretaker came late today. I'm very sorry." His superior, a bald man with a stern expression, continues to press him, questioning why the caretaker's absence would affect his punctuality, to which Hyunsung can only repeat, "My apologies." The superior shakes his head in exasperation, lamenting, "TSK. This again. It's not even 9 a.m. Your laziness is so pitiful." Another colleague joins the conversation, seemingly agreeing with the superior's assessment, as the bald man wonders aloud why department head Lee acts the way he does, despite Hyunsung's otherwise good work ethic. The superior dismisses the positive remarks, pointing to Hyunsung's overall performance and declaring him totally useless, a low-ranker who only secured his position through family connections, a sentiment the colleague echoes. He continues his tirade, criticizing Hyunsung's lack of social skills due to not attending university, yet ironically noting his popularity among female workers. He knew they were all legendary grade and above, and that he was totally defenseless against their words. If he could just get even one of their items, he thought. His superior's voice cut through his musings, demanding to know why he was just standing there. He was told to go buy some coffee, a strong latte, and to stop standing around. The superior continued, explaining that he was only there because of his family connections, and that he should be grateful for the opportunity, while a colleague chimed in, agreeing that Hyunsung was lucky. He simply replied, "Yes." The superior then dismissed him, telling him to hurry up. He was then sent off to fulfill the order. A short while later, he returned, carrying the requested coffee. He handed it over, receiving a curt "thank you" in return. As he walked away, his thoughts drifted to his financial burdens. He needed to keep working, even in a place like this, to take care of his monthly wage. There was no helping it, he mused, since he had to pay for his sister's hospital fees and his living expenses. He sighed, knowing today was going to be another long one. Looking out at the city, a single thought echoed in his mind. He really just wanted to quit. As night falls, the city lights begin to twinkle, illuminating the apartment buildings where countless lives unfold. Returning home after a long day, Hyunsung steps through the door of his own apartment, the familiar sounds of home greeting him. A woman in an apron looks up from the kitchen, her voice warm as she acknowledges his arrival, then declares she'll finish her tasks for the day. As he moves further inside, a younger voice calls out, "You're home, Appa," and Hyunsung responds, "I'm home, Hyuna," before she politely invites him in. He approaches a closed door, knocking gently as he announces his presence to Hyuna. This small apartment is where Hyuna and he live together. Inside the room, Hyuna, seated in a wheelchair, greets him again with a bright smile, the woman from the kitchen standing nearby. Kneeling beside her, he asks if she had a hard day, a question she playfully notes he asks every day. Having lost their parents at a young age, and with his little sister Hyuna unable to move freely, she had matured far too quickly. As Hyunsung pushed her wheelchair, she casually mentioned that she had spent her day playing games and reading books. He inquired about her dinner, to which she replied that she had already eaten, turning the question back to him. A simple "okay" was his only response, his expression betraying a quiet weariness. Arriving at their apartment, he unlocked the door with a soft click. Though he tried to hide it, he was utterly exhausted. His mind drifted back to that day, 6 years ago, the relentless rain mirroring the storm within him. He wished he had been in that car instead, a silent plea of guilt echoing through the memory of the crash. The weight of that past regret settled heavily upon his features, a profound sorrow etched into his eyes. He remembers the screech of tires and the sickening crunch of metal, a terrifying moment when the world seemed to shatter, as a young Hyuna's eyes widened in pure, unadulterated horror. The impact was catastrophic, a dark, hulking vehicle colliding with their family car. It was 6 years ago, that fateful night when a truck struck their car, changing everything forever. His parents, seated in the front, perished instantly. Miraculously, Hyuna survived the horrific crash, but the aftermath left her confined to a hospital bed, gazing blankly out the window. She carried the crushing weight of guilt for everything that happened that night, and though her mind remained sharp, her legs were forever robbed of their function. Even after 6 long years since the accident, the memory still haunts him, a constant shadow over his life. It must have been an unimaginable shock for her, a mere 14-year-old, to witness their parents' final moments. However, a glimmer of hope has recently emerged, with doctors reporting a gradual improvement in Hyuna's condition. Her smile, once a rare sight, was not always present in the hospital, where she remained for a long time after the accident. But seeing her laugh like this now, a profound sense of relief washes over him. He remembers a time when her gaze held a strange, unsettling quality, a look that still puzzles him. The memory still weighs heavily on him, disturbing his sleep. He recalls her innocent question, "Are you going to hit me?" A stark reminder of her vulnerability. But now, he believes her recovery is all thanks to a particular game, a virtual reality experience that would later reshape the actual world. Following her doctor's recommendation, Hyuna had started playing a virtual reality game the previous year. The doctor had suggested it was worth a try, assuring her she didn't have to continue if she didn't enjoy it after a bit. Initially hesitant, she gradually grew accustomed to the game and began to brighten up. The virtual world was more than just a game. It was an idea, an entirely separate entity. Even after more than a decade, this game continued to feel immense, its sprawling cities and landscapes captivating players worldwide. It maintained its high rank in the virtual reality space, a testament to its enduring appeal. This was truly the greatest game, and as Lee Hyunsung stood over his sister's bed, he asked if she was going to sleep. Hyuna confirmed she was, then urged him to get some rest himself, sensing his fatigue, but when he asked if she needed anything, she simply told him she didn't, preferring him to relax beside her. A soft sigh escaped him, a quiet acknowledgement of her request. He agreed, telling her to ring the bell if she needed anything, which she found amusing, pointing out that she already had a smartphone and had no need for such an old-fashioned device. With a soft click, he opened the door and stepped out, leaving her to rest. When he had purchased Hyuna's VR capsule, he had bought one for himself as well, and though it wasn't for him at the time, he never considered it a waste of money. He had been able to catch up on his sleep, a luxury he rarely afforded himself. The VR capsule, it turned out, was proving incredibly useful. There was only one true reason he had acquired it: the game's unique time flow, where one real-world hour translated to 5 hours within the virtual realm. The game's influence is so profound that many abandon their careers to pursue it, a testament to its allure. He understands this phenomenon stems from the massive disparity created in the game's early stages, making it feel less like a game and more like a second life. A wistful thought crosses his mind, recalling his own aspirations of becoming a professional gamer, a path his parents had opposed. Such regrets are fleeting now, replaced by a singular, powerful motivation: his little sister. He resolves to put the past behind him, focusing instead on entering the game to earn money, determined to secure a comfortable life for her. The VR interface glows to life, displaying his player name, Hyunsung, and prompting him to connect to Idea. With a firm resolve, he confirms his choice. The system initiates his recognition sequence, blue particles swirling around him. The connection process begins, drawing him into the virtual world. He steps into what is described as a village, the starting point for all new players and their characters entering the tutorial, though he finds himself utterly alone. This initial space serves as a personal room, designed for players to acclimate to the virtual world and customize their characters. But to him, no real world had ever felt quite like this. A soft rustle of sheets accompanies his slow awakening. As he stretches languidly, a contented sigh escaping his lips. Ah, this is it. He murmurs, a wide yawn stretching his jaw. If only I could sleep like this in the real world too. The village outside basks in the gentle light of day, eventually giving way to the quiet calm of night. A system message appearing to confirm that he has now slept for more than 10,000 hours in-game. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the silence as a brilliant blue system window materializes, declaring a profound change. His class has been irrevocably altered to the descendant of Thanatos. Almost immediately, another cascade of notifications follows, informing him that he has obtained a new class skill, gained OP for his shop, and acquired multiple nicknames and titles, including the Law of 10,000 Hours. Wait, I haven't even started, but I received a change in class? Are you a noob, but I'm a god? And you, deep sleeper? Meanwhile, far removed from the digital deluge, Hyunsung lies motionless on a simple bed, his body still lost in the depths of slumber. A soft groan escapes him as he slowly begins to stir, his mind still half-trapped in a dream of his department head, Park, that bastard, before drifting back into a hazy state of snooze. Stretching languidly in his bed, Lee Hyunsung lets out a satisfied sigh, muttering to himself about a good night's sleep, before his eyes fall upon a strange, glowing blue interface hovering in the air. He sits up, a question forming on his lips about the time. The interface displays a digital 5:13, but it's the unfamiliar symbol at the top that truly catches his attention, leaving him utterly bewildered. A soft, ethereal sound accompanies the expansion of the window, which now fills his vision with more details. He stares, unable to comprehend what he's seeing. The blue light pulses, and a series of rapid, shimmering lines of text cascade down the interface, each one a mystery. A sudden wave of discomfort washes over him, causing him to hunch forward and cry out. His face contorts in confusion and distress as the word class appears, hinting at the nature of the change. Finally, the full message materializes, announcing that he will now change to the god rank class, descendant of Thanatos. His mind raced, grappling with the sudden appearance of a system message, wondering if he was truly about to receive a top-tier, god rank class. His brow furrowed in confusion, trying to comprehend what this status could possibly mean. Then, a full system window materialized, detailing his new status as player Hyunsung, level 1, class, descendant of Thanatos, leaving him utterly bewildered. He recalled the basic rules of the game, how players were supposed to start with all stats at 5, and the tutorial he never even passed, questioning if this strange phenomenon was somehow linked to his previous ban. His expression was a mix of shock and disbelief, his eyes wide as he processed the impossible information. The system window expanded further, revealing the full class name, God rank class, descendant of Thanatos. He remembered the promise of earning immense wealth in this game, but now, he wasn't just a legend, he was a god. He needed to calm down, to take a closer look at everything. But first, he had to log out, the system prompting him to confirm his intention. With a decisive yup, he confirmed his intention to log out. Sitting before his computer, the reality of his situation began to sink in, a profound sense of awe washing over him as he murmured, "Wow, this is just incredible." He considers the implications of his unique situation, realizing that if his assumptions are correct, he faces an eternal ban from the game. It's not just about a god rank class, he muses, but a god rank skill, and then, a new idea sparks within him, a potential solution to his predicament. He wonders if reaching such a high level would be difficult, even for him, but then questions if he could achieve it simply by speaking up, by revealing his true status. A determined look crosses his face as he sets a mental deadline, believing 2 months should be more than enough time to accomplish his goal. The realization hits him with the force of a divine revelation. Later, back in the comfort of his home, he moves through his kitchen with a light step, preparing a simple meal. A soft, contented smile plays on his lips, suggesting a newfound peace or confidence after his intense reflections. As he prepares to leave, a familiar voice asks if he is making breakfast, a question he repeats to himself, surprised by her presence. He quickly denies it, confirming his plans to enter the dungeon, but she presses him, wondering if he truly intends to go today, reminding him of his promise to return by dinner. Her expression falls as she recalls his earlier commitment, a promise to help her visit the park today. With a gentle smile, he helps her into her wheelchair, teasing her about her eagerness to go out, then offers to open the door for her himself. Her face brightens considerably, a change he attributes to his recent idea, though he quickly scolds himself for the distraction, realizing he should be preparing for the dungeon instead of lingering. With a warm smile, she reassures him, promising to have ramen ready for his return and encouraging him to take his time. As he departs, she begins to push herself up from the wheelchair, her legs trembling with effort. But with a determined expression, she manages to stand upright. Though her stance is unsteady and she wobbles slightly, she remains standing beside the empty chair. She could perform such feats with ease in the game, but in reality, walking remained a formidable challenge. Still, with enough practice, and by building up some muscle, she knew she would eventually be able to walk again, just as the doctor had suggested. A mischievous thought crossed her mind, wondering if her brother had found some help for his own endeavors, before she decided she would get some help herself. She understood now, with a playful smile, that it was time to build muscle and exercise, though she was only half serious. Her resolve hardened. She decided to keep her progress a secret from him until she could walk completely on her own. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a hand held a document, its contents a stark declaration, a resignation letter. What's this? Lee Hyun-sung's expression shifted to one of surprise and confusion, his eyes wide as he processed the implications. A bald man with a smug look addressed him, his voice dripping with condescension. Look here, Deputy Chief. You understand what this is, don't you? This is the consequence of your actions last time. Young man, live your life. Don't give up on the future of something like this. He sits in the office, the hushed whispers of his colleagues filling the air, wondering why someone so competent would choose to resign now, and how he had managed to last so long in the first place. The bald superior leans in, his voice a low, insistent drone, assuring Hyun-sung that he's only trying to help, but his words carry an undeniable threat. Sign the resignation, or face worse consequences. With a sigh of resignation, the superior concedes, acknowledging that this is all he can do, expressing a false gratitude for Hyun-sung's compliance. Hyun-sung, his expression unreadable, offers a polite farewell, hoping they might meet again, though the sentiment feels hollow. The superior watches him go, a sinister smirk playing on his lips, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. As Hyun-sung walks away, the superior's mocking words echo in his mind, calling him foolish, but a sudden, exhilarating realization dawns on him. He feels as though he's won the lottery, not with money, but with a chance to earn it through a mysterious game. He finds himself in a new environment, a digital welcome greeting him as he ponders the first steps of this mysterious game, realizing he'll need to acquire a license and a personal computer to proceed. With a firm resolve, he decides to file for a PC, acknowledging the need for caution in this unfamiliar territory. The facility offers a choice: advanced capsules for immersive experiences on the right, or standard personal computers on the left. Settling in at a computer, Lee Hyun-sung prepares to delve into the game's mechanics, ready to begin his studies. A system message appears, advising him that earning money at his current level 15 would be difficult, recommending he start from level 10 and explore his surroundings. His expression shifts, a mix of surprise and contemplation crossing his face as he processes the information. He realizes the implications of his own status, understanding that rare ranks like his, which are after legendary, receive significantly higher experience multipliers, a 3x multiplier for legendary and a 5x for mythic, meaning he needs more than just experience to truly advance. He considers his rank once more, realizing it means he is at least 5 times better than a normal player, a fact reinforced by the system's harsh judgment that failure to earn money at his level would make him trash. Such a high standing meant he couldn't afford to be anything less than exceptional, for the system itself had declared that failing to earn money at his rank would brand him as trash, a fate he was determined to avoid as a ranker class player. Turning to Agni, he inquired, "Could I use a capsule at the same time?" Agni, ever practical, reminded him that capsules were expensive and required payment up front. The thought of his god rank status, which was definitively worth 5 times as much as a normal rank, solidified his resolve. Checking the time on his phone, he requested, "I'd like 9 hours, please." He quickly calculated the cost, confirming that at 30,000 won an hour, his total would be 270,000 won. Both men affirmed their understanding, ready for the next step. A soft whirring sound filled the air as he settled into the game capsule, preparing for immersion. The system initiated iris recognition, then prompted, "Player Hyun-sung, will you enter idea?" With a silent affirmation, he prepared to step into the vibrant virtual world. After entering the game capsule, the virtual world of idea materialized around him, beginning with a view of a grand, multi-story building. Inside a simple room, Hyun-sung sat on a bed, contemplating his next moves. Knowing he couldn't lose the momentum he'd built, he resolved to simply clear all the daily missions, eager to delve deeper into the game. A holographic interface appeared before him, displaying his player name, Hyun-sung, and his current status, level 1, with a class of descendant of Thamangos, a god rank, and titles proclaiming him a legend and a god, along with his health and mana points. He stared, bewildered, at the system message, wondering aloud about the nature of his class, as another notification confirmed that Thamangos was indeed the god of death and sleep, with a dungeon boost available. The system continued to elaborate on Thamangos' lore, describing him as the strongest of the ancient gods, against whom none could stand, and a deity who loved death, sleep, and mischief. Hyun-sung, still processing the information, questioned if this was merely a background story, unable to comprehend how he could have chosen such a powerful god rank class, let alone the strongest god. His expression shifted from confusion to a thoughtful smirk, as he mused that being the god of death and sleep wasn't so bad after all. He then opened his skill log, a new notification appearing as he reviewed his abilities. Looking down at his feet, he noted with satisfaction that he had 5 days off, a perfect opportunity to fully immerse himself in this new, powerful role. Hyun-sung found himself navigating the game's interface, a system message detailing the DP store appearing before him, explaining that skills and items could be bought through it, with a limit of one use per month. The message continued, warning that if he didn't use the store, his DP would reset at the end of the month, urging him to let's take a look. The interface shifted, displaying the full DP store menu, neatly categorized into skills, items, buffs, and more, all available for purchase. His eyes widened in surprise, realizing he could acquire all sorts of skills and items, even legendary rank ones, directly from this store. A new window then appeared, detailing Themangos' blessing, a unique class skill that granted him the ability to use any weapon, regardless of his class or stats, with a bonus to all weapon proficiency. Below it, the will of Themangos' skill was described, allowing him to summon a shadowy figure to fight alongside him, with its power scaling based on his own stats. He mused aloud, finding the prospect of being an all-rounder with access to any weapon truly awesome. The system further clarified that the summoned figure, a shadow of Themangos, would collect items and experience, which would then be transferred to him, with its power resetting daily. Considering his lack of combat-oriented skills, he realized that by picking some from the DP store and combining them with his class skills, he would have a substantial total number of abilities. He lets out a triumphant laugh, feeling like a hacker for his incredible gains, wondering if this isn't some kind of bug. Suddenly, a system message flashes, announcing that Thanatos' narcolepsy has been activated. He blinks, confused by the unexpected notification. As the system clarifies that he will be forced to fall asleep, his head beginning to droop. He collapses onto his bed, the system explaining that he will remain logged in until forced logout, and his character will stay in-game even if the capsule is damaged, making it safe to disconnect. Even in his slumber, a thought breaks through, questioning if he's truly sleeping, while the system shows he has almost 13 hours remaining until forced logout. Bowing his head in apology, Lee Hyun-sung listens as the woman explains that the device charges in advance, but she'll cover the cost and offer a discount. Soon after, connected to the mysterious apparatus, a timer above him counts down the final 2 minutes until his new skill, narcolepsy, activates. As the skill takes hold, a thought escapes him. What a dark ability this truly is. Indeed, it is narcolepsy, forcing him into a deep slumber, a condition he certainly didn't ask for, as the woman watches over him with concern. Time passes, and the scene shifts to the exterior of the Dahan Rehabilitation Hospital, a place that now plays a significant role in his life. Inside, his bare feet press against the floor, a testament to the physical therapy he now endures. Suspended in a harness, he performs his exercises, guided by a rehabilitation assistant in a white lab coat. Still recovering, Lee Hyun-sung finds walking a little difficult, though he believes his struggles are not due to psychological reasons. Observing his own progress, he acknowledges that he is indeed improving slowly after his rigorous training. Later, in a consultation room, a psychologist named Lee Mina reminds him to keep up his exercises. She introduces herself as a psychology specialist. Lee Hyun-sung, surprised, asks if she is the one who helped his brother, and she confirms it, adding that she is also his brother's friend. He then asks if she knows about his current condition, to which she simply replies, no. Mina explains that she was only told he was going to a game, but she suspected something was amiss when he didn't return for a long time. As he continues his rehabilitation exercises, Hyun-sung remarks that it seems his brother doesn't watch TV much, and he's been making good money these days. Mina, with a gentle smile, expresses her relief that he's doing well, admitting she was worried about him and his family. He finds her words encouraging and expresses a desire to see his brother's happy face again soon. Lee Mina chats animatedly on her phone, promising to send a picture and assuring the person on the other end they don't need to travel far, while Hyuna listens nearby. Suddenly, her expression shifts as she receives an incoming call, wondering why he would be calling at this hour. It's Lee Hyun-sung, and she quickly responds, surprised to hear he's out for a walk. She urges him to return, promising to be there once he's back, while he, having just processed the system message about his status rising from sleep, finds the idea awesome. Hyun-sung explains that he's been going out every day since his return, intending to walk for a bit longer before heading back. Mina, concerned, mentally advises him to take his time, but not too much. After ending the call, Mina turns to Hyuna, playfully dismissing her as not a child, and then reflects on the importance of the situation. Later, in a hospital corridor, Mina pushes Hyun-sung in his wheelchair, reassuring an unseen professor that she'll take care of her brother and that the professor should return quickly without worry. Back at the residence, Mina is on the phone again, with Hyuna still present, asking someone if they can come over soon, then agreeing to see them tomorrow. Hanging up, Mina sighs, looking at Hyuna, muttering about how much of a handful they are. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung sits in his wheelchair, looking down at his legs, a quiet determination in his voice as he assures himself that soon, he won't have to worry. A warm smile graces Mina's face as she prepares to depart. The towering hospital building looms under a clear sky. Inside, Mina informs Hyun-sung, still in his wheelchair, that she will be home soon and he can return from here, prompting him to question the truth of her words. She gently reminds him to rest, emphasizing his limited time, while he silently wonders if she is upset. Mina offers her thanks, promising to see him again, a quiet thought acknowledging her diligent efforts. As she assists him from the wheelchair, supporting his injured form, he offers a hesitant, almost questioning, Affirmation. She reflects on his earlier reaction, pondering if he was truly angry or if his condition was influencing his mood, noting he doesn't appear ill. Later, helping him onto a bed, he looks up at her, inquiring about her intentions. With a soft sound, she settles beside him on the bed, turning to ask if he has something important to share. He casually announces that he has quit his job, prompting Mina to question him with a surprised, "Huh? Why? What about your job? You said you liked it." Hyunsung explains that from now on, he will earn money through idea, admitting, it might sound a bit abrupt, but... Mina's thoughts race, processing his words. What? You quit your job to earn money via idea? She looks at him, still trying to grasp the situation, and he simply responds, "Huh? Yeah." Mina thinks to herself that she didn't expect such a reaction, while Hyunsung considers. Actually, I wonder if I should tell you everything about idea. I want to tell Mina everything, but I don't know if I should right now. She then presses him for more details, asking, "Where are you now? What's your class? What rank is it?" He deflects, wondering, "I guess you guys are still good, right?" He then offers to help, stating, "Huh? Should I help you? I'm pretty high level actually." Mina, intrigued, asks, "Really? What level are you at?" Hyunsung internally decides to keep his true level a secret for now, while Mina simply responds with a drawn-out, "Ah." Mina, still reeling from the news, asks if they can discuss his sudden career change, while Hyunsung offers a non-committal response. She reminds him of her earlier warnings about the dangers of the game, expressing her worry that he might be taking unnecessary risks, and he acknowledges her concern, admitting he understands her perspective. A sharp pang of frustration hits her as she realizes his continued evasiveness, leaving her feeling a distinct ache of disappointment. As they settle onto the bed, Mina continues to press him, questioning how he could possibly earn enough money to quit his job, while he internally debates revealing his true power, ultimately deciding against it for now. He explains that he's simply trying to play the game, idea, and earn money, assuring her that he's not doing anything dangerous. Mina, however, remains unconvinced, pointing out that the game is a significant time commitment, and he agrees, acknowledging the time investment. He then reveals his plan to earn enough money within 3 months, a time frame that leaves Mina skeptical. She presses him further, asking about his class in the game, a detail he's reluctant to share, internally questioning if she would truly understand the implications. He decides to keep his class a secret, concluding that it's better to wait and see how things unfold, leaving Mina still in the dark about the full extent of his involvement. He considers his unique narcolepsy skill, wondering if he truly won't lose anything by having it. A moment later, he dismisses the thought, concluding that it can't be true. As his eyes glow with a faint blue light, a system message appears, asking if he wishes to log into idea. With a swirl of energy around him, he confirms his login, the familiar world of the game materializing around him. He finds himself in a quaint village, a peaceful starting point, and decides it's time to move on from this place. A new system message appears, informing him that his increased stats are being adjusted. He observes the details of his narcolepsy skill, confirming that his status truly does increase just by sleeping, a fact he already knew but still finds amazing to see with his own eyes. A wide grin spreads across his face, overwhelmed by how truly awesome this feels. He stands before the grand gate, ready to venture out from the center of the village. He stands at the edge of the starting village, recalling a friend's words about the game, confirming this must be the place to begin his journey. With a decisive push, his bandaged hand presses against an unseen barrier, a soft thud echoing as he interacts with the game's interface. Immediately, a system message materializes before him, asking if he wishes to be teleported into the tutorial. Without hesitation, he steps forward into the glowing archway, uttering a simple yes to confirm his choice. A brilliant surge of azure energy erupts around him, swirling upwards as the teleportation sequence begins. As the light subsides, he takes in his new surroundings, a thought forming about the unfamiliarity of this place. Lingering wisps of blue energy still dance around him, as he stands poised in the new, ethereal environment. Another system notification appears, confirming the recognition of his iris. Finally, the tutorial instructions fill his vision, directing him to choose a weapon, attack and destroy scarecrows, with no time limit, and promising a beginner weapon as a reward. Lee Hyunsung considers the tutorial, wondering if all of them are the same, or if this is just a summer event, realizing he was foolish to think he could skip a tutorial. Suddenly, a system message materializes before him, urging him to choose his weapon from a selection of 4 distinct options. He observes the various options, musing that while there are always plenty of choices, he wonders which one would truly be best. With a decisive motion, he selects the beginner's sword, a system notification confirming his choice, as he acknowledges his own skill level with the weapon, stating he's second dan in weapon. He reflects on the game's realism, noting that while there are probably differences in this virtual world, he has always favored swords in games, taking a ready stance with his chosen blade. Considering his balanced skills and stats, he realizes his class should be a hybrid, capable of adapting to various situations. It feels like the right choice to pick a weapon he's familiar with, a solid foundation for his unique build. The arm of a training scarecrow, now heavily damaged and splintered, bears testament to his initial, powerful efforts. He begins the tutorial, the words start flashing as he prepares for combat. Before him stands a simple scarecrow, its basic stats displayed, yet he finds himself underwhelmed by its apparent weakness. A scoff escapes him as he thinks, this tutorial scarecrow looks pretty weak. Without hesitation, he brings his beginner's sword down in a swift, powerful arc, the blade connecting with a burst of energy. The scarecrow falls, and a system message confirms, the quest is cleared, and his reward awaits. He receives the title Monstrous Newbie and the freedom to choose his desired starting village. Pondering the depth of the tutorial, he muses, why are there so many things to learn in this tutorial? This is a new world. A new world indeed, and the ability to choose his starting point means he can avoid the state-run maps, giving him a distinct advantage. He considers the Monstrous Newbie title, acknowledging that while it might have its drawbacks, it's still preferable to being just another generic player. Meanwhile, a young woman reacts with dismay, frustrated by the system's unfairness as she notes that monstrous newbies receive significantly less experience. Unconcerned by such trivialities, he dismisses the title's impact, stating that as long as it doesn't affect his stats, it's perfectly fine. He then opens his title log. Within the log, he discovers a unique passive skill, Thanatos' Narcolepsy God. This skill forces him into sleep at random intervals, but during this time, his status will increase randomly, allowing him to earn up even while unconscious. He finds this prospect awesome. A new system message appears, informing him that he can now move to any village he desires. With a world map now displayed, he prepares to make his choice. The map details various continents and towns, noting that Korea, the strongest country, is located in the central continent. His finger hovers over a specific spot, identifying Dha Town as the most troublesome and infamous among the beginner towns, and he decides this should be a good choice. The scene shifts to the chosen location, a dark and ominous village situated near an orc settlement. He knew that normally, players would struggle to advance past the initial stages in such a place, facing formidable creatures like the towering orcs. Because of that inherent danger, very few users dared to visit that village. But for him, the best hunting spot in the beginning would be one that had no one else, allowing him to level up like crazy. A surge of vibrant energy swirls around him, reflecting his fierce determination. The quiet settlement of Oha Town stretches under a clear sky, its buildings standing peacefully. Along its paths, a guard sighs, wondering aloud why no foreigners ever seem to visit their town, prompting his companion to question the seriousness of his inquiry. Their conversation is abruptly cut short as Guard Hansen curses, both he and Guard Smith staring ahead at a shimmering, green mass. Oha Town's special product, an acid slime. From a distance, a familiar figure observes the creature, instructing the guards to blast it off, but to be careful, as it's a pain if it gets on their skin. Guard Hansen, still reeling from the slime's appearance, questions if this isn't too much for them, while his companion reminds him of a nearby orc village, before Hansen lets out another weary sigh. Suddenly, a brilliant, ethereal light erupts from the ground, shimmering upwards with an otherworldly glow. Guard Hansen's eyes widen in shock, a confused "huh" escaping his lips. His companion, Guard Smith, stares with equal astonishment, the mysterious light reflected in his gaze as he wonders what it could possibly be. A bustling crowd in Oha Town turns their heads, a murmur spreading through the marketplace as they spot an unfamiliar face. Observing the scene, Lee Hyunsung remarks on their destination, while Agni notes how much more crowded and lively Oha Town appears from this vantage point. Agni, however, seems less impressed, dismissing someone as merely a hesus and suggesting they simply return to their duties. Hyunsung, looking down, reflects on his own expectations, wondering why he had even come to this town and if he was foolish to hope for something more. Agni continues his assessment, describing the individual as a noob with a really bad experience and admitting a pang of pity, even if the person possesses an immortal body. Turning to a nearby guard, Agni politely inquires about the location of monsters in the area. Hyunsung interjects, informing him that acid slimes can be found in the forest, but strongly advises against going there, as novices are incapable of defeating them. With a knowing look, Hyunsung confirms his awareness, stating that he came precisely because he knew, leaving Agni utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a green blast of acid strikes Agni, as Hyunsung warns that the slime's acid blast is a one-shot attack, difficult to dodge, and capable of melting hair. Lee Hyunsung offers a final word of caution, acknowledging Agni's annoyance, while Agni internally dismisses the sentiment. He scoffs, thinking aloud about how easy foreigners have it, a sentiment Hyunsung echoes with a dry, "You're telling me." With a determined stride, Agni begins to sprint through the dense forest. His boots pound against the earth, carrying him deeper into the wilderness. Suddenly, a faint sound catches his attention, and he reacts instantly, his eyes widening. Before him, a gelatinous green acid slime shimmers, and he muses on the challenge it presents, considering his core skill. Without hesitation, he charges forward, ready to engage the monster. But before he can strike, the acid slime retaliates, launching a concentrated burst of corrosive energy directly at him. Elsewhere, Lee Hyunsung reacts with a start, convinced something has moved nearby, though he quickly dismisses the idea of a cannon. Before the creature can fully reveal itself, he strikes its vital point, dealing a fatal blow that echoes with a wet kick. The impact is absolute, and the creature immediately begins to dissolve into nothingness. Standing over the remnants, Hyunsung receives a notification of gained experience points, musing aloud that the challenge feels almost too easy. He reflects on the encounter, finding it hardly a test of his abilities. With a new objective in mind, he decides to return and inquire about the location of the orc village. The very mention of an orc village elicits a shocked reaction. Two guards, Hansen and Smith, stare in utter disbelief, questioning what on earth he could possibly be talking about, and why he would even ask such a thing. Hyunsung, confused by their strong reaction, simply states his desire to kill some orcs, finding their bewilderment quite odd. He dismisses their concerns with a wave of his hand, stating that he's interested in things like that, prompting a confused pardon from one of the guards. The guard, Hansen, leans in, advising him not to give up on life so easily, urging him to live a little harder and do his best, with his companion echoing the sentiment. Unfazed by their earnest advice, Lee Hyunsung simply shrugs, remarking that it isn't much of anything, and then casually asks them to take his request as well. Moments later, a shimmering, golden orb of light appears in his outstretched hands, and he offers a polite, "Thank you." The guards exchange bewildered glances, one warning him not to return if he's only going to hunt slimes, while the other realizes he's just been forced into a quest, noting his unusual nature. A confident smile spreads across Lee Hyunsung's face as a system notification appears, announcing his acquisition of the title, Begging King. The system window details the rare title. True begging is to make others give you money before you even beg them for it, with an effect of -10% favor of NPCs, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Walking away from the town, he muses that at least he'll always receive something when he begs, despite the unexpected drawback of his new title. Without a map, Hyunsung knew he would have to navigate the unfamiliar terrain himself, the acid-seeped ground serving as a grim indicator of the correct path. He mused aloud that he wouldn't mind if another monster were to appear. His boots crunched on the cracked, dry earth, confirming he had indeed arrived at the right place. A small smile touched his lips as he uttered, "Bingo." Suddenly, a grotesque red-skinned creature with glowing yellow eyes emerged from the foliage, its guttural voice questioning, "Chike? A human?" Hyunsung observed the approaching monsters, noting their considerable size despite rumors of their weakness, thinking, "I heard they were weak, but they're big." The creatures let out another series of piercing shrieks, "Chike! Chike!" as they lunged forward. They moved with surprising speed, a blur of motion across the ground, but their large forms created too much noise and their movements were too broad. Hyunsung quickly analyzed their attack, concluding they made too many unnecessary movements. Lee Hyunsung continues his journey across the desolate, acid-scarred ground, moving with purpose. Suddenly, a monstrous, red-skinned creature snarls, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing display. Hyunsung stands ready, facing not one, but two of the grotesque, red-skinned monsters on the craggy, corrosive landscape. As he engages them, one of the hulking creatures reacts with a guttural sound, its gaze fixed on him, while a system notification confirms he has gained 1 combat power through the effect of Thanatos' dream, resulting in a level up. The monster recoils from his actions, a visible impact rippling through its form, and more system notifications burst around him, confirming he has gained an additional 3 combat power through Thanatos' dream, leading to further level ups. He considers the rapid progression, realizing he can accumulate significant combat power by continuously fighting, and that he will grow stronger faster than anyone else. As he faces one of the monsters, its eyes widen in surprise, exclaiming in a guttural voice, "A human." Lee Hyunsung continues his journey through the verdant landscape, the heavy thud of his boots echoing softly. He considers his options, thinking that even without specific skills, he can manage this much, deciding to choose a skill once he reaches the nearest village. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of grotesque, red-skinned creatures watch from behind, one of them muttering in surprise, "Oh heck, it's a human though?" The creature's surprise quickly turns to predatory glee, its fanged mouth widening as it anticipates an easy meal, exclaiming, "Ah, let me enjoy this experience point feast." Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Hyunsung's eyes narrow with a steely resolve. A peaceful village nestled among towering mountains basks under a clear blue sky, its many rooftops a patchwork of warm browns and reds. At its entrance, a guard sighs, finding the quietude almost unbearable, muttering that even here, the boredom is palpable. His companion, a more pragmatic sort, reminds him that their boredom is a sign of the people's peace, but the first guard just wants to crack a few jokes. Suddenly, their expressions shift to alarm as a brilliant red orb materializes in the air, catching them completely off guard. They stare upwards, startled by the unexpected phenomenon, their mundane watch instantly forgotten. The first guard's eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth agape at the sight. Then, a figure emerges from the shimmering light, drawing a gasp from the guards. Lee Hyunsung greets them with a wide, cheerful smile, though one of the guards questions his sudden appearance. He explains his sudden appearance, noting that he was just passing through when he noticed the monsters had pierced their barrier, and he simply took care of them. As the guard, Smith, expresses his disbelief at the ease with which the monsters were dispatched, Hyunsung simply asks if they know where he might be able to sell the items he collected. The small, red, Goblin-like creatures, their eyes glowing with malevolence, had been swiftly dispatched, leaving behind only their essence as valuable drops. Holding up one of the red orbs, he reiterates his question, and Smith points him in the direction of a general goods store. With a small pile of the monster drops in his arms, Hyunsung thanks the guards for their assistance. As he turns to leave, Smith remarks that he hopes Hyunsung will return the money if he finds any, since the monsters were technically their responsibility. Hansen then questions what they should do about the money, while Smith suggests they simply ask him to return it if they see him again later. Following the directions, he soon arrives at a quaint shop, where the shopkeeper greets him warmly, asking him to place his items on the counter. Lee Hyunsung, still at the general goods store, attempts to haggle with the shop owner, questioning the offered price of 50 gold for his monster drops, believing he could earn more. The owner, however, quickly counters, offering 50 gold for everything, which catches Hyunsung completely off guard. After a brief pause, the shop owner admits he needs a moment to gather the funds, then returns with the payment, adding a small bonus to the agreed-upon price. Gazing at the sack of 500 gold, Hyunsung quickly calculates its real-world equivalent, realizing he's just earned $15,000 in mere minutes. A profound realization washes over him, as he considers the possibility of earning more than a typical salary through the game, before offering a sincere thank you to the shop owner. Walking away from the shop, he reflects on his initial decision to prioritize real-world earnings over in-game currency, a choice that now seems to be paying off handsomely. His eyes glowing with newfound determination, Hyunsung realizes the immense potential. Even common goods could bring him significant wealth. Meanwhile, nearby, Guard Hansen and Guard Smith share a laugh, discussing the rapid progress of the young adventurer. They acknowledge his incredible growth speed, with one guard confirming that Hyunsung has indeed become stronger than them. He muses that if he keeps this up for 100 days, he'll be set for life, a thought that brings a wry smile to his face. He knows the low-level players won't believe him, but he doesn't care. He just needs to keep pushing forward. Suddenly, his casual stroll transforms into a blur of motion, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his blade. As a monstrous, red-skinned creature with glowing eyes lunges from the shadows, forcing him to draw his sword in a single, fluid motion. Without hesitation, he closes the distance, his blade arcing towards the beast. The sword glows with a faint blue energy, a testament to the power he channels into his strike. With a resounding impact, his blade cleaves into the monster's chest. The massive red orc warrior lies defeated, its glowing eyes now dim, a system message confirming its subjugation. Sheathing his blade, he lets out a soft sigh, acknowledging that this area is becoming increasingly challenging. As he kneels to collect the drops, he muses on his leveling pace, which feels slower than before. He knows he's still far from the ultimate level cap and cannot afford to fall behind. Opening his translucent status window, he considers seeking out more powerful monsters in a new hunting ground. He glances up, pondering the possibility of additional monsters lurking around the boss of this area. A quick self-assessment tells him he's likely not strong enough for them, and to tackle a level 40 boss, he'll definitely need an attack skill. He decides to review his current ability points, noting that his strength, dexterity, and vitality are currently in good standing. With a determined finger, he points to the screen, resolving to focus on dexterity to increase his MP, aiming for 70 in wisdom, 40 in reaction speed, 14 in strength, and 16 in stamina. Hyunsung reviews his status screen, noting his unique title as the only descendant of Thanatos, yet feeling a slight disappointment that he possesses no magic power. He resolves to grow stronger bit by bit with each level up, his gaze shifting to the glowing system skill and DP store interfaces. Deciding to save the best, the skills, for last, he opts to look at items first, pressing the corresponding button. A system message informs him that all items can be enhanced up to legendary grade, though repeat purchases by rank require a 30-day real-world cooldown. Considering whether to try a normal grade item first, he presses the normal rank 10p button. The system confirms his choice, announcing that he will be pulling a normal grade item, which will then be deposited directly into his inventory. A glowing box materializes, awaiting his final confirmation. The item revealed is a steel dagger, described as a slow-swinging one-handed weapon good for throwing, granting a bonus of 5 reaction speed and 5% accuracy. He muses that it looks suitable for throwing every so often, before deciding to move on to the next tier, a rare item, and presses the rare 100p button. The system confirms his next pull, announcing that he will be receiving a rare grade item, which will also be deposited into his inventory. As the system interface materializes before him, a new item appears, a bloodstone ring of rare grade. Its description detailing its creation from gathered blood and its requirements of high strength and stamina. Beyond its base stats, the ring also offers a bonus, a 10% chance for 10% of his stamina to recover upon defeating a living being. He acknowledges it as a good item, though he's never encountered anything quite like it. A slight unease settling over him as his luck with the gacha system seems almost too good to be true. A new system message flashes, confirming a unique grade pull, and he realizes with a grimace that his previous success was due to Thanatos' narcolepsy, a fact he finds utterly horrible as the system prepares to pull another unique grade item. His expression shifts to one of exasperation. As the next item appears, Agni's stick, another rare-grade acquisition, but his excitement quickly turns to frustration upon seeing it's a skill, not a tangible item. A sigh escapes him, wondering what he was even expecting from these pulls. Despite the previous disappointments, he steels his resolve, determined to get something truly valuable from the upcoming heroic grade pull. The system confirms his next draw, announcing that he will be pulling a heroic grade item, which will then be automatically deposited into his inventory. Hoping for a valuable heroic grade item from his latest pull, he suddenly pauses, a question forming on his lips as a new system window appears. The window displays a peculiar item, Iris Failed Product 1, a heroic grade auxiliary weapon with a detailed description of its origins as a failed prototype. Further requirements and numerical data flash across the screen, detailing its specific conditions for use. He sighs, thinking it's the kind of quest item he'd normally discard, but then considers keeping it for potential future use. Suddenly, a new notification appears, announcing the arrival of a long-awaited legendary grade item. The system confirms the legendary item pull, assuring him it will be deposited directly into his inventory with a soft chime. He stares blankly at the screen, a silent question hanging in the air. A frown deepens on his face as he wonders aloud why he couldn't have received something he could actually use, questioning the strange turn of events. The legendary item is finally revealed as a mysterious egg. The system window for the mysterious egg offered no further clues, its description, restrictions, and bonuses all remaining an enigma. Despite the uncertainty, he knew this was a necessary sacrifice, a gamble that would surely be repaid with an absolutely incredible skill. He still had skill pulls remaining, and the system allowed him to use them to compensate for such a sacrifice. Suddenly, a monstrous red figure lunged from the shadows, its guttural roar echoing a primal challenge. But before it could land a blow, he moved with swift precision, pummeling the creature into submission with a flurry of impacts. Having dealt with the threat, he stood in a simple white robe, his hands clasped in quiet contemplation as the monster's form faded behind him. A new system message appeared, confirming that skills were indeed twice as expensive as items, but the guaranteed utility of any skill made it a worthwhile investment, unlike random items. He gazed at the glowing green structure before him, the portal to his next acquisition. With a deep breath, he decided to begin with a normal skill pull, ready to see what new power awaited him. He initiates the skill pull, and a system message confirms a normal grade skill will be created. The first skill revealed is Sprinting, a passive ability at beginner level 1. A real blade is his sprinting skill, the system declares, before announcing that the next pull will be a rare grade skill. Another pull begins, promising a random rare grade skill. This time, Magic Bullet Barrage appears, an attack skill, with the system hinting that the next will be unique. The final pull is for a unique grade skill, a random one to be created. The first unique skill is Berserker's Song, a level 1 beginner ability that increases damage for himself and party members when sung, but risks exhaustion if used for too long. Lee Hyun-sung's eyes widen in surprise at the unexpected skill. Then, Dragon's Detection is revealed, a unique skill allowing him to detect dragons and their eggs within a 100-meter radius. He initially scoffs, dismissing the skill as mere garbage, but then his expression shifts as the system reveals its true rarity. Finally, Legendary, he exclaims. A system notification confirms the pull, announcing a legendary grade skill is being created at random. His eyes widen, reflecting the sudden realization. Incredible, he breathes, as the skill's name, the God of Death's Chains, appears before him. The detailed description of the legendary skill, the God of Death's Chains, fills his vision, outlining its immense power. A wide grin spreads across his face, followed by a look of intense satisfaction. Finally, a worthwhile skill, he thinks. Later, standing in a high-tech control room, Lee Hyun-sung surveys a bank of monitors. Arms crossed, a confident smirk plays on his lips. He strides forward, his steps purposeful and assured. After the initial surge of excitement, a more thoughtful expression settles upon him, his jaw tightening as he processes the implications of his new legendary skill. The Inferno Corporation, a towering structure of glass and steel, stands prominently in the heart of Korea, where its user management team diligently oversees operations. A man among them considers the situation, thinking he should personally investigate. A sigh escapes him as he mutters, "This is nuts." He wonders why the team leader ever approved such a thing, especially since it was cleared by only one user. This is Joe Minwo, the user management team leader, who asks what else they can do, concluding that they must analyze the data to see if the problem will be passed to the development team. Clutching his head in frustration, he laments having already checked the god rank, wondering why he had to get involved with this particular town. Joe Minwo clutches his head, his face contorted in disbelief and frustration, muttering about someone going to a problematic town just to level up. His frustration boils over as he shouts, questioning if they think he's unaware of the situation, his hands still gripping his head in exasperation. Suddenly, a subordinate's voice cuts through the tension, announcing with urgency that Lee Hyun-sung has opened the DP store. Minwo, startled by the news, spins in his office chair, his eyes wide with alarm. A close-up shows his intense focus as he processes the information, the words, "using it," echoing his internal realization. He grabs his subordinate by the shoulders, demanding answers, both men wide-eyed with shock and concern. Minwo's gaze shifts, reflecting on his initial dismissal of the situation, admitting he hadn't cared much about it at first. A single red rose is shown, symbolizing the unsettling nature of the power at play, as he considers the implications if such immense control is truly possible. Standing before a vast city skyline, he muses on the futility of raw power without proper control, emphasizing that even the best class is absolutely useless without it. He considers the implications of such power, thinking, but that user? The problem isn't just the power itself, but the lack of control. As he muses, it's the problem for the one who is able to move freely in the good state without good control. He's at least within the S rank. The creature's immense form looms in his mind, a testament to the power he's contemplating, and he concludes, he's so good that it wouldn't be surprising if he was a class 1. But he has such a low level of control. The visual representation of this untamed force continues to dominate his thoughts. Minwo then questions the timing of it all. Why did such a talented person only start playing now? If possible, I'd like to mess with the probability rates a little bit. The world of Eden, with its advanced artificial intelligence, makes such manipulation difficult, yet he still thinks the world of Eden is controlled by artificial intelligence. That's right. He knows the system is robust, especially in regards to the probability rates. It's made by artificial intelligence, so even the development team can't mess with it. With a sigh, he accepts the reality of the situation. The only thing I can do now is wait. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-sung, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of his new ability, lets out a small sound of contentment. My status will rise just by sleeping? That's awesome. PFT. A triumphant laugh escapes Hyun-sung, his face alight with excitement. He lets out a small groan of disbelief, realizing they've now surpassed even hero-grade items. Meanwhile, Minwo stares at a screen, a hopeful expression on his face, wondering if his prayers have finally been answered. A sudden jolt of surprise runs through him, as he questions why a particular item has appeared. The item in question is revealed to be Iris, failed product, a broken, dark mass with swirling green energy. Despite its appearance, this fragment is described as the core and most important piece for the Iris quest. Minwo, now in an office with a colleague, remarks that the quest now belongs to someone else, urging them to remain calm, as he's sure this isn't the only unexpected development. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung's attention is drawn to a new discovery, a mysterious, legendary egg. The system window confirms its status as a SEGG legendary, with its grade and options currently unknown. He stares intently at the screen before him, a question forming in his mind as he wonders what exactly he is looking at. Meanwhile, in another location, team leader Jo Minwo acknowledges a colleague, musing that while a quest item is generally a good thing, he still has no idea what it actually is. A desperate plea echoes in his thoughts, begging for a truly useful skill. A system window appears, revealing a passive skill, Dark Night Moon, max level. His immediate reaction is one of frustration, declaring he's going to run from this situation. Another window shows bullet skills, and he thinks to himself that as long as he has attack skills, he'll be fine. His expression sours as he mutters the word, skills. The Dark Night Moon skill reappears, and a sudden realization dawns on him, eliciting a surprised gasp. A wide, almost manic grin spreads across his face as he acknowledges that no matter how good a skill is, they won't be able to hunt monsters without an attack skill. Yet, the legend of this skill remains, and he exclaims with pure delight, jackpot. A moment of quiet contemplation hangs in the air as the implications of the new skill begin to settle. The system window materializes, detailing the newly acquired Reaper's Chain skill, a powerful ability that promises to bind and control. Minwo's eyes widen slightly as he processes the information, a silent realization dawning upon him. He considers the implications, confirming to himself that with such a skill, clearing the Red Orc village is practically guaranteed, and the hidden dungeon beyond it will surely be discovered. Later, discussing strategy with Lee Hyun-sung, Minwo reiterates his confidence that after defeating the Red Orc village boss, the hidden dungeon will be within reach. A sudden, almost involuntary sound escapes him, followed by a quick apology, as if caught off guard by his own enthusiasm or a misstep in conversation. As they walk, Hyun-sung turns to him, questioning the strange outburst, while Minwo laments his own existence in a moment of self-deprecating humor. Meanwhile, the system offers a monthly opportunity to acquire new abilities, allowing players to purchase various skills and items through the RP store. He considers that management will likely complain about his progression in the game, but since the narcolepsy skill hasn't activated, he has plenty of spare time. After all, he can simply earn money with this skill in the middle of the game, ensuring his account and character will never need to be sold. A satisfied smile crosses his face as he thinks he truly loves his God rank class, and quitting his old job was undeniably the best decision he ever made. He recalls a time when he worked in a company, forced to endure all sorts of difficult situations. But now, in the present, he has already earned 100,000 won in less than a day, despite still being at a low level. If he can earn this much, then Hyuna, who is level 300, must be earning a fortune. He realizes he no longer needs to worry about money. because even at his low level, his value as the clown hunter is already comparable to that of a small company. He hums in agreement with his own thoughts. With renewed determination, he sets a new goal to reach level 500 within the next 3 months. He considers his next move, wondering if it's time to get some sleep. Suddenly, a vibrant portal opens, beckoning him forward, and a voice urges him to confront the boss. Stepping through, he finds himself in a rugged, outdoor environment, his footsteps echoing softly as he begins to explore. A tattered red cloak billows behind a skeletal figure, moving with unnatural speed through the desolate terrain. From a vantage point, he looks down upon a sign marking the Red Orc Village, the same skeletal monster now visible below him. He continues to survey the village, taking in the layout and potential threats. The path ahead winds through dense, autumnal foliage, leading deeper into the unknown. As he navigates the forest, he scans his surroundings, realizing the boss monster is nowhere in sight. Continuing his search, he presses onward through the vibrant, overgrown path. Observing the Red Orc Shaman, he considers it a potential boss monster. However, the realization dawns on him that there are 7 such shamans, making the task far from simple. Under the falling rain, he resolves to eliminate the lesser minions first before confronting the main boss. With a soft hum of energy, a complex magical circle begins to form around him, glowing with ethereal light. As the arcane symbols coalesce, the system confirms the activation of Siren Seduction, a heroic grade skill. A guttural roar tears through the air as one of the monstrous orcs reacts with primal fury. More of the grotesque creatures join the chorus, their faces contorted in a mixture of aggression and confusion. Another close-up reveals the raw, bestial anger emanating from the Orcish horde. Amidst the chaos, a figure of ethereal beauty emerges, glowing with soft blue light, a siren with flowing blonde hair and a shimmering mermaid tail, her presence captivating and powerful. As the siren's song echoed, a massive, glowing serpentine entity manifested, causing the surrounding orcs to recoil in confusion, wondering where such a terrifying presence had come from. Observing the chaos, Lee Hyunsung realized the skill's effect was far more potent than he had anticipated. The orcs, initially confused, quickly succumbed to a maddening rage, their faces contorting into crazed snarls as they became even more aggressive. Suddenly, a massive orc was sent hurtling through the air, its roar cut short by the impact. Before it could recover, the enraged boss orc charged forward, its massive axe raised high. Hyunsung, recognizing the primary threat, drew his blade, confirming this formidable foe was indeed the boss. Without hesitation, he surged forward, meeting the onslaught of the crazed orcs head-on. With a powerful strike, the boss orc was violently slammed against the unforgiving rock wall. The impact reverberated, crushing the massive creature further into the stone. He unleashes a new power, the very air crackling with dark energy as he activates Reaper's Chaining. From his form, spectral purple chains erupt, coiling around him before lashing out. The chains snap forward, instantly binding the maddened orcs, their roars turning to pained grunts as the magical restraints tighten. Even the formidable Red Orc Shaman finds himself ensnared, dragged helplessly alongside his lesser kin. With a fierce pull, Hyunsung commands the glowing, crimson-tinged chains, drawing his enemies closer. The ground beneath them tears open, revealing a fiery abyss into which the bound orcs are mercilessly dragged, their demise punctuated by a system notification. More notifications flash, confirming the rapid accumulation of experience as the last of the horde vanishes into the inferno. He stands amidst the fading light of his devastating attack, the echoes of "level up" ringing in his ears. The fiery chasm closes, leaving only the lingering scent of ash and the triumphant chime of his continued growth. A system message flashes before Lee Hyunsung, confirming the defeat of the Red Orc hero Karak, leaving him with a look of mild surprise. His eyes widen slightly, as the notification reiterates the significant victory. Following the confirmation, another message appears, announcing he has gained the prestigious title of Red Orc Slayer. Standing alone on a vast, open plain, he then receives an even more astonishing notification, the acquisition of a new passive skill. The sheer implications of such a power leave him speechless, a single, incredulous thought echoing in his mind. A look of surprise crosses Lee Hyunsung's face, a quiet, wow, escaping him as he considers the situation, wondering if there's no skill available for item collection. The nearby village remains unchanged, just as it was yesterday. Still, the village looks exactly as it did before. As he walks through the desolate landscape, Hyunsung notes that no monsters have appeared either, leading him to question if this is merely a regular hunting ground. A sudden show sound accompanies him unrolling a scroll, revealing a detailed map. Studying the intricate markings, he deduces that this must be a hidden dungeon. Standing before the ominous, skull-like entrance of the hidden dungeon, Hyunsung knew he had to start hunting immediately if he wanted to clear it. Taking one last look at the clear sky outside, a sudden realization struck him. As he stepped into the cavern's darkness, he mused that a hidden dungeon might not be so bad after all. Descending deeper into the unknown, his hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. A system notification flashed, warning him of elite monsters within. Creatures not only stronger and more intelligent than regular monsters, but also capable of using skills, making this a place where only the most formidable foes appeared. The very air around the entrance pulsed with a dark energy, confirming its status as a true hidden dungeon. Stepping into a chamber stained with old blood, he surveyed his surroundings, his grip firm on his blade. A determined glint in his eyes, he silently wished for good item drops and rapid leveling. His hand glowed with a faint red aura as he declared, "Let's go." A system message confirmed his entry into the hidden dungeon, beginning the clear time countdown. He finds himself in a new, desolate chamber, a system notification declaring him the first discoverer of this unique space, and another explaining a convenient power allowing him to use skills from defeated monsters, as the vengeful spirits of orc warriors begin to wail around him. The system further clarifies that physical attacks are halved against these ethereal vengeful spirits without the use of skills. He attempts a physical strike, confirming the system's warning as his attack fails to land a critical blow. Frustration flickers across his face, realizing his special skills are at a disadvantage against these ethereal foes. A purple energy trail indicates he attempts another attack, but it seems to be ineffective. The source of the wailing manifests fully, an orc warrior's vengeful spirit, an elite monster, which he immediately identifies as a perfect test subject. Before he can react, the spirit lunges, a green energy slash tearing through the air and striking him, sending him recoiling. The orc warrior's vengeful spirit roars, mocking his attempt to defeat it with a mere skill, vowing to kill him. Ignoring the taunts, Lee Hyun-sung retaliates, unleashing a barrage of glowing purple magic bullet fire from his hand. He had struck a vital point, dealing a critical blow to the orc warrior spirit. Yet, as he considered the nature of his foe, he knew that as a spirit, it would naturally be resistant to critical strikes, but that wouldn't stop him from using the monster's own nightmare against it. Launching himself forward with a burst of blue and purple energy, he closed the distance for another attack. The spirit could only utter a confused sound as the next blow landed. A critical hit, marked by a flash of purple energy, rocked the orc warrior spirit once more. He channeled his power, unleashing a focused blast of magic bullet fire, which again found a vital point, dealing another critical strike. Despite the damage, the spirit remained defiant, sneering down at him as he lay on the ground, accusing him of being all talk, but he refused to be looked down upon. His eyes glowing red with a sudden realization, he understood the true nature of his foe. It was a ghost. With a powerful stomp, his foot glowed red, cracking the very ground beneath him. Having meticulously analyzed his opponent's skills and attack patterns, Lee Hyun-sung prepares for a decisive strike, purple energy gathering around his hand. He confirms his strategy, knowing that even ghost monsters are vulnerable if his skill is activated, allowing him to inflict damage and utilize his full power. The orc warrior spirit lets out a furious, guttural shriek. With a surge of power, Hyun-sung unleashes a devastating attack, his magic bullet fire, overload engulfing the area in a massive, fiery explosion. Surveying the desolate landscape and the numerous shadowy figures in the distance, he acknowledges the overwhelming odds, realizing he might have to leave one or two behind. With a determined smirk, he resolves to use this opportunity for some serious leveling up, having confirmed their patterns once again. The scene shifts to a bright, clear sky, as a voice reflects on scheduling as many dungeons as possible for rapid leveling, noting Hyun-sung's consistent, steady progress. Back in the real world, Hyun-sung pushes his mother in a wheelchair, who expresses relief that he can go out while his father is away, mentioning his plan to play intensely from the start. His mother smiles warmly, asking if it's truly that much fun. A young woman confides in her friend, expressing concern, worried about someone who has been playing games all day long, hoping he is doing well. As they walk down a bustling street, she quickly dismisses the thought, reminding herself it's not the time to dwell on such things. A small smile plays on her lips. Later, walking through school hallways in her uniform, she muses on how different her life would be if not for her accident, imagining a normal student existence. Yet, a hopeful expression crosses her face, finding solace in the fact that she met good people in the game world of Ideal. Checking her phone, she sees a guild chat, noting that she has no other guild members besides him, and wonders if he is still part of their group, as other players like Sunny, Kaiser, AI, and SDI clamor to play together. Rin herself types a message, relieved that he seems to be doing well, having been worried about his job, while AI and SDI suggest inviting him to the guild. With a gentle smile, she decides not to rush him, planning to ask about joining the guild once he reaches level 100. Meanwhile, a large building stands under a bright sky, revealing itself as the Daein Rehabilitation Hospital. Rin walks alongside Hyun-sung, teasing him about his solo hunting, wondering if he'll continue to play alone, just like siblings often do. He quickly dismisses the idea, stating that he has a guild in mind for that, though she doubts he'll reach level 100 in 3 months, even with a heroic rank class. Hyun-sung observes her expression, noting that she seems happy about their little wager, to which she confirms they indeed made a bet. The terms of their challenge revolve around whether he can truly reach level 100 within the tight deadline of 3 months. A soft, knowing laugh escapes her, her eyes sparkling with amusement. A memory flashes back to their childhood, where a young Rin wonders aloud what she'll make him buy her when she wins, prompting a frustrated cry from a younger Hyun-sung that it's not a game. Back in the present, Hyunsung asks if she won't help him in any way, to which she replies, she wonders if she's the only one interested, then asks about his brother. Confused, he asks what she means, and Rin clarifies, she'll help him reach his goal in 3 months. Hyunsung questions her logic, musing aloud, if it truly works that way, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of siblings. Having defeated all the lesser creatures, he considers his next move, knowing that only the mini-boss and a few remaining orcs stand between him and his goal. If he manages to secure the bonus points as well, he calculates, he should easily reach level 50. He recalls the game's mechanics, wondering if he'll gain a class skill upon reaching that milestone, though he knows he can't afford to use his limited skills recklessly. The thought of his class skill, never before used, sparks a flicker of curiosity and hope, as he wishes for something truly useful to emerge. Before him, a glowing, skull-adorned gate pulsates with an eerie blue light, a clear sign that even in this ideal world, there's always room for a mini-boss. He stands before a massive, blood-red wall, its surface rough and foreboding. A shrug of resignation crossing his face as he decides to proceed, confirming his choice to open the door. The skull gate flares with even greater intensity, its blue glow deepening. As system messages flash, announcing the awakening of the orc shaman's vengeful spirit, and its call to the orc warrior's vengeful spirits. As the system alerts blare, a surge of purple energy erupts from the ground, and the first orc warrior's spirit materializes, its guttural cries of "Huh? What?" echoing through the chamber. More follow, their forms solidifying with a menacing aura, one snarling. Even orc warriors, as if in disbelief at their own resurrection. Their confusion quickly turns to murderous intent, as another spirit bellows, "Kill the human." The air crackles with their fury, one demanding, "How dare you kill the orc shaman?" revealing the source of their vengeful awakening. Lee Hyunsung, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of spirits and their accusations, can only stare in wide-eyed surprise. The system confirms the dire situation, announcing the full awakening of the orc shaman's vengeful spirit, its spectral form glowing with malevolent power. Around him, more orc warrior spirits continue to manifest, their bodies crackling with purple energy, a clear and present danger. But Hyunsung's initial shock quickly fades, replaced by a steely resolve as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation. A massive orc warrior swings its heavy weapon with a resounding crash, sending Hyunsung sprawling to the ground, the impact echoing as he realizes, these monsters are unlike any he has faced before. Pushing himself back up, he steadies his resolve, thinking, this challenge should still be manageable. Suddenly, a burst of searing fire erupts from the group of orcs. As Hyunsung spots a shaman among them, channeling potent magic, its eyes glowing ominously. The fiery explosion engulfs him, sending him reeling from the intense heat. Observing the shaman's continued spellcasting, he muses, this one not only buffs its allies but also wields attack spells. A determined glint in his eye, Hyunsung clenches his fist, a faint purple aura emanating from his hand as he wonders what treasures might drop if he defeats this formidable foe. He considers his options, wondering if he can access his skills in this dire situation. Before he can fully strategize, a green energy attack surges forward, striking him with a powerful impact. He retaliates instantly, thrusting a spear of pure white energy. But the red orc shaman unleashes a torrent of crimson magic, engulfing him in a fiery explosion. Knocked to the ground, he hears the shaman's guttural roar, commanding its minions to finish him. As orange energy flares around him, he resolves to use his fire and lightning abilities. Still pinned by the shaman's relentless assault, he considers the strategic advantage of acquiring new skills, especially for future encounters with powerful foes. He lets out a strained grunt, green energy crackling around him. 5 minutes later, a triumphant roar echoes as the goblin regiment is utterly defeated. The red orc shaman, however, continues to unleash spells, though their frequency has noticeably decreased. Lee Hyunsung realizes the shaman must be running low on mana. He surges forward, blue lightning arcing from his hands as he tears through the remaining orcs. The shaman lets out a guttural growl, understanding that he is now the only one left. But before Hyunsung can press his advantage, a sudden blow sends him crashing to the ground. The red orc shaman stares down, a look of surprise crossing his face. His eyes glow with a malevolent red light. The green, skull-like manifestation of the orc shaman's resentment shatters into glowing particles. A foot clad in white and blue armor steps firmly onto the ground, a faint blue-green aura still clinging to it, as a system message confirms the orc shaman's resentment has been defeated. A vibrant level up notification flashes, surrounded by golden light. A satisfied smile spreads across his face, a soft click echoing as he takes in the victory. He surveys the piles of glittering gold coins and other treasures scattered around him, acknowledging the brutal fight, but also the substantial rewards, though his health is critically low. No hidden traps appear to be present among the spoils, and he notes the significant experience gained from the battle, along with the unique drops from the orc shaman boss. Reaching for a massive red door, he considers the perfect chain of events, wondering if he can maintain his momentum and defeat the next orc shaman as well. The heavy door swings open with a resounding crash, revealing the path forward, a clear sign that the next boss awaits. He stands before the now open portal, a dark, oppressive energy emanating from within, ready to face whatever lies beyond. A system message appears before him, asking if he wishes to proceed to the second basement floor of the orc dungeon, and Lee Hyun-sung lets out a soft, surprised sound. He quickly deduces that this floor operates differently, requiring him to defeat every monster before the path to the boss room would open. As his footsteps echo on the winding path, he muses that he could have simply used his Heaven's Chain skill to teleport directly to the boss room. The rhythmic sound of his boots continues, and he sighs, admitting to himself that he had been too cautious, too conservative in his approach. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a dark, futuristic space, illuminated by the glowing words, User Management Room. This expansive area, filled with control panels and empty chairs, is revealed to be another virtual reality zone within the IDEA system. Inside a sleek VR capsule, a figure resembling Lee Hyun-sung is immersed, as the system requires numerous players to test its functionality and identify any glitches, though access to this user management room is granted through a specific capsule located in the main Inferno building. He stands before a stern-faced supervisor, who asks how long it has been since their last real-time encounter, revealing it has been roughly 5 years. Hyun-sung questions if this constitutes a violation of labor standards, but the supervisor calmly explains that time spent in virtual reality follows real-time, making it permissible. With a sigh, the supervisor acknowledges it's considered overtime, promising compensation for the extensive period Hyun-sung spent immersed, offering an apology for the inconvenience. The sheer weight of the revelation causes Hyun-sung's expression to twist in frustration, the situation clearly overwhelming him. The supervisor, however, dismisses his concern, stating that after a year of immersion, it's natural to worry about a new player. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, a blonde-haired man remarks on the director's apparent lack of attention, while a dark-haired woman questions the level of concern for a mere newcomer. Hyun-sung, now standing before a glowing pool, muses that the newbie must be a very important, high-ranked individual, before acknowledging the information with a simple understood. The blonde man then clarifies the true issue, revealing it's development team leader Min Yura who is causing the concern. The dark-haired woman confirms this, explaining that Min Yura has shown particular interest in player Lee Hyun-sung, specifically because of the Descendant of Thanatos project. A powerful, skull-faced figure, wreathed in purple energy, sits upon a dark throne, surrounded by shadowy sentinels, representing a job class on a whole other level. Even team leader Min Yura, with all her efficiency, crushed the development team's timeline, creating a newer job class that anyone could obtain. Lee Hyun-sung reflects on the situation, wondering who would have thought there would be a user capable of playing for over 10,000 hours. If he hadn't been forced to work overtime in the first place, he muses, and if she hadn't made him log out of the game, he would have continued playing himself too. Min Yura, the development team leader, stands before a monitor, believing it wouldn't be an over-engineered system if they didn't utilize help and technology from overseas companies to realize it. That, a colleague observes, is precisely why the company is willing to do anything for her. Another colleague asks if the player has logged in again, to which the first confirms he's still monitoring the game's situation. The colleague then questions if the company is struggling to find a way to control him, concluding that they have no choice but to let him do whatever he wants, perhaps hoping some good comes out of it. Lee Hyun-sung considers this, realizing that if he continues, he might even clear the boss rate. His colleague continues, stating that they expect him to reach level 33 very soon. Hyun-sung, however, finds himself internally cautioning against logging out. For any other player, a Descendant of Thanatos would typically require at least a week of real-time play to reach level 30. Yet this particular user had managed to achieve it in just a single day. Another colleague chimes in, noting that clearing the new job class's first trial would demand extreme luck, while the first adds that many are attempting it for the significant rewards a new job class offers. This first trial is what other players refer to it as. Hyun-sung muses to himself, wondering how long it would take a user named Hyun-sung to complete it. He hopes it takes as long as possible, chuckling at the thought of the good drops. The system reveals that obtaining good items from the first trial is exceptionally rare, yet the activation of this set of mind skill promises accelerated growth. Processing this information, Hyun-sung stares, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as the system confirms the skill's activation. He finds himself thinking, it's difficult to clear his mind while observing the unfolding events. Then, a sudden realization dawns on him, and a burst of laughter escapes his lips, his hands clenching in excitement. His joy is uncontained, as he throws his arms up in a gesture of pure triumph. A wide, elated grin stretches across his face, his eyes squeezed shut in sheer delight. Far from Hyun-sung's internal world, the treacherous peaks of Para Mountain loom, a part of the range so dangerous even the highest-ranked individuals rarely venture there, where a fierce battle is now unfolding. Amidst the chaos, Agni unleashes a blinding burst of golden energy from his eyes, illuminating the desolate landscape. The ground is a maelstrom of conflict, as numerous figures clash in brutal close-quarters combat. There forms a blur of motion and impact. Agni unleashes a devastating burst of fiery energy, sending a wave of orange light and force across the battlefield, which an armored goblin knight struggles to withstand, bracing against the intense impact. Elsewhere, a female knight, her blonde hair flowing, readies her great sword, preparing to join the fray. But before she can act, a towering ogre brute winds up a colossal punch, its massive fist glowing with raw power. The impact is immense, sending the female knight flying backward, her body a blur against the rocky terrain. The ogre's eye gleams with savage satisfaction, its focus unwavering. But before it can press its advantage, Agni appears in a flash, delivering a brutal kick directly to the brute's head, drawing blood. The force of the blow snaps the ogre's head back, momentarily stunning the massive creature amidst the ongoing chaos. He lands a powerful blow, the impact echoing with a loud clang against the armored goblin knight's plating, sending the creature's leg recoiling from the force. But the ground suddenly cracks underfoot, as a monstrous roar tears through the air. A hulking ogre brute, its face contorted in a primal scream, emerges from the chaos. Its massive form looms over the battlefield, a heavy presence that shifts the very air. Nearby, an armored goblin knight warns, "Get ready for the shock." But before the words can fully register, the ogre brute strikes, sending the female knight flying with a brutal blow, her cry of "Get back!" lost in the impact. As the female knight is thrown, Agni, moving with incredible speed, sprints across the ogre brute's broad back, a flurry of rapid steps. He lands firmly on the ground, ready to engage the monstrous foe. He charges forward, a determined declaration escaping his lips as he closes the distance on the massive ogre brute. The sheer force of the ogre's movements sends massive chunks of earth and rock crashing into the water with a resounding impact. Another powerful impact erupts around the brute, sending a shower of rocky debris into the air. A guttural roar echoes through the clear sky, a testament to the monster's raw power. The ground trembles as the ogre's next move creates a colossal splash, sending water high into the air. But then, the brute is suddenly struck, its massive form plummeting into the earth and leaving. From a distance, a woman with fiery red hair and piercing crimson eyes watches the unfolding chaos with an unreadable expression. Suddenly, a powerful, crackling yellow energy erupts from her, tearing through the air. The potent energy streams upward, a beacon of raw magical power. A system window materializes, displaying a new passive skill, Thanatos' Narcolepsy, God. Level max, it explains that Thanatos, the god of death and sleep, could perform hypnosis and would always sleep, causing difficulties for his subordinates. The skill activates randomly once every 24 hours, forcing the character to fall asleep until logged out, even if the user leaves their capsule. Crucially, for every hour spent sleeping, the character's status will randomly increase, allowing them to earn experience through Thanatos' deep sleep. Lee Hyun-sung, upon reading the details, finds himself exclaiming, "My status will rise just by sleeping? That's awesome." A sudden, violent explosion rips through the air, intensifying into a fiery blast that sends debris scattering. The force of it sends Agni plummeting downwards, while he and the female knight look up, reacting to the chaos unfolding above them. Without hesitation, she declares, "I'll save Sunny," and launches herself through the air, towards a massive, newly formed crater in the barren ground. She plummets into its depths, a thought echoing in her mind. It's probably Sunny. Her eyes narrowed with fierce resolve, the female knight plunged deeper into the abyss. Even as a system notification flashed, revealing that the Cyclops Lord, Aptolican, had been stunned for 5 seconds by a potent skill. The ground around the crater continued to fracture and crumble, sending plumes of dust into the air as she plummeted towards the small, indistinct figure at the bottom. Faster and faster she fell, the childlike form growing slightly clearer with every passing moment. Her blonde hair streaming behind her like a banner, a testament to her unwavering momentum. Even mid-fall, her voice cut through the din, commanding, "Focus on him." Responding to her urgent directive, a white armored figure was instantly engulfed by a violent burst of purple energy. The shadowy attacker wreathed in the same dark power. As the female knight descends, Agni unleashes a devastating green energy slash, his blade glowing with immense power. The attack connects with a thunderous impact, erupting in a violent explosion of red and black energy. The fiery blast engulfs its target, leaving nothing but a searing void. The Cyclops Lord lets out a final, agonizing scream, his single eye wide with terror as he is consumed. A system notification confirms the victory. The Cyclops Lord, Aptolican, has been defeated, marking a marvelous achievement. Below, the female knight, Agni, the armored goblin knight, and the ogre brute stand at the edge of a massive crater, surveying the golden dust and debris left behind. Another system message appears, announcing that all stats will be increased by 10 points. The crater shimmers with golden particles, a testament to the powerful magic unleashed. The female knight remarks on the impressive sight, while Agni adds, "This is why I do raids." Standing amidst the shimmering golden crater, the female knight expresses her relief that Agni is unharmed, to which he readily agrees, acknowledging her contribution. The armored goblin knight, however, quickly interjects, insisting there's no need for thanks, as Agni was the one who truly carried the fight. Nearby, the female knight smiles warmly at a small red-haired girl, who giggles with delight. Lee Hyun-sung, joining the conversation, agrees that without the tank and the bomb character, they wouldn't have emerged completely unscathed, a sentiment echoed by the little girl. Agni nods in agreement, but then wonders aloud why Hyuna wasn't present, believing her presence would have made the clear even easier. The armored goblin knight, standing with the ogre brute and the female knight, explains that Hyuna is always with him, though he can't quite grasp her obsession, adding that she only accompanies him under specific circumstances. Hyunsung, pondering this, questions if Hyuna came to see him instead of the goblin knight, admitting his uncertainty. Agni, recalling Hyuna's past statements, remembers her mentioning a desire to see her older brother, concluding that her unique motivation, perhaps her empty stomach, is what allows her to join them. Hyunsung continues to wrestle with the implications, assuming she meant him but acknowledging the goblin knight's accessibility, leading him to wonder if she came to attack him, still unsure of her true intentions. He offers a slight nod, acknowledging the group's concern, as the female knight admits she wasn't trying to hide Hyuna, only worried about their reaction. Their discussion revolves around the newly formed Hira's Guild, a name that now appears prominently before them. The female knight clarifies that despite their growing numbers, there are still only 7 guild members, including Hyuna. She then adds that while it might be a small guild, their leader is a legendary player, capable of competing with other well-known guilds. Agni chimes in, observing that in this unique group, normal people simply aren't considered unique. The female knight holds a small, glowing orb, a symbol of their exclusivity, as the narration emphasizes that Hira's Guild is a small, elite group, meticulously selecting only the best of the best. Despite their lack of overwhelming strength, the guild's exploration restrictions were lifted, allowing them to achieve a unique ranking, a factor that ultimately resulted in fewer people joining their ranks. The armored goblin knight then shifts the conversation, mentioning Hyuna's brother and expressing his hope to invite Hyuna's little sister into the guild as well. The female knight, looking at Hyuna, asks if she was heard, while another voice inquires about Hyuna's class. The female knight explains that the individual in question is a high ranker, and since this is her own guild, she shouldn't break its rules. She continues, revealing that the ranker recently achieved a unique status, and despite being only level 50, she would like her to join them, though she cautions Hyunsung not to mention the guild she registered. Hyunsung and Agni exchange a look, marveling at the fact that someone could reach such a high rank and level 50 in only 3 months of playing, calling her a true genius. The armored goblin knight readily agrees to the recruitment if it's Hyunsung's sister, with Agni and Hyunsung quickly echoing his sentiment. As the group collectively agrees, the female knight turns to Hyunsung, asking why he intends to accompany her, to which he simply replies that he was going to agree anyway. Now standing beside Hyuna, the female knight reiterates her willingness to help if it truly is Hyunsung's sister, while Hyuna, looking concerned, asks if she is alright. With the entire group assembled, Hyuna expresses her gratitude to everyone, though she adds that she doesn't think she'll be able to go to the dungeon. The female knight looks at Hyuna thoughtfully, a slight gulp audible, as she asks if this is all to help her sister. A system message appears, highlighting the difficulty of obtaining necessary items within Hira's Guild. A new passive skill, Thanatos' Narcolepsy, God, had just been acquired, allowing one's status to rise simply by sleeping, a truly awesome prospect. And it was a well-known fact that many players created sub-accounts focused on manufacturing to process the ingredients gained from hunting, rather than finished items. The female knight declared her intention to go hunting with Hyuna's sister, while Agni, standing beside her, grumbled his displeasure at the idea. Despite her outward enthusiasm, the female knight harbored a quiet worry that everyone might eventually leave. Pushing her concerns aside, she turned to the assembled group, which included Lee Hyunsung, Agni, the armored goblin knight, and the ogre brute, announcing it was time to distribute the gathered items. The armored goblin knight expressed his particular enjoyment of this part of their routine, while the ogre brute, recalling his previous growth, eagerly anticipated his own chance to become stronger this time. As the pile of gold, weapons, and potions lay before them, the female knight gleefully claimed the magician items for herself. With the distribution complete, a sense of satisfaction settled over the group, with Lee Hyunsung and Agni both expressing their approval. As the distribution concludes, a young girl with fiery red hair bids farewell to the knight, who simply acknowledges her departure. With the immediate tasks handled, she considers her next steps, planning to review her sub-account. A quick glance at a floating screen confirms a meeting point, a city called Manhwa. Meanwhile, deep within a cavern, Lee Hyunsung stands victorious as a system message confirms the defeat of the Orc Knight's resentment. Another notification appears, informing him that the effect of Thanatos' dream has granted him 1 dungeon point. Looking down into a glowing chasm, he resolves to give his all this time. A look of surprise crosses his face as he realizes there's yet another floor beneath him. With newfound determination, he affirms that the recently acquired dungeon points are more than enough to push his limits on this new level. With his health restored and feeling confident, Lee Hyunsung steps into the newly revealed dungeon room, a system message appearing before him, explaining that once he enters, he cannot leave until the boss is defeated. He acknowledges the challenge, ready to face whatever lies ahead. As he ventures deeper, the air grows heavy, and a colossal, skull-like object with glowing eyes emerges from the gloom. A gasp escapes him as he takes in the sheer scale of the creature, its form stretching far beyond his immediate view. He realizes the creature is easily many times the size of the middle boss from the previous floor, a truly overwhelming presence. The monster's armored leg alone is gargantuan, covered in thick, reddish-brown fur and heavy plating. He stares up at the immense limb, wondering if it's even alive. Then, he notices the creature's head, resting peacefully, realizing with a jolt that the massive beast is merely sleeping. He considers the monster before him, a named boss, and knows that if he doesn't use his ultimate move now, it might be too late. Gripping his sword tightly, he prepares for the inevitable confrontation. As the system announces the start of Phase 2 and the Reaper's Chalice, the monster's massive eye slowly cracks open. With a guttural growl, the beast fully awakens, its face contorted in a terrifying roar. The sheer force of its roar sends tremors through the dungeon. Despite the overwhelming presence, which makes him tremble, he lunges forward, his sword flashing as he strikes the colossal creature. He steadies his grip, acknowledging the immense power of his opponent, and prepares for his next move. A powerful impact shakes the very ground beneath them. The monster recoils, its roar now laced with pain and fury, as it absorbs the force of the attack. The colossal monster lets out a guttural sound, preparing to retaliate. It stares, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, his vision blurs, a strange drowsiness washing over him, making him question the sudden onset of fatigue, desperately trying to keep his eyes open. Frustration mounts as he realizes the dire timing, unable to believe he is succumbing to sleep with the boss right in front of him. A system message flashes, confirming the activation of Thanatos' narcolepsy, God, a skill that will force him to sleep soon, even if he attempts to log out. The battle ends abruptly as Lee Hyun-sung collapses, the skill forcing him into an inescapable slumber. The skill known as Thanatos' narcolepsy has activated, forcing him into an inescapable sleep state. A sudden, overwhelming drowsiness washes over Lee Hyun-sung, sending him tumbling through a shimmering, blue-tinged void. Sometime later, he stretches languidly in an office chair, the forced rest seemingly having done him good. A colleague remarks on the skill's effectiveness, calling it perfect and a badass skill despite its nature. Hyun-sung, with a relaxed smile, agrees with the sentiment, asking what could possibly be wrong. Later, on a phone call, he expresses confusion about the skill, questioning why a god's ability would simply force a player to sleep. His colleague, listening intently, reacts with a sudden realization, a look of surprise crossing his face. The man's surprise deepens as he considers the implications, muttering about what Hyun-sung should now be capable of. He looks down, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as if amused by the conversation. His colleague, looking up from his screen, expresses confusion, wondering if the reason for the previous discussion was a perceived act of cheating. He continues, explaining that if Hyun-sung truly was the best in his class, other players wouldn't have been able to clear the second phase of the game so easily. Hyun-sung simply laughs, a confident smile spreading across his face, assuring his colleague that he would soon understand, leaving the other man utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a monstrous, red-eyed creature in a game world, as Hyun-sung's voice echoes, declaring that it seems fate has not abandoned him yet. Back in the office, Hyun-sung sits before his screen, his gaze fixed on the unfolding events within the game. Within the game, his avatar moves with swift precision, a glowing blue blade cutting through the air with a powerful whoosh. 20 minutes later, a new, ominous gateway, adorned with skulls and bones, stands before him in the game world, hinting at the next challenge. Standing over the defeated form of Karak, the one who had lost his wisdom, the avatar of Lee Hyun-sung claimed victory in the game. Back in the office, a murmur of surprise rippled through his colleagues, as one exclaimed, "That's amazing." Another colleague, however, couldn't help but think about his section chief's constant gaming, wondering if he ever actually worked, despite his position. Unaware of their thoughts, Lee Hyun-sung leaned back, a smug satisfaction on his face, acknowledging his own impressive feat. However, his expression shifted slightly, a hint of curiosity replacing his earlier pride. A soft, questioning sound escaped him, as he noticed something unusual. He leaned closer to his screen, murmuring, What's going on?" His eyes widened at the sight of a massive influx of gold, a sudden, unexpected reward flooding his game interface. His in-game avatar lies prone on the ground, a soft groan escaping him as a mountain of gold coins glitters around his unconscious form. Meanwhile, in the real world, he remains fast asleep, prompting a colleague to wonder, is he sleeping? Another voice adds, observing the game screen, he's not collecting the gold. Yeah, they should disappear pretty soon. But Hyun-sung, now awake and looking quite annoyed, exclaims, "Ha ha ha, this is what I was talking about." A broad smile spreads across his face as he declares, that makes me feel better." His eyes gleam with understanding as he thinks about the consolidation-only battle, a unique game mechanic where, once the enemy is defeated, the user is sent back to sleep, and upon clearing a hidden dungeon, the dungeon resets, sending the user back to the nearest village. This realization leads him to a crucial question. That means the items won't disappear once you defeat the boss. A sigh escapes him as he processes the implications of his discovery, finding it all rather unfortunate. His hand clenches tightly, a physical manifestation of his inner turmoil. He stares down, lost in thought, the weight of the situation pressing upon him. Sitting on his bed, he reflects on the consolidation-only battle and the forced sleep, a mechanic that seems both inconvenient and strangely beneficial. He acknowledges the difficulty of the situation, but a flicker of determination crosses his face. A small smile forms as he decides to maintain a positive outlook, seeing the potential advantages in his unique predicament. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by the insistent ringing of his phone, pulling him back to reality. The screen illuminates, displaying an incoming call from Jae-won. Later, he holds a piece of ice, perhaps to soothe a headache or prepare for what comes next. Considering the implications of Thananos' narcolepsy, a passive skill that promised to raise his status simply by sleeping, Lee Hyun-sung found the prospect awesome. As he sat across from Jang Jae-won, a friend from middle school he remained close with to this day, who began the conversation by stating he had been quite busy. Jae-won then revealed that he was now an owner. Hyun-sung, perhaps still processing the game's new mechanics, urged his friend to simply believe in the game, before questioning if Jae-won was now making advertisements or involved in something strange. Jae-won clarified that he hadn't started doing those things first, explaining that he was editing and uploading videos, among other tasks. Hyun-sung pressed further, specifically asking about videos concerning idea. With a slight TSK of annoyance, Jae-won acknowledged the truth. He elaborated that since the item idea was so intertwined with real life, people were living and breathing it, and its influence continued to spread globally. Despite the growing integration, Hyun-sung firmly stated that the game was still just a game. Hyun-sung listens as Jae-won explains that many management companies are now outsourcing their video editing to smaller firms, which is why even a small company like his can produce a quality product. He continues, adding that there's a growing trend of players collaborating with good mechanics to create more refined content. Jae-won then mentions that it's becoming increasingly common for players to be contracted for their videos, which Hyun-sung finds surprising. Hyun-sung, processing the information, realizes that his friend must be quite busy with all these developments, to which Jae-won simply laughs, confirming his assessment. Jae-won then asks if Hyun-sung knows how many players are currently under contract. Hyun-sung admits he doesn't, but then wonders if there are any players from his own guild who have been contracted. Jae-won, with a knowing look, tells him that he wouldn't believe the numbers, before asking about Hyun-sung's own plans. Hyun-sung responds that he knows his friend too well, implying he suspects Jae-won has a grander scheme in mind. The conversation continues, centered around the game idea. Jang Jae-won, now wearing glasses, continues to speak with Lee Hyun-sung, explaining his ambition to earn money through idea. Hyun-sung then asks if he had always played the game, prompting a moment of thoughtful silence from Jae-won. A realization seems to dawn on him. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung, adjusting his cap, casually inquires about the class Jae-won chose in idea. Jae-won responds with a knowing smile, suggesting Hyun-sung already knows the answer. His eyes hold a hint of amusement. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. Later, the two are seated at a cafe table, Jae-won taking a loud slurp from his drink. Hyun-sung, across from him, taps his fingers rhythmically on the table, deep in thought. He looks at his companion, a question hanging in the air about his current level. Lee Hyun-sung, caught off guard, responds with uncertainty, estimating his level to be around 30. A look of disbelief crosses his face as he questions the rapid progression, reminded that only a single day has passed in real time. Meanwhile, a different man, observing the conversation, muses on the passage of time, wondering if it's been closer to 8 hours. Now seated at a cafe, Jang Jae-won leans forward with a sudden proposal, suggesting they make videos together. Hyun-sung recoils slightly, confused by the unexpected offer, asking why he would be involved. Jae-won, with a knowing look, reveals his surprising knowledge of Hyun-sung's past, mentioning offers to become a professional gamer and his excellent academic record. He holds up a small, glowing object, the number 10,000 foot appearing beside it. Hyun-sung's eyes widen, his expression a mix of surprise and dawning intrigue. Jang Jae-won continues to explain his plan, mentioning a YouTuber he once worked with who possessed exceptional mechanics, and that he made a significant amount of money. The revelation hangs in the air, a staggering sum of 100,000 a month, leaving Lee Hyun-sung visibly stunned. His surprise quickly morphs into eager determination as he asks, The contract? Where do I need to sign? A steaming bowl of hearty stew, filled with tender meat and vegetables, sits invitingly on a wooden table. As Lee Hyun-sung gestures with a hand, he asks if there's anything else he needs to do to get things moving. His companion, Jang Jae-won, assures him that everything is fine, adding that he doesn't need to worry about anything else. Jae-won then explains that he's already handled the necessary paperwork and management, leaving Hyun-sung to simply respond with a thoughtful, "What?" Hyun-sung, still processing, remarks that Jae-won is simply too good at this, before Jae-won clarifies that he's not just good, but that he's been doing this kind of work for a long time. He then adds that if he had known Hyun-sung would be so easy to work with, he would have tried to recruit him sooner. Hyun-sung, with a slight smile, responds that this is precisely why he asked Jae-won, admitting he doesn't know much about managing things and thought Jae-won would be great at it. Jae-won then proposes splitting the profits 5 to 5, asking how that sounds to Hyun-sung. Lee Hyun-sung listens intently as Jae-hwan continues, his thoughts drifting to the burden of paying off Hyuna's hospital bills. He then asks, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Do you want me to forget about this? Ah, this and that are. Jae-hwan, however, remains firm, stating, 5 to 5 exactly. If you say you want to work with me to make money. The words resonate deeply with Hyun-sung, who thinks to himself, to that, when I said I'd help you, I meant I'd help you earn that, and yet. A memory flashes through Jae-hwan's mind, a quiet confession of trust. He was the only one I could trust, my only friend. Returning to the present, he continues, if it wasn't for you, don't get some food. Hyun-sung, now smiling, readily agrees. Second round? Of course, yeah. Jae-hwan, with a slight smirk, responds, you think I'm not the type to forgive? I'll give it. Soon after, a delicious spread of food appears before them, a perfect end to their discussion, as one of them remarks, ah, this is the best. Lee Hyun-sung, now alone, kneels before a large, glowing screen, his gaze fixed on its surface as he mutters, let's see. He plugs a USB drive into a port, wondering aloud, is this where I plug in the USB and see the different footage? A menu appears on the screen, displaying options like My Account and Save, prompting a soft, surprised sound from him as he notices the Copy Footage option. Oh. With a decisive tap, he selects Copy Footage. The screen then fills with a list of dungeon names, Acid Slime, Red Orc Soldier, Red Orc Shaman, Red Orc Village, and a system message appears, confirming that for a first-time user, the hidden dungeon, Orc Tomb, should be manageable. His expression shifts to one of thoughtful surprise as he notices another detail, murmuring, additional options. Still exploring the system's depths, he murmurs, realizing its deeper functionalities. He prepares a message, attaching footage of the hidden dungeon, Orc Tomb for Jae-hwan. With a decisive click, the data is transmitted. Elsewhere, a quiet house stands illuminated against the night. Inside, Jae-hwan, having just finished his routine, hears his phone chime. He glances at the screen, noting the sender and acknowledging his diligence. Back at his own desk, Hyun-sung settles in, ready to examine new information on his computer. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening in surprise as he processes the implications. He muses on the intriguing discovery of a mask, finding it quite interesting. On a screen, a lone figure tears through a horde of monstrous humanoids, their movements a blur of devastating power, prompting an unseen observer to exclaim, oh, he's destroying them. The figure continues their relentless assault, each strike radiating with incredible force, eliciting an amazed whisper from the viewer. Amazing, the monstrous forms recoil and fall before the onslaught, their elite status seemingly meaningless against such power, as the observer notes with a hint of disbelief. They look like elite monsters, the battle rages on, a whirlwind of impacts and falling foes. Another monster is sent flying, its body twisting midair from the force of the blow, making the viewer question, is it possible? The figure stands victorious over the last defeated foe, a sense of finality settling over the scene, and the observer declares with satisfaction, I don't need to edit this. There's nothing useless. A moment of quiet reflection follows, the observer's thoughts turning inward as they admit. I can't. Jang Jae-hwan, seated at his desk, leans forward, his eyes glued to the screen displaying the footage, deciding aloud. I'll look at this later and watch him fight the boss, first. A wide, excited grin spreads across his face as he anticipates the next part of the recording, eager to witness the ultimate confrontation. He watches as Hyun-sung engages a massive, red-furred beast, sword drawn and ready for battle. A sudden gasp escapes him, as he questions why the fighter appears to be sleeping mid-combat. Indeed, Hyun-sung is seen kneeling, seemingly in a deep slumber, even as the monster looms nearby. But then, the figure stands, now wearing a dark mask, surrounded by shimmering particles, prompting Jae-hwan to note something profoundly different about his approach. He observes the precise, almost fluid movements of the masked fighter, who then strikes the monster's armored leg with a blade glowing with purple energy. Jae-hwan's eyes widen as Hyun-sung's own eyes glow a fierce red beneath the mask, realizing this is a completely new style. The strike is undeniably precise, even if the initial impact seems to lack the usual force. Observing the footage, Jang Jae-hwan notes that Lee Hyun-sung had once fought like a wild hunter against the middle boss. But now, he moves with such calculated and precise movements, effortlessly dealing with the threat. It's like watching a knight in action, a completely different personality emerging in combat. While the wild hunter style was undeniably cool, this new knight style is truly amazing. Jae-hwan ponders the implications, wondering what would happen if a hunter were to face a knight as an opponent. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise as the monster on screen enters its second phase. The monstrous creature recoils, its face contorted in a grimace of pain and shock. A devastating blow lands, sending crimson splatters across the screen. The monster's body begins to crack and crumble, its form breaking apart from the sheer force of the attack. He feels a chilling presence emanating from the scene. As the monster recoils from Hyun-sung's relentless assault, leaving him to wonder if it's stunned. Suddenly, a powerful skill activates, Reaper's Chain. Dark, spectral chains erupt from Hyun-sung's form, coiling tightly around him, before lashing out with incredible speed. They wrap around the monstrous creature, binding it securely. The beast thrashes violently against its new, inescapable bonds. A guttural roar of pure fury escaping its maw. Its fangs are bared, dripping with primal rage. Still bound by the Reaper's chain, the monster thrashes violently, crimson energy flaring around its masked form. A desperate, guttural cry escapes it, yet the unseen chains hold firm. It continues to struggle, its movements tearing at the air with sharp, grating sounds. A clawed hand strains against the invisible force, the creature's frustration evident. Its mouth opens wide in a silent, enraged roar, revealing jagged teeth. From a distance, Jaehwan watches, his eyes glowing faintly yellow, a soft exclamation escaping him. His expression shifts to one of utter disbelief, acknowledging the sheer power on display. A system window appears, detailing a new passive skill, Thananos' Narcolepsy, God, at max level. The description explains that despite its name, this skill allows its user to perform hypnosis and sleep at any time, making it difficult for subordinates. It activates randomly every 24 hours, granting special skills as long as the user remains asleep, and continuously increases status every hour while sleeping. A forced logout occurs if the user is connected to the game for over 12 hours, but the thought of gaining power simply by sleeping brings a surge of excitement. Suddenly, a phone rings, and a hand reaches out, accepting an incoming call. On the other end, Jaehwan's voice is frantic, demanding to know how he managed such an impossible feat. He insists that no human could achieve what he did, especially with the boss kill, which felt like a binding skill. His voice rises in pitch, desperate for an answer. Lee Hyun-sung, still in bed, can only manage a bewildered, confused sound. Jaehwan's voice cuts through again, asking if he's listening, to which Hyun-sung replies, acknowledging the call but noting the harsh tone. He then inquires about the boss's reaction, wondering what the creature had said. A close-up reveals Hyun-sung's utterly shocked expression, his eyes wide with disbelief. Jaehwan continues, explaining that the boss had praised him, claiming it had never seen better, even comparing him to the #1 ranker who uploads videos. He questions Hyun-sung's disbelief, asking why he's acting as if it isn't true. Hyun-sung can only utter a drawn-out, before Jaehwan cuts him off, demanding he upload the video of the boss fight, calling him a lazy bum. Lee Hyun-sung confirms he will upload the video as soon as possible, though he laments that he and his employees will be working overtime to get it done. His caller, Jaehwan, urges him to take his time, reminding him of other commitments. Hyun-sung, however, dismisses the concern, declaring that he doesn't think he'll need to work on anything else because of this new development. He reassures Jaehwan not to worry about the video, promising to upload it upon his return and notify him. With a final alright and a wish of good luck, Hyun-sung ends the call, sitting before his computer. Meanwhile, Jaehwan's thoughts race, wondering if he should be the one to upload the amazing clip, and musing that simply having such fortune to themselves feels like too much. Looking at his phone, a determined smile spreads across Hyun-sung's face as he resolves, if I'm going to make this footage, I'll have to study more. Later, a meal is finished, and a voice expresses gratitude for the food. Jang Jaehwan finds himself in a domestic setting, engaged in a conversation with a woman in a wheelchair who presses him for details about his in-game status, asking if he can at least reveal his level. He deflects her questions, explaining that revealing his class would inevitably lead to her guessing his level and then his rank, before she asks if he's at least level 100. He apologetically replies that if he had anything significant to share, he wouldn't have quit his job, a response she seems to accept. The woman then muses to herself that he should at least be of mystic rank. Turning back to him, she suggests that her brother and Appa should play together, believing they could easily form a party, adding that even with Genoa's help, a unique rank is still necessary. With a playful wink, Jaehwan asks her directly about her own level. She responds, estimating her level to be around 50, and asks why he's curious. Her eyes widen in surprise as she realizes the disparity, exclaiming that if she's level 50 and he's still level 1, it can't be a good sign for him. She recalls him mentioning having 2 classes at level 1, which he confirms. He wakes with a jolt, a system message about a new passive skill, Thanatos' Narcolepsy, echoing in his mind. His status would rise just by sleeping, but the implications of such a powerful, uncontrollable ability leave him utterly bewildered. Still processing the bizarre revelation, he wonders if he's truly awake, or if the skill has already begun to affect him. He tries to shake off the lingering grogginess, contemplating whether to simply go back to sleep and see what happens. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts around him, pulling him from his thoughts with an audible gasp. His eyes widen in pure astonishment, the unexpected phenomenon leaving him speechless. As the light subsides, he finds himself standing in a bustling city street, a colossal, translucent blue screen towering before him, displaying an overwhelming amount of text. He can only exclaim his anticipation, believing this sudden turn of events must mean he's about to become incredibly wealthy. With a confident grin, he summons his personal inventory window, eager to examine the spoils from his recent boss defeat. His gaze sweeps over the displayed items, a hopeful curiosity in his expression as he wonders what valuable treasures he might have acquired. A moment of quiet contemplation passes, his initial excitement giving way to a thoughtful pause as he processes the information. Still holding the glowing inventory screen, He stands amidst the city's activity, deep in thought about his new discoveries. He stares, eyes wide with disbelief. As the system message confirms his suspicion, there's nothing left. Suddenly, he finds himself standing on a city street, surrounded by floating blue system windows, each one detailing his newly increased stats, his strength, magic, and intelligence all significantly boosted. A thoughtful expression crosses his face, processing the sudden changes. But his contemplation is cut short by another jarring system alert, informing him that because he cleared the hidden dungeon, it has reverted to normal, and he was transported to the nearest town, leaving him utterly shocked. He kneels, opening his inventory with a thought, realizing he was in a village when he logged in, and now the system confirms he defeated the enemy, deactivating Thanatos' Synnabulism. A worried frown creases his brow as he wonders if he missed out on all the items, then calls up his status window. As he scans the information, a new detail catches his eye. There's a new skill. A new system message appears, detailing the active skill, Thanatos' Nocturne, God, a beginner-level ability. The description explains that Thanatos, though a god of death and sleep, could use hypnosis, causing those who heard his song to be surrounded by silence and death. Each successful attack grants a stack, up to 100, and activating the skill deals 100% damage per stack to all enemies within the Nocturne, without consuming any mana. The message concludes that no experience is gained from enemies killed by this skill, and it has a 1-hour cooldown. Jaewon's face lights up, realizing that a skill with no mana cost and a short cooldown is truly god tier. A wide smile spreads across his face, but then a thought crosses his mind. The valuable items exclusively found in hidden dungeons might have been lost. His expression shifts to one of deep regret, the potential loss weighing heavily on him. Suddenly, a distant impact echoes, a stone structure visibly cracking under an unseen force. Another impact follows, as a voice exclaims, "Wow, I didn't even ask for money yet." While another wonders, did he figure it out after seeing us? The ground trembles violently, a tattered red flag with a skull emblem shaking ominously. Cracks spiderweb across the earth, glowing with an eerie green light, as distant screams of terror fill the air. Red particles burst from the ground, signaling the complete destruction of a secret passage, leaving Jang Jae-hwan to stare in disbelief as it's truly gone. He looks down at the intricate, now shattered, magical array, confirming the secret passage is no more. A wry smile touches his lips, a hint of dark humor in his voice as he mutters, "Ha ha ha, I'm so glad I have good luck." As he walks away from the devastation, two other figures nearby express their own relief, one unable to stop laughing at their escape, while the other suggests they simply forget about it and run, a sentiment quickly agreed upon. Jae-hwan tries to maintain a positive outlook, reminding himself, "At least, I didn't die there. Let's stay positive." He rationalizes the loss, knowing that if he had died, he wouldn't be able to log in for 24 hours, concluding that he shouldn't be upset about lost items, but instead, he'll just die during the fight. Later, in a bustling market, a soft chime sounds as he opens a translucent blue system window, browsing its contents. With a confident smile, holding a glowing orb, he decides, since I increased my luck, I should try Eurus's failed product 1. Having decided to test his luck, he considers the item, Eurus's failed product 1, which, despite its ominous name, promises to double weapon attack and decrease MP cost by 30% when equipped to his sword, provided the user meets the high stat requirements. He wonders aloud if he should simply equip it to his sword, thinking that his status will rise just by sleeping, which is awesome. As he does, a sudden, vibrant green glow erupts from the item, causing him to exclaim in surprise. The green energy coalesces, forming a glowing orb now visibly attached to his sword. He observes the transformation, pleased with the result. The sword hums with a faint, continuous green light, signifying its new power. With his weapon enhanced, he opens a system window, searching for a suitable challenge. His thoughts clear, the only thing left to do is hunt. He quickly finds a hunting ground for levels 70 to 90. A determined expression settles on his face, ready for the next challenge. Jang Jae-hwan considers the name Reina, finding it reminiscent of a superior genetic code. With a decisive tear of a scroll, he resolves to head to that location. Arriving in a bustling city square, he notices a vendor's call, offering to buy any item. He attempts to inquire if anyone can sell him a scroll, frustrated that he cannot simply create a transaction scroll himself. The plaza teems with activity, with shouts of people seeking parties for dungeons and wilderness hunts, while others loudly advertise their wares, from weapons and armor to consumables and escape tools. This is Reina City Central Plaza, a hub of constant player interaction. Observing the sheer number of individuals, he expresses surprise, having expected a high-level area to be far less populated. As he watches players desperately requesting teleportation scrolls and aid, he hopes to find some who are actually heading into the dungeons. He considers the implications of his new passive skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, which promises to raise his status simply by sleeping. His gaze sweeps across the vast sky, searching for the entrance to the level 80 dungeon he'd come for, only to be met with a stark system message: you cannot enter. The Cave of Leekin requires a party of at least 5 people. Around him, the plaza bustles with activity, merchants hawking their wares, eager to buy any items, even low-grade equipment. Amidst the chaos, desperate cries echo from those unable to leave without a transportation scroll, warning others against potential swindlers. Frustration mounting, he raises his voice above the din, calling out for party members. His plea echoes through the crowded square, seeking companions for the cave of Leekin. His frustration finally boiling over, he lets out a desperate, echoing cry. Footsteps echo softly on the paved street. As Alrina, a support guild member, muses aloud that this situation has become quite problematic. She considers the options, noting that her own mana signature is distinct from a novice's, but 2 people alone simply aren't enough for the task at hand. After all, with all the nearby dungeons already cleared, the lack of available challenges is becoming a real issue. She knows no one would willingly venture into Leekin's cave, leaving her to ponder if they should recruit a novice and simply carry them through. Her gaze sharpens, catching sight of a recruitment poster advertising for people willing to go to Leekin's cave. A moment of disbelief washes over her, wondering if she heard that correctly. She approaches the board, confirming her initial thought. No high-level or low-level guild members are interested. Nobody wants to go to Leekin's cave, despite the desperate call for adventurers. A sudden exclamation escapes her as she spots a figure in the distance. The man seems to be another player, one who has become a low-level alt, judging by his simple clothing and distressed reaction. She recalls the common knowledge that high-level players often raise alts by practicing control, and a wave of relief washes over her, noting that there don't seem to be any loose ends with him. As he approaches, the man asks directly, wondering if she is, by any chance, looking for party members for Leekin's cave. Startled by his quick perception, she gasps, asking how he knew her intentions. He clarifies that he's not looking for a party, but rather companions, suggesting they go to where his own companions are, before she introduces herself as Rina. With a bright smile, she introduces herself as Hyunsung. As they walk together, Hyunsung explains that his sisters and he are looking for a player to help clear Leekin's cave, and when Rina asks how long he's been playing, he casually replies, not very long. Lee Hyunsung apologizes, feeling he may have asked something rude. However, Rina quickly reassures him, stating that his question was not rude at all. He then explains his long-standing plan to hunt in Leekin's cave, a dungeon known for its 3-person party requirement, which made finding companions difficult. Rina processes this information, realizing that he is not a high-level player, which she finds to be a perfect match for her own needs. Hyunsung then formally asks her, inquiring if she would like to hunt with him in the low-level dungeon. With a bright smile, she readily agrees, only asking if he is truly comfortable with the arrangement. Relief washes over him as he confirms his comfort, explaining that his own low level and the need to worry about his companions made him hesitant, prompting another apology. He then muses aloud, wondering if his companions will be accepted by her. As a powerful figure with fiery hair and armor is briefly envisioned, he considers that one of his companions, Yejin, is a dual blade class, which might be a factor. Even if they move too quickly, the monster's mana would be overwhelming, which wasn't ideal, but he decided to use this opportunity to train his impatience, especially with Yejin, the dual blade, in mind. As Hyunsung and Rina arrived, Jaehwan greeted them, noting their punctuality, while Hyunsung mentioned receiving a call from his younger sibling. Meanwhile, a message from Son popped up, asking if her companion had been found, apologizing for the urgency, and confirming the last sighting was near the cave entrance. Rina then suggested they get going, but Hyunsung paused, offering to buy a drink for his companion, to which she readily agreed, saying she would wait at the rest area. He confirmed his intention, and she reiterated her plan to wait at the designated rest area, thanking him for his consideration. With a final wave, she announced she would be back shortly. As she departed, a system notification confirmed that her affection for him had increased. As Hyunsung led the way, a thought crossed Rina's mind, wondering if he was considering meeting someone else before their dungeon run. Meanwhile, Hyunsung considered the new sword he had acquired, a rather expensive purchase, yet a necessary one for the dungeons ahead. Its rare quality and special ability to deal double damage against specific monsters, Product L, made him confident it would be effective even against the creatures in Leekin's cave. Confirming their destination, he informed Rina that the person they were meeting was waiting in a nearby cafe. Soon, they arrived at the establishment, marked by a distinctive sign for Xantippe coffee. A pleasant aroma of coffee wafted through the air as Hyunsung took in the surroundings. Observing the individual they were there to meet, he noted her youthful appearance, even remarking that she seemed similar to, or perhaps even younger than, Rina. Ultimately, he concluded that age was irrelevant, as anyone attempting Leekin's cave would need to possess considerable strength regardless. Hyunsung considers Rina's extensive knowledge of the area, concluding that she must be an experienced player, perhaps an alt character. Turning to the quiet girl, he formally introduces himself, stating his name is Hyunsung and that he'll be in her care. The siren, however, remains a quiet type, offering little in response. She simply sips her drink. As the 3 settle into their conversation about Leekin's cave, with Hyunsung SSI confirming his intention to stay and run dungeons with them. Rina expresses her approval, finding the arrangement agreeable. Rina then voices a concern, mentioning their low level and suggesting they might just stand by, but Son quickly counters, pointing out that they won't be able to enter if they don't engage in combat. Hyunsung, internally, feels a surge of pride, reminding himself that he's already level 20 and certainly not a low-level player, despite his companion's assumptions. He observes Son's intense desire to progress, while she, in turn, asks him to speak a little softer, internally questioning why she should even bother. Alrina, watching the exchange, recalls that Son and her sister are related, noting their visual resemblance but starkly contrasting personalities. Lee Hyun-sung, with a warm smile, extends an invitation to the two women, asking if they would like to join his party. He confirms his intention to invite them, and Alrina, with Siren beside her, readily agrees, eager to proceed quickly. A system notification then appears, announcing the formation of the first party and asking Alrina to accept the invitation. As the notification processes, Alrina and Siren both turn their gazes toward Hyunsung, awaiting the next step. Another system message confirms that LV-35 Hyunsung Nim has entered the party, causing the man to look up in surprise as his level is unexpectedly revealed. Both Alrina and Siren react with wide-eyed astonishment, one questioning if his level is truly 35, while the other playfully warns him not to claim it's low. Hyunsung, caught off guard by their reactions, lets out a hearty laugh, a mix of amusement and slight embarrassment. His speed, they realize, was far beyond what a typical level 35's reaction time should allow. Alrina, her expression thoughtful, concludes that his exceptional agility must stem from a speed-based class. Alrina's mind raced, connecting the dots. Stats like his, combined with such a high level, could only mean his class rank was exceptionally high, and he hadn't expected his true power to be revealed. A nervous laugh escaped him, as Siren exclaimed, "Heroes at level 35? Alrina quickly countered, explaining that a warrior couldn't move with such speed, requiring a speed-based class comparable to her own. Her eyes widened in realization, as she concluded that his other stats simply didn't align with a speed-based class, yet his movements proved otherwise. Both women stared at him in disbelief, a single word echoing their astonishment. Legendary. Alrina turned to Siren, her voice laced with concern, asking what they should do next. Siren's expression remained troubled, her brow furrowed in thought. Meanwhile, Lee Hyunsung sat alone, reflecting on the situation, thinking it was embarrassing that he couldn't hide his level, and wondering if he was stuck with these people, or if he should try to get rid of them. After a moment, he broke the silence, declaring that he thought it was fine. A confident smile spread across his face, as he reasoned that since they were heading to the dungeon, it was actually a good deal for him. He considers his newly revealed ability, thinking it's better to use it than to let it go to waste. Meanwhile, Alrina asks if he's going to film, and Siren adds that he's free to do so. He confirms, explaining that since he's just started, his footage is still being edited. A slight smile plays on his lips, finding the idea of filming his dungeon entry appealing. He then suggests they depart, ready to move forward. He asks if they weren't planning to leave immediately. Alrina, engrossed in a board game with Siren and him, clears her throat, stating it hasn't been long since she started playing. Siren and Alrina exchange a look, with Siren commenting that he seems eager to go. He then asks Alrina if this is her first time hunting in a party. Alrina explains that they usually receive a briefing on dungeon monsters and gimmicks before an expedition, suggesting this conversation serves a similar purpose, while Siren adds that they had intended to explain it once he seemed less eager to depart, but he appeared to already be set on leaving. Acknowledging their words, Lee Hyunsung then muses on the purpose of playing a game if one is simply going to follow a clear strategy. Alrina simply agrees. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth across the verdant mountain peaks, until a foreboding cave entrance, marked 10 Days Cave, appeared before them. Lee Hyunsung turned to his companions, his voice firm as he asked, "We're here. Is everyone ready?" A collective affirmation met his question, the group standing poised at the glowing threshold of the dungeon. But Alrina, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity, suggested, "Why don't you go first, Hyunsung Nim?" Her face then shifted to one of exasperation, realizing the implications of her own words. That was the one thing you should never say during party play. Zhang Jaehwan, stepping forward with a reassuring smile, clarified the situation. "We should at least let him show us how he plays, and we'll help him out if he's about to fall. Don't worry." Suddenly, Hyunsung found himself on the ground, overwhelmed by shadowy figures, as a voice echoed that this was a tutorial scene for newbies, designed to be cleared alone, where the monsters couldn't be damaged, demanding careful navigation. Alrina looks at Jaehwan, a hint of exasperation in her voice, wondering how he could suggest such a thing. He simply shrugs, finding his reasoning quite rational, and asks what she thinks is wrong with it. After a moment, she concedes, a soft okay escaping her lips. Still, a flicker of concern crosses her face as she admits it's true that his level is low, but he reassures her that he'll be fine, even if he's a rookie. She can only offer a hesitant agreement, her voice trailing off with an unspoken but. With a final nod, she tells him to head inside first, watching as Lee Hyunsung steps into the dark maw of the cave. As he ventures deeper, a shimmering portal appears before him, and a system message confirms his entry into the dungeon, Leekin's Cave. Immediately, 2 more system alerts flash, announcing that the monsters have awakened due to their long starvation, and that he will gain 50% more experience points for 5 days in game time, prompting Hyunsung to exclaim with delight, "An over phenomenon. Nice." Inside the dungeon, a system interface materializes before him, displaying a filming option with a first-person point of view. His finger taps the mask button, activating a brush-on feature. A virtual mask forms over his face, leaving him with a slightly bewildered expression. Behind him, Alrina questions his choice, asking why he's wearing a mask and leaving them aside, while Siren simply observes the theme of his new appearance. Suddenly, a massive, clawed foot slams onto the cavern floor, a guttural growl echoing through the space. All three of them recoil in shock, their eyes wide with surprise at the monster's sudden appearance. Without hesitation, he declares it a mere warm-up, leaping from the ledge and plummeting towards the creature below. He closes the distance, engaging the monster in the swirling darkness of the dungeon. A monstrous humanoid lets out a guttural growl, its presence filling the dungeon with raw menace. Its clawed hand flexes, a clear sign of its readiness to attack. But he simply smirks behind his mask, finding the challenge exhilarating. A humanoid type, this will be fun. His gaze locks onto the monster's foot, calculating its next move. Then he explodes forward, a surge of blue lightning accompanying a devastating kick that sends the creature reeling. He lands lightly, already prepared for the next exchange. From above, Alrina and Siren watch, stunned by the sheer speed of his attack. Without even unsheathing his sword, Alrina, her brow furrowed, wonders aloud, won't he die at this rate? The monster's face contorts in pain, a testament to the force of the blow. He lands another devastating blow, a surge of purple lightning crackling around his fist as it connects with the monster's arm. From a distance, Alrina and Siren watch, their expressions a mix of shock and awe, as the sheer power of the attack sends ripples through the air. The monster is thrown backward with immense force, tumbling through the air before crashing hard onto the dungeon floor, leaving only an hour until the big boss's appearance. Observing the impact, he realizes that he can still inflict critical damage even without striking its vital points. A thought flashes through his mind, confirming that this creature possesses a nightmare stack ability. The monster, now glowing with a malevolent purple aura, glares back, its red eyes burning with renewed fury. Undaunted, he prepares another strike, activating a skill known as Thananos' Nocturne. The monster takes the full force of the blow, its body recoiling once more, purple energy radiating from the point of impact. Alrina and Siren gasp, their faces reflecting the escalating intensity of the battle. A sudden surge of dark, crackling energy erupts, striking the monster with immense force. The creature lets out a pained gasp, its red eyes glowing fiercely as the purple energy engulfs its head. Hyunsung continues his relentless assault, his blows connecting with brutal efficiency. Another powerful strike sends the monster reeling, its form racked with pain. The purple energy intensifies around its head, signaling the final moments of its struggle. Its face contorts in agony, as the destructive power consumes it. A final, explosive impact erupts, splattering blood as the monster's red eyes dim. A system message confirms the victory. The human corrupted to a wolf has been defeated, and a reward of 1 DP is gained through Thananos' dream. Standing amidst the bloody aftermath, Hyunsung breathes heavily, the exhaustion of battle finally settling upon him. A new system message appears, detailing a passive skill, Thananos' narcolepsy, now at maximum level. It explains that despite being a god of death, Thananos was known for his hypnotic abilities and constant sleep, which made things difficult for his subordinates. The skill activates randomly once every 24 hours, causing the user to fall asleep until forced to log out, even if they leave the game capsule, with their character continuing to sleep in-game. During this deep sleep, status increases randomly every hour, and the user can earn DP, though a forced logout occurs if connected for over 12 hours. Processing the information, Lee Hyunsung's eyes widen slightly, a grin spreading across his face as he realizes his status will now rise simply by sleeping. Meanwhile, Alrina, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief, whispers to herself, wondering if such a thing is truly possible. Her gaze fixed on something unseen, she recalls the very first movement she witnessed. Even after witnessing it firsthand, she finds it too precise and flawless to fully comprehend. Despite the skill or attack success depending on user control, she resolves to recruit him to the Hero Guild. From a shadowed perch, Agni, his face obscured by a dark mask, observes the reactions below, musing that people are starting to notice him, though he's not entirely sure why. He quickly corrects himself, realizing it's merely his deepest hypnotic skill at work, and they are only just waking up. A masked Lee Hyunsung considers the report of a monster on the loose, confirming his position at the front. Then, a voice cuts through the air, proposing they begin the hunt. The objective is clear. 3 lichens have appeared, marking the start of Ranker 15. Alrina, Zhang Jaehuan, Siren, and Agni sprint through the dark, cavernous depths, their forms blurring with speed. Without warning, Alrina lunges, her sword arcing directly towards the masked figure of Lee Hyunsung. The force of her attack sends him hurtling backward through the air. Alrina watches, surprised by his unexpected agility, realizing his speed surpasses even specialized classes, a testament to his inherently high stats. With a renewed surge of energy, she launches another attack, her form glowing brightly. Her strike connects with a monstrous lichen, which roars in pain as blue energy erupts from the impact. As the hunt continues, a lichen snarls, its fangs bared, its eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. A guttural roar escapes its throat, echoing through the cavernous space. But before it can fully unleash its fury, a masked figure descends from above, striking the creature with a swift, powerful blow. The attack is potent, activating a skill known as Thananos' narcolepsy, enveloping the target in crackling blue energy. The impact resonates with a thunderous crash, leaving the lichen reeling, stunned, and in agony for a full 3 seconds, its pained whimper barely audible. Without hesitation, the masked fighter pivots, his blade a blur as he engages multiple lichens, their forms swirling around him in a chaotic dance of death. His movements are impossibly swift, a testament to his exceptional speed. Another lichen cries out as it's struck by his relentless assault, the force of the blow sending it reeling. A lichen is sent careening through the air, blood spraying from the impact, as the masked fighter continues his relentless assault. The battle rages, a critical strike landing amidst the chaos, with multiple lichens swarming, but Hyunsung and Rina meet their aggression head-on. With a swift, focused movement, the masked fighter prepares his next devastating blow. Dark energy crackles as he unleashes Thananos' narcolepsy. The skill takes immediate effect, 2 lichens slumping to the ground, their forms enveloped in a hazy purple aura. Meanwhile, all Rina's blade flashes, her armored leg driving forward in a powerful strike. Her green eyes narrow with fierce resolve, focused entirely on the unfolding combat. Both Hyunsung and Rina move with incredible speed, a whirlwind of attacks against the relentless lichen horde. Amidst the crimson-tinged chaos, Hyunsung surveys the battlefield, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Lee Hyunsung unleashes a powerful, sweeping attack, blue energy crackling around his form. But before he can fully connect, a dark, swirling force erupts, sending him violently backward. He crashes to the ground, momentarily stunned, as all Rina, her sword glowing, fiercely defends him from the encroaching lichens. Her eyes widen in disbelief, a single thought echoing in her mind, that they hadn't been far apart, yet he had killed 3 before she could even reach him. The sheer power emanating from the scene was overwhelming. Siren turns to Jae-hwan, her voice laced with confusion, asking what had happened and where they were. He calmly informs her that they are here to move to the next location, prompting a surprised "huh?" from her. She stares at him, still processing his words, a faint pardon escaping her lips. Together, they look ahead, a sense of anticipation now settling over them. The air around them crackles with an unseen energy, swirling and shifting. A masked fighter, his dark skin contrasting with his white shirt, drops into a ready stance, his arm blades glinting. He knows there are still about 20 minutes left on Thananos' Nocturne's cooldown, leaving him to rely solely on his physical prowess. With a determined glint in his visible eye, he decides to test the limits of his body without the aid of his skills. He lunges forward, his arm blades carving through the air with a powerful, sweeping motion. The strike connects, sending a monstrous, ogre-like creature reeling back, blood spraying from the impact. He recoils in surprise, a thought flashing through his mind about the unexpected challenge of fighting these creatures alone, especially with their power of reflection proving to be a real nuisance. Yet, a grin forms beneath his mask, a silent admission that despite the difficulty, he finds this struggle exhilarating. He spins, delivering a powerful kick to one monster, even as another lunges from behind, its claws extended. Undaunted, he leaps into the air, his arm blades flashing as he meets the next foe head-on. As the masked fighter continues his intense battle, a sudden, unseen force strikes, sending shockwaves through the air. Before he can fully recover, a monstrous beast lunges, its razor-sharp claws tearing through the space where he stood moments before. Yet, with a flash of electric blue from his eye, he parries the attack with impossible speed, leaving the creature stunned. "You blocked?" It snarls in disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, the masked protagonist launches his own counterattack, a blur of motion with his blade. Even in immediate counterattack, the monster thinks, barely registering the speed. His strike finds its mark, a crimson spray erupting as the blade bites deep into the beast's hide. He presses his advantage, his sword arcing through the air, ready for another devastating blow. Moving with fluid grace, he shifts his weight, his movements a testament to his mastery of combat. The monster, now visibly wounded, snarls in agony, its face contorted in a grimace of pain and rage. Amidst the dissipating magical particles and debris, the masked fighter stands, a silent exclamation marking the end of the swift exchange. A new combatant arrives, her dual blades flashing with vibrant energy as she plunges into the fray. Her swift movements leave trails of glowing green and blue, a dazzling display of skill, and the masked protagonist watches, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He realizes he hadn't accounted for others, his thoughts momentarily distracted by the unexpected arrival. Meanwhile, one of the enemies, an injured man, collapses, lamenting the impossible speed of his attacker, a broken arm hanging uselessly at his side. A dark smile spreads across the masked protagonist's face, finding the chaos utterly enjoyable. He then plunges into his own fight, a crimson spray erupting from his target as he delivers a devastating blow. The powerful impact echoes through the space, signaling the end of another foe. Observing the fading energy trails, he muses on the nature of his own abilities and the truth he seeks. He then turns his attention to U-Number, still fighting in the distance, deciding against intervening, believing it would be rude to steal her moment of glory. The masked protagonist watches U-Number move with incredible speed, her dual blades a blur as she carves through her enemies. He notes her technique, using one arm as a shield while the other strikes swiftly, a fluid, efficient style that impresses him. The more he observes her graceful, visually striking combat, the more he appreciates her skill. A thought crosses his mind, wondering if he too should try wielding two swords, considering his own abilities. He muses that Thanatos' nightmare encompasses all weapon styles, making such an adaptation entirely possible. But then, he dismisses the idea, deciding there's no need to change his current, effective style. U-Number, having swiftly dispatched her foes, lets out a small huff, surprised it's already over. The masked protagonist confirms her victory, noting that he only managed one kill while she handled the rest. With her now present, he signals for them to continue. He drops into a cavernous space, a glowing ring marking the ground below, while U-Number looks up, ready to follow. Elsewhere, Siren and Jaehwan exchange worried glances, sensing a growing tension. Back with the masked fighter and U-Number, they stand before a massive, ornate shield, the only one said to have withstood a Titan's assault. U-Number stands with her companions, a diverse group of adventurers, ready for whatever lies ahead. Their journey leads them to a grand, domed city, its spires reaching towards the sky. Inside, a young man with fiery red hair, Sunny, sighs dramatically, lamenting the lack of excitement. He muses about Kaiser being on an assassination quest, and Tenguria Jusi's wife being pregnant, clearly bored by the mundane news. He sits alone, a sigh escaping him as he considers Rin Yuni's help with his little sister and the others who are pushing back. A thought crosses his mind, wondering if he should also raise an alternate character. His expression remains one of deep boredom. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise. He senses a presence, turning to face the entrance. Rin Yuni stands in the doorway, asking if he was there. He approaches her. She embraces him warmly, asking if he wasn't late, to which he responds with a soft sound. Rin Yuni confirms he's back from hunting, and he begins to explain that he'll be back soon, especially since his brother quit his job. He continues, explaining that his brother is always busy matching his time to play the game. Rin, listening intently, then asks why Hyunsung quit his job, wondering if he heard correctly. Sunny confirms it, adding that his brother got a good class when he quit his job, which must be why he did it. Rin's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a surprised what. She presses for more details, asking if he truly got a good class just by quitting his job. Sunny, with a thoughtful expression, then ponders the conditions required to join such a class. Rin, still processing the information, admits she doesn't understand it at all, finding it pretty good if that's the case. Sunny continues, revealing that his brother got a class of at least heroic rank and reached level 30 in just one day. He continues to explain Hyunsung's rapid progression, leaving Rin utterly stunned. Even though the class was called Thanatos' Narcolepsy, a passive skill that caused its user to fall asleep at random points, he insists that Hyunsung didn't seem to be lying about his achievements, and that his brother was truly that fast. A heroic class, at that, she thinks, finding it impossible to believe someone could reach level 30 in a single day. He acknowledges her disbelief, admitting it's hard to believe, but asks if it truly were possible. She considers the implications, realizing that if it were true, Hyunsung would be far more skilled than even she was. He tries to downplay the situation, insisting it's probably nothing special. Then, a mischievous grin spreads across his face as he suggests, since Rin is Hyunsung's other alt, they should just ask her directly. Rin reacts with a nervous laugh, stammering an apology as she answers a call, revealing she's actually right next to him. Her eyes widen in surprise, wondering what he could possibly be doing. Rin remains silent for a moment, processing the information. Sunny observes her, noting that she seems preoccupied. It looks like she's busy, he muses, then suggests, really? Let's ask her next time then. He then turns to Rin, asking, then, Yuni, do you want to hunt together? Sure, Rin replies enthusiastically, ready to go. A rapid descent echoes through the cavernous, blue-green tunnel. As Lee Hyunsung and all Rina plummet through the twisting depths. Rina, spotting something below, confirms his presence with a worried cry, while a system message notes Hyunsung's continuously increasing reaction speed. He continues his uncontrolled fall, as the masked figure below reacts with surprise to the incoming threat. And Hyunsung hurtles towards them. As he hurtles towards the bottom of the pit, Lee Hyunsung's gaze locks onto the approaching horde, a grim realization settling in as he counts their numbers. His eyes flaring with a fierce yellow glow, he declares his intent to eliminate every single one. A system message flashes, indicating a new status as he lands, facing the grotesque creatures, while the masked figure watches from above, a silent observer to the impending chaos. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, his first strike already connecting with a monstrous foe. Another creature recoils from his assault, its body twisting under the force of his blows. His fist glows with raw power, delivering a crushing impact. A monster is sent flying through the air, its form a blur against the dark cavern walls. With a final surge of energy, his hand glows brightly, ready for the next devastating blow. He continues his relentless assault, a powerful kick sending a creature reeling, its blood spraying across the cavern. The monstrous horde roars in defiance, their fangs bared. But he is undeterred, his hand glowing with an intense, fiery energy. A volley of magical bursts erupts, tearing through the ranks of his foes. Yet, the sheer numbers overwhelm him, a brutal strike sending him crashing to the ground. The impact echoing with a heavy thud. Still, he pushes through the pain, his glowing fist connecting with another creature, unleashing a flurry of devastating blows that carve a path through the remaining monsters. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple as he surveys the aftermath, a quiet satisfaction settling over his features. He drops into the cavern with a swift, controlled descent. The cavern floor, illuminated by an eerie blue glow, is already swarming with grotesque figures. He strikes one down with contempt, dismissing them as too weak to even leave a mark. Looking down at the remaining horde, he knows he only needs to make the slightest contact to finish them. A blur of motion, he weaves through the monstrous forms, dark energy trailing in his wake. His movements are precise, each strike imbued with a potent, shadowy force. A final, decisive stomp sends blood splattering across the glowing ground. The last few monsters recoil, their faces contorted in confusion and fear. They stand bewildered, unable to comprehend the speed and power that just decimated their ranks. Surrounded by a horde of grotesque figures, one of the attackers sneers, confident in their numbers and the poison they believe has weakened him. But a subtle, knowing smile plays on Lee Hyun-sung's lips as he activates an ability known only as Thanatos Nocturne. A crushing force instantly impacts the nearest foe, shattering their defenses. The ability spreads like a silent wave, striking down a massive, monstrous attacker with equal ferocity. In moments, the entire horde lies defeated around him, as he stands calmly atop a platform of shimmering blue energy. One of the monstrous figures recoils in agony, its red eyes wide with shock and pain. The pervasive force continues its work, striking down two more of the remaining attackers. As the blue energy begins to dissipate, leaving trails of light in its wake, Hyunsung descends through the ethereal glow, now manifesting a pair of pristine white wings. As the last vestiges of his powerful attack dissipate into shimmering particles, a system message confirms his success, announcing that he has killed 11 humans corrupted to wolves. Standing amidst the blood-splattered ruins, Lee Hyunsung grips his sword, the metallic clang of his weapon echoing in the sudden silence. Another message appears, informing him of even more experience points gained, culminating in a triumphant level up. His masked face remains impassive, though a faint dissatisfaction begins to brew within him. A low grumble escapes him, his thoughts focused on the meager gains. He wonders why the experience increase was so small, questioning why it wasn't 20 times the usual amount instead of just 2, especially after killing 11 enemies in a single strike. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to two figures approaching from behind, their presence a stark contrast to his solitary contemplation. Rina and Number stand before him, panting heavily, their exhaustion evident as they admit they aren't the only ones feeling tired. Despite the system's notification that his status would rise just by sleeping, a thought he found awesome, Lee Hyunsung watches as Rina, looking utterly spent, asks if they should rest before continuing. She apologizes for focusing too much on herself, explaining that the other hunters had just told her she'd hit level 200, making her a hero guild leader. Still looking utterly exhausted, Rina insists they take a break, sensing an elite monster lurking ahead. Hyunsung, however, finds himself thinking that he didn't care about their struggles, feeling only an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The chaotic scene of countless hunters battling monstrous creatures flashes through his mind. He recalls the sheer scale of the conflict, the desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. Reflecting on the Thanatos' narcolepsy skill, which he knows makes him strong, Hyunsung feels a pang of guilt, deciding he should just avoid looking at them. In the vibrant digital realm, Rina and the masked protagonist moved with practiced ease, their forms blurring through the dungeon's treacherous terrain. Meanwhile, in the quiet solitude of his room, Lee Hyunsung pondered his own growth, a question forming in his mind about the nature of his power. He began to practice, swinging his arm in a wide arc, muttering to himself that such a motion should grant him even greater strength. A soft, golden glow emanated from his hand as he perfected the movement, a satisfied chuckle escaping him as he realized the game's mechanics allowed him to defy real-world physics. Back in the game, the masked protagonist received an abrupt system notification, a stark reminder that his connection was nearing its 12-hour limit, forcing an imminent logout. Despite the impending interruption, he found himself enjoying the practice, a thrill running through him as he continued to hone his skills. He resolved to squeeze in one more practice session, making the most of the remaining time while his companions rested. Soon after, Rina and Number announced their readiness, signaling it was time to resume their hunt. Both women confirmed they felt refreshed and ready, agreeing that continuing their adventure was a good idea. He pushes forward, his thoughts consumed by the need to accelerate. He resolves to himself that he will slow down time around him. With a powerful thrust, he launches himself forward, a blur of motion. The masked protagonist leads the charge, his companions struggling to keep pace as they race through the dungeon. He notes with satisfaction that he can maintain this incredible speed. Behind him, Reno watches, her eyes wide with surprise at his sudden burst of acceleration. A vibrant blue aura flares around him, propelling him even faster through the labyrinthine passages. Reno muses. As they continue their sprint, Number questions if this is the correct way to proceed, but the group presses on. Even after the intense burst of speed, a faint shimmer of blue energy still clings to Lee Hyun-sung, the residual power of his recent exertion. A monstrous, gray-furred beast with glowing yellow eyes lets out a guttural roar, its massive jaws snapping with incredible speed. Deep within the monster's lair, the masked fighter and Hyun-sung push forward, engaging a horde of smaller lichen-like creatures, the masked fighter noting that this encounter feels unlike anything he has faced before. As more lichens swarm around them, he acknowledges the overwhelming numbers, realizing he might struggle alone. Rena approaches the masked fighter, her expression earnest, confessing her desire to have him by her side. With a determined look, she asserts her capability, insisting she will handle the remaining threats, reflecting on how their survival so far has been pure luck. Meanwhile, Number observes the masked fighter from a distance, a strategic thought forming in her mind. She must recruit him to her guild later, and therefore, cannot afford to appear weak now. With that resolve, she unleashes a powerful swing of her scythe, entering the fray with decisive force. The fighter launches himself into a powerful spinning kick, a shimmering blue aura tracing his movement. The monstrous lichen roars in defiance, its fangs bared, dismissing the attack as ridiculous. But the kick connects with brutal force, sending a shockwave through the air. The creature collapses, blood already staining its fur, as the fighter stands over it, his gaze unwavering. He follows up with a relentless barrage of strikes, each punch a blur of motion. One fist slams directly into the lichen's face, eliciting a spray of crimson. Now wearing his signature black mask, the fighter braces himself, a vibrant blue energy flaring around him. Another precise strike lands, tearing into the monster's leg and drawing more blood. The enraged lichen retaliates with a furious claw swipe, but the masked fighter deftly evades the attack, moving with impossible speed. The masked fighter unleashes a concentrated burst of magic, a purple bullet of raw power erupting from his palm. The impact sends the lichen-like monster reeling backward, its guttural roar of pain echoing through the cavern as blood splatters from the wound. Enraged, the creature snarls, vowing to end him with its razor-sharp claws. Unfazed, the masked protagonist taunts it, remarking on its predictable slowness, a trait it has displayed from the very beginning of their fight. The monster, ignoring the provocation, lunges forward once more, its claws extended in a desperate, sweeping attack. But the masked fighter is faster, effortlessly sidestepping the blow, leaving the creature to swipe at empty air. Before the monster can recover, he retaliates with a powerful, glowing kick, aimed directly at its vulnerable side. The kick connects with a sickening crunch, sending ripples of force through the monster's body. The creature cries out in agony, its claw now visibly mangled and broken from the force of the blow. The creature's glowing red eye narrows, a dismissive snarl escaping its lips, as if the masked fighter's previous attack was nothing more than a nuisance. But before it can even finish its thought, the masked fighter closes the distance, his glowing blade arcing down in a devastating strike that sends blood spraying from the monster's shoulder. A guttural scream of agony rips through the air, the creature reeling from the critical damage. With a final twitch, the monster collapses to the ground, defeated, as the masked fighter stands over it, a faint blue aura shimmering around him. He takes a moment to process the victory, a new understanding dawning on him. His status will rise just by sleeping. That's awesome. But the creature is not yet out, a pained, defiant growl rumbling from its throat. Its eyes, still burning with malevolence, promise a grim future. Dark particles swirl around its head as it snarls, a chilling vow to kill. The masked fighter, his sword still lowered, remains poised, ready for whatever comes next. He reflects on the new passive skill, Thananos' Nocturne, as a surge of purple energy crackles around him, leaving the defeated monster's bloodied eye as a testament to his power. A system message confirms his victory, announcing the defeat of the corrupted werewolf amidst a shower of glowing particles. However, another message clarifies that while he defeated it with Thananos' Nocturne, he cannot earn any experience from this particular battle. With his mask now removed, he observes a level up notification, acknowledging the convenience of taking off his mask to better view the system's updates. Elsewhere, Agni comments on Number's performance, while Rena, wielding dual blades, impresses with her unexpected skill. Rena moves with incredible speed, her sword a blur as she strikes. Her attacks are precise and clean, earning praise for their accuracy. From a vantage point above, the masked protagonist watches the battle unfold. Impressed by the swift, clean movements of the blonde warrior, though he wonders if her control could be even better. The warrior herself acknowledges the low stats of her auxiliary units, making precise control paramount. A burst of red and orange energy erupts from her attack, as she and her companions stand ready, The ground beneath them cracked and scorched. Having eliminated the elite monsters, the blonde warrior suggests a much-needed break, especially without a healer. Her companion, however, questions if she's truly trying to take a break in such a dangerous place. Despite the risks, the blonde warrior insists, and the three settle down to rest for a bit. She muses on the difficulty of finding a good place to rest in a dungeon, even for a moment of peace. As the group finally settles down for a much-needed respite, Rina declares their break, while the masked protagonist, bound and seated, muses on the necessity of his own short rest. However, the tranquility is shattered as a system notification blares, announcing the activation of the passive skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy. The protagonist's eyes widen in alarm as the system warns him he will be forcibly put into a sleeping state, a realization that draws a sharp curse from him, while Rina and Number look on in stunned surprise. The system further clarifies that his avatar will remain in the game until a forced logout, even if his capsule is broken, allowing him to disconnect, a revelation that elicits a desperate cry of "Ineno" from one of the women, their faces etched with distress. A new message confirms the entire party has fallen victim to Thanatos' narcolepsy, initiating a party hunt, prompting a small figure, Agni, to exclaim "wait," just as the Thanatos' somnambulism skill activates. His thoughts race, a silent apology to Rina and Number forming in his mind, as he laments that this is as far as he can go, feeling punished for his greed and seeking experience points. Blue energy ripples outward, and his hand clenches in a final gesture of frustration and resignation. A soft chime echoes as he slowly stirs awake, sitting up from the edge of his capsule. He considers the implications of the somnambulism skill, acknowledging its weakness but also the inconvenience it presents, making it difficult to find another party after this. With a soft sigh, he reaches out, resigning himself to the situation, deciding it would be best to hunt alone for now. The cold, damp air of the dungeon surrounds him, the cavern floor stretching out in an eerie blue glow. Further ahead, two figures lie motionless on the ground, their armored forms still amidst the scattered blue particles. He sits down, his sword resting beside him, a silent contemplation washing over him. Standing once more, he looks down at his unconscious companions, a stark reminder of the skill's widespread effect. His gaze remains fixed on them, a mixture of concern and resignation etched onto his features. Even in her deep slumber, all Rina's thoughts drift, believing it only natural for him to be tired after all the hunting. He stares down at his unconscious companions, a sudden realization dawning on him. As suddenly, all Rina and Number stir, their eyes fluttering open in confusion, and all Rina calls out his name, wondering how much time has passed. A system message appears before them, explaining that the somnambulism skill activates when one falls into narcolepsy during a party hunt. The message continues, clarifying that the skill will not be removed until the dungeon is cleared. He watches their reactions, a heavy sigh escaping him. With a resolute expression, he confirms his understanding of the situation. All Rina looks on, a faint blue glow emanating from the ground around them. Without another word, he turns and sprints away, leaving his companions behind. All Rina and Number venture deeper into the dungeon, a sense of disbelief washing over them as they survey the path ahead. The sheer scale of the devastation prompts a question: just how far could he have gone, having already cleared every monster along the way? Looking down at the scattered loot, all Rina remarks on the protagonist's efficiency, noting that he didn't even bother to pick up the drops. Number deduces that his inventory must be full, suggesting they should collect what he left behind. Suddenly, all Rina spots something rare glowing in the distance, her voice filled with surprise. They realize he even defeated an elite monster, prompting Number to wonder why he would leave such a valuable drop. Deciding to prioritize, they agree to try and catch up with him first, rushing forward into the depths of the dungeon. All Rina voices her concern, realizing the potential real-world issues if she remains immersed in the game for too long, as the system warns of a forced logout due to the extended real-time immersion. After she had been in the dungeon for an astonishing 25 hours. Stirring awake, she stretches, hearing Number's tired plea to rest, a sentiment she readily echoes, just as a level-up notification flashes before her eyes. Even with the automatic system, she finds the sheer duration of their dungeon crawl to be excessive. When suddenly, her eyes widen in surprise. She points ahead, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. A look of profound shock crossing her features. They had finally reached the boss room. Before them stood an imposing, wolf-headed door, marking the entrance to the dungeon's boss room, a sight that made one of them muse aloud about encountering such a structure within this particular dungeon. As all Rina slumped, clearly exhausted, Number questioned if their current state made clearing it even possible, only for all Rina to dismiss the thought immediately. She knew it would take at least 2 to 3 days to set a new record, but a strange feeling of impending achievement settled over her, as if they were on the verge of something unprecedented. Despite her determination, a wave of fatigue washed over her, causing her to hunch forward, a peculiar sense that something was amiss nagging at her mind. The cavernous space around them seemed to amplify her weariness, as Number watched her with concern. Turning her attention away from all Rina, Number pulled out her communication device, calling out to Hyun Sung Nim and apologizing for the late contact. She reached out, placing a comforting hand on all Rina's back. And with a renewed resolve, she wondered if Hyunsung would be angry, but declared that in return, they would simply have to show him the legendary record they were about to set. A system notification confirmed that all party members had gathered, and a stark warning appeared. Once inside the boss room, logging out or using a return scroll was impossible. The only way out was to defeat the boss, a truth that hardened the expressions of both all Rina and U-Number. A system message flashes, asking if they wish to enter the room of Sirius, the werewolf who lost his soul, a prompt that causes Rina to look up in surprise. U-Number, equally stunned, cries out in protest, realizing the gravity of the situation. But before anyone can truly react, Hyunsung, now wearing a mask, is already striding towards the ominous, dark entrance, prompting a desperate call from his companions. Rina reaches out, pleading for a moment's rest, but he continues his resolute advance into the darkness. A system message confirms the party leader, Hyunsung, has officially opened the door to the boss room. As they stand before the now open portal, another message announces the awakening of Sirius, the werewolf who lost his soul. Rina's face contorts in terror as the system warns them that due to the long period of inactivity, Sirius has grown significantly stronger, though the experience points and drop rates have also increased. Despite the dire warning, U-Number manages a small, determined smile, muttering that their fate is sealed regardless of the boss's strength. With the decision made, Hyunsung walks away from the group, deeper into the dungeon, signaling their temporary departure from the immediate area. As he stepped through the threshold, the masked figure moved deeper into the dungeon, leaving the others behind. All Rina, watching him go, couldn't help but exclaim, he should have just left the dungeon himself. U-Number, however, mused that they shouldn't worry too much when Hyunsung was the one facing the boss. The mask concealed his expression, but his resolve was clear. Later, in the quiet of his own space, Hyunsung found himself reflecting on his situation. He let out a sigh, remembering how his narcolepsy used to strike once a month. He knew he didn't gain much experience when hunting in a party, and more importantly, his narcolepsy prevented him from getting bonus experience when a boss dungeon was cleared. It would likely be difficult to meet the two of them again next week, and finding new party members in this place would also prove challenging. He sits at his computer, feeling the familiar drag of exhaustion, his narcolepsy making him constantly tired, a struggle he's grown accustomed to. Suddenly, his phone rings, displaying an incoming call from Jae-hwan, which he answers with a hint of surprise. A wave of drowsiness almost overtakes him, a near miss as he struggles to stay awake and focus on the call. Jae-hwan's voice comes through, asking about his well-being after hearing he'd been awake for 2 days straight. He confirms his extended wakefulness, then asks what's so urgent that Jae-hwan would call him after such a long time. His eyes, usually sharp, are now slightly unfocused behind his glasses, which he removes, his gaze hardening as he recalls a past encounter. A monstrous, skeletal creature with glowing eyes and a dark aura fills his mind, a memory of a vengeful spirit from a village he once cleared. Still on the phone, Hyunsung questions if the entity they're discussing, an orc shaman's vengeful spirit, could even be considered a true boss. His caller, Jae-hwan, corrects him, stating he's talking about Burbeek, Karen, then asks in disbelief if Hyunsung hasn't seen the video of him killing that particular foe. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as Hyunsung struggles to recall the event, his mind clouded by the ever-present influence of Thanatos' narcolepsy, now at its maximum level. He expresses surprise that Jae-hwan doesn't remember him killing it, then admits there's something important he needs to share about the encounter. He explains that the opponent he faced in the first half of the fight felt completely different from the one in the second half, suggesting he was thinking about the playstyle concept. Jae-hwan's voice comes through the receiver, asking how exactly it was different. Hyunsung, with a slight frown, clarifies that he's talking about the playstyle, repeating the question of how it differed. He pauses, then explains that while the control and movement were similar, the overall feeling was more calculated. Hyunsung confirms the assessment, acknowledging that it's difficult to defeat someone who is exhausted and losing focus, especially when, during the fight, he felt a distinct lack of will and fear from his opponent, as if it were a mere puppet. Jae-hwan's voice comes through the phone, questioning Hyunsung's earlier statement about the monster's changed demeanor. He elaborates, suggesting Hyunsung's description of the monster's altered playstyle sounds like it was being suffocated, unable to react. Hyunsung struggles to articulate the feeling, while Jae-hwan offers his own interpretation of such a fighting style, one that gives no quarter and relentlessly pushes an opponent into a corner. Jae-hwan's concern shifts, asking if Hyunsung is having a problem, then jokingly accusing him of talking to himself like a madman. Hyunsung quickly denies it, but Jae-hwan pivots, pointing out that Hyunsung's own fighting style has changed, and he seems to have forgotten it. Jae-hwan then connects this aggressive, suffocating fighting style to Hyunsung's unique skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, asking if such a skill is exclusive to him. Hyunsung admits he hasn't forgotten, but rather that the skill causes him significant stress, which is why he doesn't fully understand its implications. He reassures Jae-hwan he's fine, prompting Jae-hwan to promise to send an email with more information about the skill. Hyunsung agrees to the email, ending their conversation for now. He considers the idea of his AI's playing field, wondering if he's become a Hyde to his own Jekyll. He admits, perhaps a little defensively, that he feels somewhat offended by the comparison. He dismisses the concept for now, promising to think about it later. Jaehwan instructs him to contact him again once he's settled on a nickname, revealing he's sent an email with a video attachment titled Berserk Karak's Raid Video.mp4. A slight blush creeps onto his face as he confesses to feeling a little embarrassed watching his own recorded actions. With a soft click, the video begins to play, showing his masked self in a fierce battle. His eyes widen in disbelief, a stunned question escaping his lips. This is me? Lee Hyunsung stares at a screen, a slight smile playing on his lips as he muses aloud. I feel a little embarrassed watching my own video. Suddenly, his form shifts, eyes glowing with an eerie white light as a dark aura begins to emanate from him. His expression is one of utter disbelief, his gaze fixed on something just out of view. This is me, he exclaims, the realization hitting him with full force. A dynamic image of Agni, the fire dragon knight, flashes into view, his armored form radiating power. The transformed Hyunsung, now bound by heavy chains, questions the nature of his new reality, wondering, what the heck was I thinking? Meanwhile, a massive, chained beast with glowing red eyes speaks with a deep, rumbling voice. I thought. The beast continues, its gaze intense. Must have changed it because it was too difficult to talk about a concept. Even as the masked fighter recalls a brutal confrontation, a thought crosses his mind about the monster's fighting style, a style he recognizes as completely different from his own. He considers the possibility of adapting elements from it, thinking he should take reference from its movements. Later, reflecting on his journey, the masked fighter admits that while he did learn things when hunting in a party, he's learned even more from a particular hero. He acknowledges the profound impact this individual had on his growth, a stark contrast to the system's promise that one's status will rise just by sleeping, a concept he finds quite remarkable. Meanwhile, a monstrous maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, lets out a guttural growl, its presence marked by a chilling 20. Elsewhere, the masked fighter, his face now obscured, offers a grim assessment, stating that to thank someone would only lead to one's own demise. His words hang heavy in the air, leaving both Rina and Yun in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The chained beast, a hulking mass of muscle and fur, sneers down at its opponent, declaring their courage commendable, before stomping a massive foot with a resounding thud and spitting out a venomous insult. Its glowing red eyes narrow as it warns that even a loss of power would not allow escape from its wrath. Another heavy stomp echoes. And then the beast lunges, a blur of orange and black, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The masked protagonist is sent sprawling to the ground, a sickening impact leaving him vulnerable. Nearby, Rina watches in horror, her mind racing with the sudden, overwhelming danger of their situation. A powerful blue energy blast erupts, striking the fallen hero, shattering around him with a sharp crack. He plunges into the depths below, the impact sending ripples through the ethereal blue liquid. He struggles against the overwhelming force, blocking the beast's attack, but the impact still sends him reeling backward, closer to the edge of the dark abyss. His feet lose purchase on the crumbling ground, and he plunges into the mysterious liquid below. From the precipice, Rina and Yun watch helplessly, their faces etched with shock and concern. The masked protagonist sinks deeper into the murky depths, the liquid swirling around him as he descends. His eyes, now closed, are lost to the dark current. A silent understanding passes between Rina and Yun, a shared resolve hardening their gazes. With a fierce determination, Rina draws her blade, preparing to follow him into the unknown, Yun ready by her side. Without hesitation, they leap, plunging into the swirling depths where their comrade disappeared. Above, the chained beast lets out a guttural roar, its victory echoing across the cavern. The masked protagonist's eyes narrow, a surge of fury igniting within him as the chained beast's taunts echo through the watery depths. With a swift, blurring motion, he closes the distance, launching himself into a rapid assault. His gaze sharpens, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, focusing his power for the next strike. A powerful impact sends the massive beast reeling, its heavy form momentarily thrown off balance. The chained beast lets out a guttural roar of pain and defiance, its massive jaws agape. Its enraged cry echoes through the abyss, a primal challenge to its attacker. Undeterred, the protagonist gathers his strength, a shimmering blue aura flaring around him as he prepares for another devastating blow. He strikes again, the blue energy erupting on impact, sending the beast recoiling with a pained grunt. Following through with a powerful kick, he sends the massive creature hurtling further into the watery expanse. Still locked in the watery depths, he unleashes a swift, glowing strike, his weapon cutting through the currents with precision. Following through with a powerful, silent kick, sending the chained beast reeling backward in surprise, its massive form momentarily stunned by the impact. The protagonist hangs suspended in the water, agile and ready, observing the beast's reaction. From a distance, Rina watches, marveling at his technique, while Yun exclaims, wondering if he's altering the very orbit of the planet with his dodges and strikes. But the beast quickly recovers, roaring its defiance, lunging forward with a guttural cry to kill. The force of its counterattack sends the protagonist recoiling, a sharp pain echoing through the water. The chained beast snarls, its glowing red eyes fixed on its opponent, a predatory satisfaction in its expression. Despite the blow, the protagonist's bandaged arm twitches, already preparing for his next move. He unleashes a devastating blow, the force of his attack tearing through the water and slamming into the chained beast. The impact registers as a strong, fatal hit, leaving the creature reeling. Stunned by the immense shock, the chained beast enters a dazed state, unable to move for 10 seconds. Yet, even as the beast falters, he takes a hit himself, blood splattering from his arm. He recoils from the unexpected damage, the pain momentarily registering. Meanwhile, the chained beast continues to struggle, still caught in the aftershocks of the initial strike. Suddenly, Thanatos' nightmares activates, plunging the chained beast into a deeper daze, rendering it unable to move and doubling any incoming damage. A guttural cry escapes the beast, its mouth agape in agony as the skill takes full effect. With the chained beast incapacitated, the masked protagonist prepares his next move, his hand glowing with renewed power. Despite the critical blow, the chained beast, bloodied and snarling, refuses to yield, its guttural cries echoing through the cavern. The masked protagonist presses his assault, striking the recoiling creature with another powerful impact. Still, the beast's eyes glow with an unyielding red light, its snarl a testament to its stubborn will. He observes its persistence, a thought forming in his mind. Are you telling me that you'll attack me no matter how many times you fall? The beast's legs finally buckle, sending it crashing to the ground. Standing over the fallen creature, the masked protagonist watches it struggle to rise. Suddenly, a vibrant blue aura erupts around the chained beast, its form beginning to regenerate as it pushes itself back to its feet. Before it can fully recover, the masked protagonist lunges, his sword glowing with blue energy as it clashes against the beast's renewed defense. He observes the impact, recognizing the unique energy. It looks like that black lightning. The chained beast recoils, its mind racing, unable to comprehend how a mere boss that had resurrected some time ago could wield such power. A guttural roar escapes its maw, as blue energy crackles around its extended claws, ready to strike. It remembers the protagonist's earlier, seemingly weaker attacks, and suspects another powerful entity might be behind the black magic it now senses. Meanwhile, the masked protagonist closes the distance, charging forward with unwavering resolve. The beast, still wary, wonders why the terrifying black lightning hasn't reappeared. Before it can ponder further, the masked protagonist is upon it, his glowing blue sword arcing down with a light, swift impact. The beast instinctively raises an arm, blue energy flaring as it blocks the blow, knowing that any direct hit could prove fatal. It activates its hyper armor, shifting its entire focus to defense. But the masked protagonist's assault is relentless, his attacks crackling with blue lightning, forcing the beast to recoil under the barrage. The masked protagonist unleashes a powerful strike, blue energy crackling around him. As the chained beast struggles against the black lightning, its movements hindered. I'm faster than him, but I can't move easily because of that black lightning, it growls, frustrated by the relentless assault. Damn it, don't tell me he's going to use that lightning, even after expending so much. Yet, the masked protagonist presses his attack, landing another precise blow. Dark, shadowy tendrils erupt from him, reaching out to ensnare the beast, which snarls in pain and defiance. A final, devastating strike connects, inflicting a fatal hit. The lightning courses through the werewolf, stunning it for 10 crucial seconds, leaving the chained beast bleeding and battered, its glowing red eyes filled with agony. He swings his blade with renewed ferocity, a single thought echoing in his mind. I have lost too much. The steel flashes, cutting through the air with impossible speed, and finds its mark, drawing a spray of crimson. A guttural snarl rips through the air, the beast's glowing yellow eye fixed on its prey. But a dark, masked figure stands ready, a silent sentinel in the shadows. The beast, a massive werewolf, growls fiercely at Lee Hyun-sung, who stares back with grim determination, knowing that the fight ahead will not be easy. Its jaws stretch wide, letting out another ferocious roar. As the masked protagonist lies defeated on the ground, a casualty of the escalating conflict, the werewolf lets out a triumphant, echoing howl. But Hyun-sung is already in motion, a glowing weapon arcing through the air as he lunges forward. From a distance, Yu-number watches the enraged werewolf, her face etched with shock and confusion, wondering what could possibly be happening. As the werewolf who had lost its soul continued to grow stronger, Yu-number could only sigh, her expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. The masked figure, observing the escalating threat, understood that the boss fight was now entering its second phase. A low, guttural hum began to emanate from the beast, as a pulsating, golden eye-like core ignited within its form. The energy surged, expanding across its chest, its limbs growing more defined and menacing, until its entire body crackled with a dark, blue aura. The chained beast now fully transformed, a towering, enraged figure radiating raw, untamed power. With a sharp, tearing sound, it lashed out a claw, imbued with dark, crackling energy. The chained beast, now fully transformed, unleashes a devastating blue energy wave. With a powerful impact, the masked protagonist intercepts the strike, blocking the beast's massive arm. He immediately counters, swinging his weapon with blurring speed towards the beast, as Number and Rina watch the fierce exchange. Rina notes that while the beast's rank and force have increased, Hyunsung's ability to reduce damage is quite good. Despite his efforts, the beast retaliates, sending the masked protagonist flying backward with immense force. Before he can recover, a barrage of glowing white energy shards erupts from the beast, surrounding him. The shards continue their relentless assault, impacting all around him. He crashes to the ground, enduring the continuous explosions of white energy. Even as the impacts rock his body, his eyes begin to glow with an ominous red light, a new power stirring within him. The chained beast lets out a guttural roar, lunging forward with renewed ferocity. But with a sharp, decisive motion, the masked protagonist deflects the blow, the impact echoing with a harsh crack. He follows through, striking the beast with a powerful, fluid motion, sending a spray of water or ice into the air. A long, thin weapon whips out from his hand, lashing out with incredible speed. Watching the sudden turn of events, Rina gasps, finding the masked fighter's swift counterattack truly incredible. Before Serbia's inherent damage reduction could fully activate, the masked protagonist had already pierced its defenses. For as long as an opponent's shoulder is pierced, their damage reduction is significantly decreased. The weapon finds its mark with a solid thud, embedding itself precisely into the beast's shoulder. A surge of energy erupts from the wound, glowing brightly as the effect takes hold. The chained beast, Serbia, lets out a furious, guttural roar, its maw wide and fangs bared. Caught off guard, Lee Hyunsung reacts with a sharp intake of breath, his eyes widening in surprise. But before the beast can fully commit, it recoils sharply, a pained cry escaping its maw as an unseen force strikes. The combatant looks down, his gaze fixed and determined, preparing for the next move. Another unseen blow lands, sending shockwaves through Serbia's body, causing it to flinch and stumble. As Hyunsung moves with incredible speed, his weapon glowing with power, a voice from elsewhere questions the beast's real-time transformation, wondering if the very place is legitimate. From a separate vantage point, Rina and Hyunsung observe the unfolding battle, speculating if the combatant is the one who created the dungeon and its monsters, before Hyunsung declares it's time to act. Back in the fray, Hyunsung lands a powerful, decisive strike on Serbia, declaring that the true fight has now begun. Rina watches the spectacle, her disbelief evident as she insists the entire display must be a fake. The beast, despite its immense power, had been forced to retreat, a testament to the incredible skill of its opponent. Such a powerful creature, to be pushed back so far, was truly incredible. As expected, his playstyle was completely different from before, and it was far more aggressive. Cornering the enraged beast, his emotions and attacking style were now completely different, making him a formidable force. Observing the relentless assault, Rina noted that his current playstyle was far more aggressive, a stark contrast to his previous approach. Number agreed, adding that it was almost as if he had two distinct play styles, both equally potent. The beast, though powerful, found itself overwhelmed by the sheer speed and ferocity of his attacks, unable to keep up. The chained beast, caught off guard, could only stare in disbelief, wondering what more he could possibly do. A vibrant blue aura pulsed around him, signaling his readiness for the next move. As the battle intensifies, Lee Hyunsung lunges forward with a fierce determination, his blade poised to strike the chained beast. Yet, a sudden force sends him stumbling back, his momentum broken as he struggles to regain his footing. Without hesitation, he channels his energy, a brilliant blue glow emanating from his hand as he activates a new, potent skill. The skill, Sabbath of the Dead, takes immediate effect, enveloping the chained beast in a shimmering blue aura and forcing it to the ground, completely incapacitated. A system message confirms that Serbia, the werewolf who lost his soul, will now sleep for 1 minute. But the victory is bittersweet as Hyunsung suddenly finds himself unable to move, a look of stunned disbelief crossing his face. As the Sabbath of the Dead, God, skill fully activates, a system message flashes, indicating that for the next minute, any damage dealt will be doubled. The chained beast lets out a guttural growl, its massive form beginning to tremble as Lee Hyunsung watches, his stance firm despite the skill's impending drawback. Dark, ethereal chains, glowing with a sinister purple light, erupt from the ground, snapping around the beast's face and limbs, forcing its eyes shut in a grimace of pain and unconsciousness. More chains coil around its body, binding it completely. A massive, spiky link forms, solidifying the magical prison. And the chained beast is finally brought to its knees, its entire form encased in the glowing, dark bindings, seemingly defeated. Yet, the skill's power doesn't stop there. Dark, shadowy tendrils begin to seep from the chains, cracking the very ground beneath the beast. The earth groans and splits, emitting a dark, ominous energy. Suddenly, despite its forced slumber, the chained beast's mouth rips open in a silent, furious roar, struggling against the bindings with unexpected ferocity. The battle concludes, leaving the bloodied ground as the final testament to the defeat of Serbia, the werewolf who had lost his soul. His demise, brought about by Thanatos' nightmare, means no experience will be gained from this particular foe, but the dungeon has been cleared. As the system confirms the victory, multiple notifications of level up cascade around Lee Hyunsung, signaling a significant increase in his power. The system further announces that he has cleared a dungeon untouched for a long time, granting him double the usual experience. Golden light erupts around Number as well, as she watches her own level up notifications, uttering a soft exclamation of surprise. The monster's awakening has been suppressed, its very existence now gone, and an exclusive reward is being prepared. Number looks down, processing the information that the best glowing or can be obtained from defeating such dungeon monsters, a soft, pabam sound effect accompanying the revelation. Amidst a shower of blue glowing particles, a new system message declares a milestone. Level 50 has been reached, and a new title, Descendant of Thanatos, appears. The blue particles continue to swirl, as something new is being created. After the intense battle, a new system notification appears, revealing a passive skill called Thanatos' Narcolepsy at maximum level, explaining that though Thanatos was a god of death, he was also prone to uncontrollable sleep, a trait now passed on. This means that once every 24 hours, the skill will activate at a random point, forcing the user into a deep sleep until they log out, with the added benefit of status increases during this slumber, though a forced logout will occur after 12 hours of in-game sleep. As Hyunsung lies motionless on the ground, his companions look down at him, a silent question hanging in the air. As Number observes him with a concerned expression, realizing he must be truly exhausted to fall into such a deep sleep. Alrina, her gaze thoughtful, acknowledges that he did defeat the formidable boss all by himself. Number then suggests they should probably look after him. With a firm nod, Number agrees, but then wonders aloud what they should do about Hyunsung. Alrina, slightly annoyed, corrects her, reminding her that calling him Uni is rude, before sighing in agreement. Meanwhile, Hyunsung remains completely oblivious to their discussion, lost in a deep, peaceful slumber. Within the bustling Inferno headquarters, the user management team oversees the complex world of players. Team leader Jo Hyunsu listens as a subordinate exclaims, "That's insane." The tension in the room is palpable. As his phone rings, Jo Hyunsu answers with a simple pass. The subordinate confirms, "This is the user management team leader, Jo Hyunsu." "Yes, team leader Jo Hyunsu, your call." Sighing into the receiver, Jo Hyunsu admits, "We haven't finished preparations yet, but I guess we can't help it." He then asks, "How's the situation with the players, especially now that user Hyunsung has reached level 50? Staring intently at the monitors, he concludes, "Right now it's a mess, but they are going to become calm soon." Jo Hyunsu listens intently on the phone, a slight frown creasing his brow as he acknowledges the information being relayed to him. The screen before him confirms the details, displaying that the player's unique narcolepsy skill is currently active, requiring 7 real-time hours for him to awaken. Considering the time dilation within the game, Hyunsu calculates this translates to a staggering 30 in-game hours of unconsciousness. He affirms the understanding, a quiet thought forming that if he were in the player's shoes, he would seize this opportunity. Indeed, during this extended slumber, the player's character has made a monumental discovery, unearthing a colossal castle nestled atop a mountain, its ancient stones glowing with an ethereal light. This isn't just any structure, it's a city surrounded by water, renowned as one of the most popular in-game locations, boasting over 100 monsters and the largest number of users. There's no doubt that the iron-blooded monarch will soon claim this castle, his silhouette standing before its gates, eyes glowing with nascent power. The team's strategy is clear. They must at least secure his permission before attempting to create a new game event around his discovery. A slight smile touches Hyunsu's lips as he concludes the call, agreeing with the assessment that the situation will indeed become very troublesome, yet also very interesting. Jo Hyunsu reviews the latest development report, confirming that the new city and castle are indeed significant discoveries. He considers the time remaining, knowing there is still a long period before Hyunsung awakens from his narcolepsy skill. His thoughts drift to the powerful entities within the game, particularly the one who waits at the Empire's border, a figure with the potential to shake the entire empire. He ponders the delicate balance of power, acknowledging that even a minor event could trigger a major incident if it involves such influential figures. A sense of foreboding washes over him, anticipating something horrific might happen. The political landscape of the game is precarious. If Kron, who currently blocks Venda, were to leave the throne to Venda's mayor, it would initiate a long and arduous quest. The central question remains, who could possibly stop the formidable monster known as the Snake Wyvern Ruiller? Its monstrous form looms, a creature of immense power. Long ago, the Snake Wyvern Ruiller was a foe even the Empire couldn't defeat, and at the current level, it remains far too powerful for players to confront directly. While it would be a relief if another monster somehow eliminated it, the chilling thought persists, what if it can't be stopped, leading to the worst possible scenario? The Empire itself would face destruction by the Snake Wyvern, as only one monster mage, Thanatos, had ever managed to halt its rampage. In the office, Jo Hyunsu observes the data, realizing that if the Snake Wyvern were to appear in the game, the Korean server would be inundated with complaints. Such a catastrophic event, he muses, should never be allowed to happen. His eyes narrow with intense focus, a clear sign of his determination. A powerful figure, a witch, stands poised with a scythe, her presence hinting at a future quest that will unlock upon reaching level 50. Chains bind her, shimmering with an ethereal glow, suggesting a connection to another user whose class is related to Thanatos. Even without a god rank, her power is immense, capable of destroying the very castle where Aquilin is sealed, though the full details remain hidden within the game's lore. Jo Hyunsu's hands clench tightly, knuckles white with desperation, as he pleads, begging for something crucial. Meanwhile, a knowledgeable figure reveals that anyone capable of mentioning Thanatos must be among the strongest on the continent, a name brought up with reverence and fear. This powerful lineage leads to the mention of the iron-blooded monarch Sharon, a name that resonates with authority. The iron-blooded monarch, Sharon, sits upon his grand throne, gazing down the long, empty staircase. At its base, Dorgnome stands, his back turned to the imposing figure. Sharon offers a brief, unyielding apology, declaring his inability to assist. Dorgnome slowly echoes the apology, then begins his departure, his mind consumed by thoughts of Thanatos and the unfulfilled task. He grapples with the monarch's unresponsiveness, feeling the tantalizing closeness of his objective, yet its frustrating distance, acknowledging that his own intense desire might prove his downfall, and resolves to regain his focus. Meanwhile, Sharon suggests Dorgnome consider someone within his own being who could offer aid. Dorgnome, startled, questions the monarch's cryptic words, asking what that could possibly mean for him. The monarch's voice resonates, repeating his inquiry, demanding an answer. Karen's gaze remains fixed, his expression unwavering. A subordinate flinches back in terror, profusely apologizing and promising to immediately inform the mayor of Venia to handle the situation, before the iron-blooded monarch dismisses him with a curt, "You're dismissed." The subordinate breathes a sigh of relief, muttering, "Phew, saving my life." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of other subordinates cheer, exclaiming, "Nicely done." Yes. Sharon walks away through a grand hall, a thoughtful expression on his face as he muses, "Somehow all of my subordinates are afraid of me." He lets out a soft humph, then reflects, "I've never been cruel to the citizens, but somehow I became a tyrant." His gaze sharpens as he concludes, "I was talking about the citizens, but I guess I have to be terrified for all of them. That's why I acted like that." Thanks to his imposing demeanor, Karen's reputation as a monarch grew, solidifying his position as the strongest ruler on the continent. Sharon stands before a grand window, his back to the opulent room, contemplating the fear his subordinates harbor for him, despite their supposed strength. A dismissive thought crosses his mind, labeling them as nothing more than pathetic fools. He finds not a single one among them to be truly useful. Between those who fear him and those who are too arrogant, he longs for someone who could offer genuine entertainment. Even among the so-called travelers who pass through his domain, he finds only rudeness and a complete lack of anything engaging. He muses that if it were up to him, he would secretly abandon the palace and embark on a journey. But he knows such an act would cause an uproar, a chaotic reaction from his subjects. A flicker of resolve hardens his expression as he dismisses the fleeting desire for freedom. Perhaps it is not so bad to simply remain, especially since he already has a successor in mind. Sharon, still contemplating his domain, muses about the possibility of visiting places filled with monsters, if only his subordinates would allow it. A thoughtful escapes him, followed by a sudden realization. His eyes widen slightly, a spark of an idea igniting within them. "That's it," he declares, deciding he should hold an event purely for his own amusement. He envisions a grand spectacle, an event where everyone, even travelers, can freely participate. A fighting competition, he concludes, will suffice. The vast, empty arena awaits, promising to at least alleviate his boredom. A wide, almost predatory smile spreads across his face, hoping someone truly amusing will appear in that otherwise dull place. Though he laments his inability to participate, he anticipates enjoying the spectacle for his own amusement, pondering what the prize should be. He decides that if the winner is a traveler, he will grant them a chance to return to their world, allowing them to take one companion with them. Sharon, the iron-blooded monarch, paces through his opulent hall, his thoughts drifting to the storage room and the unique items it holds. A soft hum escapes him as he considers the nature of the travelers who might participate in his grand scheme, noting that there are only selfish ones among them. He muses that only those who truly need something are willing to give, and that the prize he offers is far too much for such individuals. Yet, he finds himself granting a wish, a peculiar indulgence for his own amusement. He considers the nature of a selfish person, one who only thinks of themselves, yet still possesses a shred of decency. But if they dare to ask for something truly unexpected, then the situation becomes far more interesting. A wide, predatory grin spreads across his face, as he anticipates the sheer amusement such a request would bring. Meanwhile, the stage is set for the Empire's fighting competition, a grand event that promises to draw powerful contenders like Lee Hyunsung and Agni. This is no ordinary tournament, but a grand festival unfolding across the Korean server, promising immense challenges and rewards. The grand competition promises to draw in all users eager to forge their own legends. And as the massive event prepares to begin, the iron-blooded monarch, Sharon, muses on its implications. He finds the prospect of such an adult game not entirely displeasing, acknowledging that all of this, the entire spectacle, was orchestrated by a single NPC. Lee Hyun-sung's fingers tap rhythmically on his computer mouse. As he sighs, a wave of boredom washing over him. The analysis for the fight with Serbia is finally complete, but he finds himself utterly uninspired. His gaze drifts to the monstrous figure on his screen. A thought forming in his mind. His unique style of control is the only thing that truly sets him apart. Leaning back in his chair with a soft creak, he stretches, contemplating his next move. He recalls the details of his passive skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, which forces him to fall asleep once every 24 hours, even logging him out if he stays connected too long, but also grants him random status increases while he sleeps. Initially, he'd thought, my status will rise just by sleeping? That's awesome. But now, a new realization dawns on him. This narcolepsy is actually a significant disadvantage. A sudden thought strikes him, his eyes widening at something he sees on the screen. And he abruptly pushes himself up from his chair, a new determination in his posture. A computer screen displays a search for Kendo class, hinting at a deeper dive into physical training. Further results appear, revealing that the game idea has recently begun promoting classes that teach practical swordsmanship. As virtual reality games became a massive industry, every sports center and martial arts dojo began advertising their services, even 4idea Fighting, specialized for all classes. The screen scrolls through various advertisements, from wrestling and boxing to masters teaching idea and specialized healers, all promising to help with physical balance and combat. Lee Hyun-sung considers the implications, wondering if the state of his real-life body will truly affect his character within the game. He realizes the immense potential, seeing it as a great opportunity. His thoughts turn to the physical world, as he envisions a building adorned with signs for fitness training, Kendo, and Taekwondo, all promising to hone the body. With a determined stride, Lee Hyun-sung made his way down the quiet hallway, the soft thud of his footsteps echoing around him. He pulled out his phone, considering his options, wondering which Kendo dojo he should sign up for, now that he had registered for the gym. His screen displayed details for a practical Kendo martial arts academy, which promised a fun and effective training experience, a perfect blend of traditional martial arts and modern sports science. Arriving at the door, he paused, a slight frown creasing his brow as he noted the somewhat shabby banner hanging above the entrance. Despite his reservations, he reached out and pressed the doorbell. After a moment of silence, he called out, wondering if anyone was even there. He waited patiently, a faint rustling sound from within the building hinting at a presence. Suddenly, the door opened to reveal the stern, weathered face of an older man. His appearance caught Lee Hyun-sung completely by surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lee Hyun-sung flexes his arm, feeling the subtle tension in his muscles, a testament to his dedication. Despite the somewhat shabby exterior of the Kendo dojo, he believes he has found the right place. His resolve is firm. He is here to learn martial arts. As an older, gruff-looking man appears, Hyun-sung apologizes for intruding, while the man questions his presence. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. He tries to explain his purpose, mentioning the Kendo dojo he found online and his desire for real-life training. But the older man simply asks, what training? Inside the dojo, Hyun-sung attempts to clarify, gesturing vaguely, but the man seems utterly bewildered by his words. Then, with a direct command, the older man instructs him to remove his clothes. Hyun-sung stares, utterly dumbfounded, as the man asks if he didn't come for a massage, deepening the bizarre misunderstanding. Lee Hyun-sung stretches, his muscles tensing with a soft grunt as he prepares for his training. His bare feet firmly planted on the wooden floor, a long, slender spear rests beside him, ready for use. From across the room, the older man's voice cuts through the silence, challenging him to begin. Hyun-sung looks down, considering his options, before deciding that the spear will suffice for their spar. He grips the spear firmly, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledges his own speed. The older man observes the weapon in his hand, remarking that he will quickly learn once he sees Hyun-sung's technique. A thoughtful expression crosses the older man's face, finding it difficult to believe that someone so focused on movement could also be so attuned to their inner energy, especially after having slept so much. Hyun-sung's gaze hardens, a silent challenge in his eyes as he declares his readiness, implying the older man's lack of effort will soon be exposed. With a final, stern look, the older man gives the command to begin. Leaping into the air with a sudden, powerful motion, he initiates his attack, spear blurring with incredible speed. Landing with precision, Lee Hyun-sung maintains his momentum, his focus unwavering. The older man, observing his technique, challenges him to block the next move. Responding instantly, Hyun-sung drives his spear forward with a powerful thrust, its tip glowing faintly. He presses the assault, his entire body a coiled spring of focused energy. With a sharp clang, the spear connects, sparks flying from the impact. Yet, with surprising agility, the older man parries the strike, deflecting the force with a practiced ease. A look of genuine surprise crosses his face as he remarks, "Oh, you blocked that? It was impossible for me to block it at that speed." As he recovers from the parry, Lee Hyun-sung acknowledges the older man's skill, recognizing the wisdom in his decision to engage in this challenging spar. Since going up against a spear with a faster movement than usual, the impact of his strike reverberates with a sharp crack. The force sends the older man reeling backward, his body twisting in midair. A pained grunt escapes him, but a wide, almost delighted smile spreads across his face. Suddenly, a shimmering blue square barrier erupts before him, deflecting the next blow with another resounding crack. Lee Hyun-sung's eyes widen in astonishment. But he doesn't falter, instead pushing off with renewed vigor. Dashing forward with incredible speed, Lee Hyun-sung slides backward across the water-covered floor, still reeling from the impact. His spear trails behind him, kicking up a spray of water. The older man, his sparring partner, watches with a surprised exclamation. Hyun-sung pushes himself up, his spear still firmly in hand. As he regains his footing and faces his opponent once more, he takes a moment, breathing heavily, wondering if he'd taken too long of a break, already feeling his stamina draining despite barely moving. His opponent, however, simply grins, a satisfied expression spreading across his face, clearly pleased to have found someone worth teaching. The tip of Hyun-sung's spear gleams, ready for the next round. His sparring partner explains that beyond increasing stamina, there is something else related to Hyun-sung's current swordsmanship skills, asking if he wished to learn something other than swordsmanship. Hyun-sung confirms this, prompting the older man to suggest an MMA match, to which Hyun-sung counters with the idea of a dagger, and his partner agrees, stating that since he has never heard of it before, he should try it out. The gray-haired man then explains his own limitations, noting that while he can use a one-handed sword, he struggles to use any weapon with his left hand. Hyun-sung, considering the implications, asks if it would be all right, having heard that the game's classes are all designed around martial arts. His partner dismisses the concern with a grin, stating he doesn't care, before inquiring about Hyun-sung's own fighting style. The two men stand facing each other, the question hanging in the air. A hearty laugh erupts from the older man, amused by Hyun-sung's admission that he plays and fights with no opponents. His partner reiterates the idea of a dagger, while Hyun-sung, looking down in thought, quietly repeats the word to himself, considering that this might actually be a good approach. Lee Hyun-sung moved with practiced precision, his sword cutting through the air with sharp, deliberate sounds as he continued his training. After a moment, he paused, his gaze falling to the ground in contemplation. Now watch carefully, an older man instructed, preparing to demonstrate. He moved swiftly, engaging Hyun-sung in a mock battle, explaining that while a long sword was powerful, it forced one to attack from a distance. And don't you think it would be great if everyone had a long sword? If you attack someone with a long sword, you'll have to attack from far away. Then, with a blur of motion, a dagger appeared in his hand. And the older man closed the distance, demonstrating how to overcome the long sword's range by throwing Hyun-sung through the air. And don't you think it would be great if everyone had a long sword? Hyun-sung considered the implications, wondering if one could even throw a sword in combat. You could throw your sword? A new strategy began to form in his mind, a combination of a long sword and dagger. He realized the immense benefit, noting that a dagger's attack range could effectively match a long sword's, allowing him to maintain his own defense while attacking. It's good. On top of that, a dagger's attack range is the same as a long sword, so while attacking, you can maintain yourself as well. He listens intently as the older man, holding a long sword, explains that while the principles of combat are universal, the application differs greatly from person to person, and that learning from him will help him adapt quickly. Eager to begin, he asks, "Then when do you want to start learning?" Before immediately adding, "Right now, please." A sharp gasp escapes the armored woman, her eyes widening in surprise, as she prepares for an immediate, decisive action. With a burst of speed, she launches herself forward, a faint blue glow trailing behind her, her form blurring as she closes the distance. She pauses, her gaze sharp and focused, her armored chest rising with a deep breath. Then, with a swift, practiced motion, she draws a curved blade from her hip. The sword slams into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave of brilliant blue energy that shatters the earth beneath her. As the energy dissipates, she continues her powerful swing, her momentum carrying her through the aftermath. A massive, furry claw slams down, sending spray and debris flying. Reacting with swift precision, the blonde knight draws her blade. With a surge of brilliant blue energy, she unleashes a devastating strike, sending the monstrous creature reeling back with a pained cry. She watches the chaotic aftermath, particles of light and dust swirling around the impact zone. The force of her attack continues to push the beast, its form now glowing with residual energy, further away. The creature, stunned and defeated, reflects on its unexpected turn of events. It plunges into the water below, leaving the knight to observe its fall. A sigh escapes her as she considers her actions, admitting to herself that she had been too arrogant. Standing over the defeated foe, now transformed into a shimmering loot bag, she contemplates her next move. A brilliant flash illuminates a pile of newly manifested gold coins, weapons, and armor, the spoils of a recent victory. The blonde knight, standing over the sleeping figure, surveys the bounty, wondering aloud what they had acquired. Her dark-haired companion, kneeling beside the slumbering man, suggests patience, believing the answer would come once he awakened. The blonde knight, however, finds her patience wearing thin, her thoughts drifting to the necessity of sleep. Unable to wait any longer, she moves closer to the prone figure, a faint clanking of her armor accompanying her impatience. She begins to gently shake the sleeping man, her voice rising in exasperation as she urges him to finally awaken. Despite her efforts, he remains deeply asleep, a soft snore escaping him as he continues to slumber peacefully. Suddenly, a blue system window materializes before them, announcing its appearance with a stark, digital command. The message warns that the unidentified party member will be forcibly logged out due to prolonged sleep, explaining that the system automatically logs out users after 12 hours of inactivity. The blonde knight and her dark-haired companion stand in the shallow water, discussing the strange situation they've encountered. She suggests, "I'll take care of the times." Her companion agrees, "Since our level is so far apart, I'm sure we'll run into each other again." "Yeah, good idea." With a sudden burst of speed, the blonde knight thinks to herself, she needs to find him. Her resolve solidifying, she decides that the next time, they are definitely going to recruit him for the guild. Meanwhile, her dark-haired companion moves with determination, thinking that if she wants to recruit him, she'll have to become stronger. Catching up to her friend, she calls out, "Yuni, let's go together." The blonde knight glances back, surprised, as a system message appears, telling her, "Sorry, you can come slowly." Her eyes widen in surprise, a faint glow of stars around her as she reacts to something unseen. Without hesitation, she dashes forward, leaving her companion behind with a declaration that she'll wait ahead, while her companion can only stare after her, startled. Her feet pound against the rocky ground, carrying her swiftly away. Meanwhile, in a different part of the dungeon, two adventurers, one in a fur hat and the other in a witch's cap, discuss the blonde knight's unusual behavior, wondering if she truly acts that way. Elsewhere, a young man stirs from a deep sleep, stretching his stiff limbs and groaning about the discomfort. He muses aloud about his own heroic nature, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he considers his unique abilities. Later, at his computer, he notices a new post, a small sound escaping him as he reads about a Survey Corps team forming to explore Venia Castle, a rare opportunity for recruitment, and an influential merchant's quest, prompting him to consider joining. He clicks away at his keyboard, his thoughts drifting to Venia, a city known for its rarely seen monsters. Despite its beautiful facade, he recalls information about the city being a popular tourist spot, which often meant it was crowded. A soft click echoes as he ponders what exactly is happening there, his brow furrowed in thought. He scrolls through an online forum, finding a post about a gangster-like guild in Venia, but quickly dismisses it, deciding it has nothing to do with him. Instead, he resolves to prioritize his own training, planning to exercise whenever he finds the time. Later, the city's buildings stand tall as evening approaches, and he finally arrives back at his apartment, calling out his return. His roommate, a college student, is not yet home from the academy. He had declared that one day he would be his own man, and thanks to the capsule, he had been able to get into it. Eager to begin, he quickly settled into the VR capsule, ready to test it out. As the system whirred to life, a notification appeared, confirming that VR registration had started for player Hyunsung. A prompt then asked if he wished to start his connection to IDEA, to which he affirmed with a decisive yes. Moments later, he found himself transported to a bustling, open-air plaza, the central hub of Rihei Village. A familiar system message appeared, and he murmured, "Oh," as expected. The message informed him that he had slept for 14 hours and 52 minutes, and his skills were now being adjusted, with strength, reaction speed, stamina, magic power, and intelligence all increasing by 9 points. Observing the uniform increases, he noted that they all increased equally, then wondered if inches meant he could now buy clothes. He finds himself in a bustling shop, a green-haired merchant greeting him. He explains his decision to sell his items here, despite the inconvenience, believing he can get a good price. The merchant, eager to buy everything he possesses, confirms the protagonist's expectation of a fair price. With a nod, the merchant invites him to display his wares. A system window appears, confirming the sale of all his items for 16,225 gold, an amount that surprises him, as it's double what he anticipated. The transaction completes, depositing 32,450 gold into his account. As he turns to leave, the merchant bids him farewell, hoping for continued good business. Stepping away, he notices a system notification about his status being updated, but decides he needs to address some personal matters first. A sudden realization washes over him, his eyes widening in surprise. A new system window confirms he has reached level 50 and unlocked an exclusive quest for the Hunter of the Abyss, prompting him to touch the quest icon to receive it. He stares at the notification, a question forming in his mind. The system interface shimmers before him, leaving him rooted to the spot. He recalls rumors of such quests for high-ranking classes, surprised one would appear so quickly. The full realization hits him. This is an exclusive quest for a god-rank class. A dark, ethereal quest window materializes, dominated by a skeletal visage wreathed in purple energy. The objective is clear. He must find Thanatos' disciple, and by obtaining their essence, unlock a quest befitting a god-rank class. The description elaborates on the ancient practice of gods choosing disciples for worldly tasks, revealing that Thanatos, unable to choose one, created his own. Finding this disciple will lead to their presence spreading across the continent. These god-rank quests impact the entire continent, and the first trace reveals a Thanatos disciple, a dragon sealer, once sealed the ancient evil dragon Abe Lion, the Chaos Wyram, in a place east of Yemka's City of Ruins. The quest details unfold, revealing that the apple, where Abe Lion is sealed, has appeared in the east of Yemka, and the dragon sealer's trace is within Yemka's City of Ruins, with multiple traces requiring increasing levels to pursue. The sixth trace, available at level 300, comes with no time limit, but a critical condition. If someone else claims the trace first, the quest will fail. The reward, however, is immense, a skill of God's authority and a God's relic for every trace found. Processing the information, Lee Hyun-sung's eyes widen in disbelief, the sheer scale of the quest making him exclaim at its intensity, a thought about Thanatos of a goddess crossing his mind. He scrolls through a digital screen, perhaps seeking more context, his attention momentarily drawn to a webtoon about a superhuman girl and a mayor. A wave of concern washes over him as he considers the possibility, wondering what would happen if the Survey Corps, another powerful entity, were to find the trace before him. The implications of such a failure begin to sink in, a horrifying realization dawning on him. He would drop all the way back to level 1. The thought sends a tremor through him, his eyes widening in pure, unadulterated terror at the prospect. The thought of dropping to level 1 sends a jolt of terror through Lee Hyun-sung, the sheer absurdity of such a penalty for a god-rank quest making him question the very nature of the challenge, even as the system reveals the potential for God's authority and a God's relic as rewards. He considers the implications, realizing that if he were to succeed, the rewards could be monumental. A new system message confirms his hopes, announcing that he can indeed choose a skill of God's authority and a God's relic, the words glowing with an ethereal purple light. The names themselves, so rare and powerful, ignite a spark of excitement within him, promising abilities beyond imagination. His eyes gleam with golden determination as he declares he must obtain them. With his resolve solidified, the system provides his next objective, directing him to the grand city of Venia. A sprawling metropolis rises from the water, its intricate architecture reaching towards the sky under a clear blue expanse. Surveying the magnificent view, Lee Hyun-sung remarks on the city's sheer scale, wondering if it's even larger than Rihei's city, while Agni, equally impressed, notes the sheer number of people gathered here. Indeed, compared to Rihei's city, this place feels far more significant, a sentiment Hyun-sung echoes, confirming that this is Venia Central Plaza. As they stand amidst the bustling plaza, Agni expresses his surprise at the city's appearance, having expected something more ancient and less modern, to which Hyun-sung replies that it's a relief, as he prefers a more contemporary aesthetic. Agni lets out a dismissive scoff, clearly not sharing the same enthusiasm for the city's modern design. The blonde knight, observing the diverse crowd, comments on the general appearance of the people, noting that everyone seems to look quite cool. Hyun-sung, taking in the scene, agrees with her assessment, acknowledging that indeed, everyone looks cool. Amidst the bustling plaza, a finely crafted sword, adorned with intricate details and a glowing gem, rests within its scabbard, its presence a silent testament to the adventurers gathered. He stands in his beginner's room, considering his current attire, knowing he needs to get properly dressed for the journey ahead. After all, if he's going to embrace the life of a hunter, he needs to look the part, prompting him to seek out new clothes. A vibrant, rainbow-hued item card shimmers into existence, signaling a new acquisition or ability. A soft ding sound accompanies the appearance, and Hyun-sung's expression shifts to one of thoughtful surprise. Now fully clad in common-grade leather armor, complete with a sheathed sword at his hip, he looks every bit the aspiring adventurer. He glances down at his new boots, a slight sigh escaping him as he considers the 1,000 gold he had to spend on this basic leather armor. Yet, a determined look crosses his face as he rationalizes the expense, knowing that earning 1,000 gold per day in the game makes such an investment worthwhile. With his shopping complete, he sets off at a brisk pace, eager to quickly make his way to the castle. He reflects on the journey, realizing that since he can only enter the main town after completing the tutorial and gathering resources, running all the way to the castle will take considerably longer than he anticipated. Continuing his journey, Lee Hyun-sung muses on his unique advantage, noting that he is alone in his efforts compared to the organized Survey Corps. He then considers the power of his divine abilities, his God's authority, and God's eye skills. A confident smile spreads across his face. He wonders just how potent these newly acquired skills will prove to be. His path eventually leads him to the grand, private residence of Mayor Dorgnome. Inside, the portly mayor, adorned in rich robes, accepts a golden object from Lee Hyun-sung, agreeing to take the gold for the Survey Corps. A system window identifies the man as Dorgnome, the Lord of Venus and a great merchant, confirming his esteemed status. With a knowing look, Dorgnome confirms the transaction, his merchant's eye skill activating to finalize the exchange. Dorgnome explains that the item is a God's authority skill, a passive ability that will activate at a random point once every 24 hours, forcing the user to sleep until they log out, or for a minimum of 12 hours if connected for longer. Lee Hyun-sung finds the condition annoying, yet acknowledges the necessity of humoring the merchant. Dorganome continues, explaining that during this forced sleep, the user's status will randomly increase every hour, allowing them to earn up even in their deep slumber. He then adds that if the user is connected to the game for over 12 hours, they will be forcibly logged out. Dorganome confirms the terms, assuring Hyun-sung that he will have a good time and that the item will be delivered soon. With a flourish, Dorganome presents a small, ornate crest to Hyun-sung. As Hyun-sung reaches for it, Dorganome reiterates that the crest is a god's authority skill, specifically Thanatos' narcolepsy. Hyun-sung examines the crest, a small, red shield with a golden lion's head, and internally muses that his status will rise just by sleeping, which he finds awesome. Turning back to the merchant, Hyun-sung expresses his gratitude for the transaction. A stern voice warns, demanding loyalty and performance, not to disappoint him or the emperor. The ambitious man, a smirk playing on his lips, acknowledges the command, though he inwardly curses the damned fat bastard, while calculating his own gains, dreaming of becoming a captain. He knows he might be discarded once his task is done, but the lure of reward is too strong, and with a final declaration, he takes his leave from the ornate chamber. His footsteps echo through the grand hall, a silent determination etched on his face as he descends the sweeping staircase. Clenching his fist, he reaffirms his mission, to kill a certain human, a Dorganome, a mere weakling who only knows how to bargain or beg for money. The thought of his promotion fuels his ambition, and a sinister smirk returns as he plans to seize not just the reward and money, but even the mayor's daughter, urging himself to move quickly. A wide, predatory grin stretches across his face, anticipating the moment he can lay his hands on everything he desires. Meanwhile, at Vinla's last plaza, a bustling crowd pushes and shoves, with one person shouting to stop the pushing. The plaza is packed, with voices repeatedly calling out, urging everyone to line up. At a guild counter, Agni stands ready to assist the kneeling Lee Hyun-sung, who awaits his turn for a Castle Survey Corps quest application. As his number, 95, flashes on a holographic screen, Agni, the guild manager, prepares for the next applicant. He then hands a quest to Lee Hyun-sung, a critical mission from the Emperor to subjugate a chief in Dorganome's territory, promising rewards like Guild of the Empire status, new followers, and significant achievement points, making the kneeling man wonder if he'd been forgotten, or if this was a new opportunity. Standing together overlooking the city, Agni mutters about the stupid bastards who assigned such a task, recalling how they were once part of the Castle Survey Corps and now expect others to gather materials for the chief's subjugation rather than doing the legwork themselves. He questions why Hyun-sung would order him to undertake such a mission when he should be out hunting. Lee Hyun-sung, however, sees the opportunity, realizing that while some might call it a dirty job, it promises more wealth than traditional dungeon hunting. As a faint red glow emanates from his back, he contemplates the true nature of the quest, wondering who exactly they are meant to keep in check. A sudden realization dawns, eyes widening in surprise. Standing cloaked in dark robes, a figure with long, jet-black hair appears, seemingly from nowhere. Her feet rest upon a glowing blue magic circle, a phenomenon that can only be experienced in this reality. Her outer appearance is flawless, confirming her status as another player. A voice from off-panel remarks on her lifelike appearance, then inquires about her class, level, and name. The speaker, a male knight with spiky blonde hair and gleaming armor, grins broadly, awaiting her response. The cloaked figure internally questions why he's asking for her name, when she had only inquired about the level of the person before him. With a slight look of annoyance, she relents, introducing herself as Han Seoa, a level 110 magician. The blonde knight exclaims that her name is beautiful, while Han Seoa turns her head away, clearly unamused by his enthusiasm. Han Seoa, still processing the unexpected encounter, remarks on how well she's doing, while the blonde knight beside her expresses his surprise at her lifelike appearance. With a determined expression, she declares her immediate goal, to reach the castle. The knight, however, seems to have other priorities, suggesting they first head to the village, a proposal Han Seoa finds rather annoying. He lets out a small, exasperated sigh, his patience wearing thin. Meanwhile, in a different location, the masked protagonist observes a level display, while Agni remarks on someone's rude behavior, questioning if it's normal for them. Agni continues, explaining that if this were a normal situation, the person would have paid for their rudeness, then asks the masked protagonist if he's heard about the Survey Corps. The masked protagonist confirms he has, adding that he's heard they're recruiting. Back with Han Seoa, the blonde knight tries to reason with her, suggesting they should at least go to the village to gather information. The masked protagonist, now alone, mutters to himself, frustrated that if he hadn't lost his way, he wouldn't need to join the Survey Corps. Lee Hyun-sung, clad in a vibrant yellow jacket, curses his own foolishness, realizing he should have gathered more information about the authorities and the game's systems. Walking through the town in a sharp black suit, he laments that if he had known this would happen, he would have simply applied to the Survey Corps instead of wasting his time, blaming only himself for his predicament. He pauses before a grand building, gazing up at its imposing structure, his face contorted in a grimace of deep frustration. Later, in an office, Dorganome addresses him directly, stating he is busy and will get straight to the point, while Hyun-sung listens, clearly annoyed by whatever is being said. The words ignite a fresh wave of anger in Hyunsung, who again thinks that if he had known this outcome, he would have joined the Survey Corps, letting out a sharp, incredulous cry. Dismissing the thought with a frustrated whatever, he declares there's no way he'll join the Survey Corps, believing himself too high class as the great player's chance, and finds the game's internet ban utterly pathetic. As he turns to leave, Dorgnome, now inexplicably sitting on the floor, looks up at him, prompting Hyunsung to question his bizarre behavior. Letting out a deep sigh, Hyunsung wonders why the teacher assigned to his class isn't more cooperative, his annoyance palpable. Still reeling from the previous news, he finds himself questioning the difficulty of obtaining internet access, a requirement only for high-class players, which strikes him as strange given his own circumstances. The other man's presence, coupled with his quick departure, only adds to Hyunsung's growing irritation, making him feel as though he's losing his mind. Dorgnome, however, seems to believe a genius has graced them with his presence, yet he also notes the lack of information on user Han Seo's guest account as a significant problem. Hyunsung demands to know why this wasn't explained to him earlier, and what exactly the other man is referring to. The merchant apologizes, stating he was merely following orders, and reveals that the quest for the great player's chance is a closely guarded secret. A heavy feeling settles over Hyunsung, a premonition that things are destined to continue spiraling out of control. He curses under his breath, wondering what he can possibly do now, resigned to the idea that he's simply meant to keep sleeping. A new passive skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, has been activated, allowing his status to rise simply by sleeping, a development he finds incredibly advantageous. Meanwhile, at Venia's east entrance, the registration for the Survey Corps is rapidly approaching its deadline. A diverse group of users, including Agni, the Blonde Knight, the Dark Knight, and Han Seo, gathers as the announcement echoes, urging all who intend to join the Survey Corps to assemble there. Hyunsung, still cloaked, discusses the situation with Dorgnome, wondering how many people are actually gathering, given the capacity for 1,000. Dorgnome explains that since it's a joint quest, there are likely other users attempting to gain an unfair advantage. Despite the potential for trouble, Hyunsung resolves to endure the situation until they reach the castle, planning to make a swift exit once inside. On another note, he wonders why a particular guild interviewer keeps staring at him, a subtle unease settling over him amidst the bustling crowd. As he checks his status once more, his hooded figure remains a quiet observer among the eager participants. He observes the other users, noting their transparent attempts to gain an advantage, as if they're not even trying to hide their intentions. It seems he's already on their radar, and one of them, a fiery-haired knight, can't help but notice his intense gaze. The knight internally fumes, wondering if he's being looked down upon by a low-level player, convinced that the man is deliberately staring him down. Meanwhile, Hyunsung's thoughts drift to the inevitable break he'll need, resolving to deal with these nuisances himself. A system message then appears, offering him a secret path to the castle, a hidden route belonging to the Lord of Venus, promising all the good loot. He acknowledges his right to this secret progression, given his connection to the bridge, and the system suggests decreasing his logout frequency from 100%, since he can only log out every 2 real-time days. A wave of surprise washes over him, his eyes widening at the unexpected system prompts. The system continues, noting that while the secret path is beneficial, it's concerning that the Lord of Venus is targeting him, and he also realizes that Han Seo is nowhere to be found. With a frustrated sigh, he mutters that nothing seems to be going right today. A deep frustration settles over him, the thought of a particular bastard fueling his anger. He suspects a planned ambush, believing someone is deliberately sticking close, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Clenching his fist, he resolves that while a sneak attack might have worked before, now that he's aware, he won't stand idly by. Perched atop his mount, his gaze hardens, a grim determination to eliminate his perceived threat. Meanwhile, the masked protagonist, flanked by the blonde and dark knights, decides to take a short break, observing that a newbie who lacks knowledge will inevitably become a target. Under the vast night sky, a roaring campfire crackles, its flames dancing with a deep, resonant rumble. As the masked protagonist rests beside it, a system message confirms his class has been set, prompting a moment of confusion from him. Another message indicates that rest is in progress. His confusion deepens as a new skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, God, appears, stating he won't be able to move until he tries it. He questions the bizarre condition. But before he can fully process this, a subtle sound draws his attention, causing him to glance back into the dense forest. Unaware of the danger, he ventures deeper into the woods, while behind him, a blonde-haired man muses that it's almost time for their target to arrive, planning to lure him further into the forest. A smirk plays on the blonde man's lips as he anticipates the prey falling into their trap, a deadly snare leading straight to the afterlife. The forest grows darker, the air thick with an unseen threat, until the masked protagonist lies motionless on the ground, unconscious and vulnerable. The blonde man looks down at his fallen target, a chilling promise escaping his lips. "I'll kill you." He moved with silent, predatory grace, a blur of motion in the dense forest, bringing down his target with a swift, decisive strike. A pained grunt escaped the armored figure, his face contorted in surprise and agony. The masked protagonist looked down, hearing the faint clinking of chains, and dismissed his opponent, wondering what a low-level like him was doing in such a place. He remained poised, shield and sword ready, observing the fallen figure. His eyes glowed faintly as he sensed a strange, unsettling aura emanating from the man's attire, a feeling that something was deeply wrong. Then, his gaze fell upon the man's empty hand, realizing there was no chain to be seen. Suddenly, glowing purple chains erupted from the ground behind the blonde figure, who cried out in shock. The chains coiled around him with brutal force, ensnaring him completely as he struggled against their magical grip. The masked protagonist watched, his expression unreadable, as the unexpected power took hold. Glowing purple chains erupted from the ground, coiling around the blonde knight, yet the masked protagonist felt a chilling sense of unease, recognizing the familiar, ominous power. His mind raced, identifying them as the dreaded Reaper's chains. He couldn't be mistaken. These were indeed the legendary Reaper's chains, but something about their manifestation felt profoundly different. The chains inflicted true damage, bypassing conventional defenses and leaving their target unable to move for a full 5 seconds. They ignored all defenses, piercing through even magic resistance, rendering the victim utterly powerless for 10 seconds. A cold dread washed over him as he finally understood what just happened. His eyes widened in disbelief, the implications of the trap settling in. The chains were absolute. There was no resisting their power, and the target would remain utterly powerless for the full 10 seconds. Then, the blonde knight's voice cut through the silence, a chilling revelation. I caught you just in time, but you're too slow. Still caught in the mysterious chains, he finds himself on the ground as a cloaked figure stands over him, her voice calm as she asks if he is all right. His mind races, trying to comprehend the situation, realizing this woman is far more than she appears, a silent question forming behind his mask. Just what kind of predicament has he stumbled into? He reflects on his failure to escape the Reaper's chains, a legendary item that not only binds him, but also cost him a valuable class relative. Observing the cloaked woman, he realizes her power is at least equal to his own, if not greater. She assures him she is unharmed, as he hadn't attacked her, while he internally plans to find a less crowded place once she is distracted. With a dismissive ah, he thanks her for her help, declaring she doesn't need him, and bids her farewell. As he walks away, the cloaked woman muses on the difficulty of a successful attack against a strong opponent, wondering if he is truly as powerful as she suspects, concluding that a doll of this level requires careful handling. He sprints through the dark, dense forest, a faint huff escaping him as he pushes forward, unaware of the long-haired figure watching his hurried retreat from below. His gasps grow louder as he continues his desperate flight, while the cloaked figure, whose dark eyes betray no emotion, maintains her silent vigil over his escape. Finally stopping, a wave of confusion washes over him, wondering what just happened and why he feels as though he's lost something important. Meanwhile, the towering structure of the Inferno building stands stark against the clear blue sky. In front of it, the masked fighter stands, still observed by the cloaked figure, who recognizes him with a surprised exclamation. Back in an office, a colleague expresses disbelief, wondering why the masked fighter, who should be hospitalized, is out and about. Lee Hyun-sung considers the situation, acknowledging that while it's an obvious judgment from his section chief's perspective, there's more to it. He continues to ponder, looking at a holographic screen, realizing that Hyun-sung and Han Seoa's quests are fundamentally different. As he holds two glowing blue screens, a soft ringing sound emanates from them. As the details of the quests unfold, a stark contrast emerges. Han Seoa's mission is to prevent the resurrection of Aquilier, a revelation that leaves Lee Hyun-sung with a growing sense of unease, as he feels things are about to take a turn for the worse. He can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. An ominous presence hangs heavy in the air. A roaring bonfire casts dancing shadows across a makeshift camp, its warmth a stark contrast to the chill of the night. Lee Hyun-sung, his face obscured by a dark mask, considers his options, knowing that before he can help the woman he seeks, he must first secure the treasure and depart from this place. It's the only path he can take for her. Around the central fire, the camp bustles with activity, as a voice calls out, declaring the break over and signaling it's time to move out. Two figures stand apart, one grumbling about the elves, muttering, as expected of those sly bastards. Then why did they help us in the first place? As the camp begins to stir, Hyun-sung turns his back on the flickering flames, his thoughts drifting to the woman he's trying to protect, resigning himself to simply trusting her. A faint glow emanates from his hand as he considers the passive skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, which allows him to gain power even while sleeping, and thinks, nice. Until he revives, they won't know that he died chasing after me. A voice on the other end of the line confirms, yeah, Sungo. As Lee Hyun-sung, his face etched with shock, delivers the grim news, Hyung, I died. He stands stunned, grappling with the impossible reality of his own death within the game, a death that occurred during a guild war, despite being followed for months by a player among their ranks. What the hell just happened? On the other end, Sungo's hand moves to a sleek device, acknowledging the situation. All right, I got it. I'll connect the capsule to look into it. So hang up. A frustrated sigh escapes him as he mutters, this freaking idiot. His eyes glow with a soft blue light as a system message appears, announcing, "Iris recognition has started." The interface prompts him, "Which character would you like to connect to?" With a determined expression, Sungo states, "I'll connect with Reiner," as a guild chat window opens, displaying 30 active members. The chat is abuzz with concern and speculation about the recent death, with members like Pill questioning how Asur could have been killed and Goofy suggesting they move in groups. Daiche warns of unseen dangers, while Farant proposes moving in groups of 4. As the two stand amidst the virtual forest, a sense of urgency hangs in the air. Sungo insists they must uncover the truth behind their guild member's death, urging caution to avoid further casualties. He ponders the situation, his expression grim. He then voices his suspicion, believing the only way to find answers is to navigate the treacherous maze ahead. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-sung, observing the armored figures around them, acknowledges his own need to grow stronger, a quiet resolve hardening his features. His gaze drops, a fierce determination in his eyes as he questions who would dare challenge him. Sungo, however, focuses on a different kind of reward, musing that through their current endeavor, a noble title might be within reach. Elsewhere, the masked protagonist stands resolute, declaring that he will not abandon any opportunity or allow anyone else to claim the achievement alone. A system window appears before Lee Hyun-sung, now in a new, cloaked avatar, detailing a passive skill called Thananos' Narcolepsy, God, that allows his status to rise simply by sleeping, a revelation that prompts him to wonder, how could such a vague quest even exist? Standing amidst a gathering of armored figures, Lee Hyun-sung voices his confusion, wondering how he can complete a quest if he cannot even enter the castle or reach the resurrection point. He ponders the nature of his task, questioning why he received such an absurd quest, yet a single certainty remains clear in his mind. Nearby, Sungo, clad in heavy armor, reacts with a sharp intake of breath, his eyes widening slightly at Hyun-sung's words. His expression hardens, a grim determination settling on his features. Sungo's thoughts drift to a past mistake, realizing that an unnamed manager must have contacted the group too soon, and regretting allowing him to join a player guild. Hyun-sung remains silent, his gaze distant as he processes the unfolding situation. Sungo, still lost in thought, questions if he himself has become a target, assessing Hyun-sung's capabilities and concluding that a level 70 player, while not bad, wouldn't be able to contribute much to this predicament. Turning to Hyun-sung, Sungo asks why he chose to participate in a quest simply to grow stronger, to which Hyun-sung replies that despite the circumstances, Sungo must possess his own spirit. With a sigh, Hyun-sung accepts the situation, resolving that nothing can be done and he must protect Sungo, convinced that even if he saved him, Sungo would have inevitably found himself in this predicament because of him. Lee Hyun-sung considers his options, thinking that if he can't complete the quest, his companion will surely be grateful for his efforts, but a strange feeling begins to settle over him. As they continue their journey, Sungo points out the obvious, remarking that there are no monster drops left in their path. Hyun-sung agrees, noting that it's been 35 minutes since they started, yet Sungo corrects him, stating they've only been walking for 7. The discrepancy troubles Hyun-sung, who mentally runs the numbers, unable to reconcile the short duration with his own perception of time. A chilling thought then crosses his mind, wondering why his companions are watching him so intently. He glances back at the group, noticing their subtle movements, and questions if they've deliberately stepped forward at this precise moment. Now, they make no effort to hide their scrutiny, leaving him to wonder if there's a deeper game at play. He considers the possibility that this is all a calculated strategy, designed to make him lead, but ultimately dismisses the thought with a shrug. Suddenly, Hyun-sung breaks into a sprint, prompting Sungo to exclaim, "Sorry." He's running away, before urging the others, "Hey, go after him." He pushes himself to his limits, refusing to be caught, even as Sungo urges him to run faster, and Agni remarks on his incredible speed. Glancing back at his pursuers, he wonders if they are truly trying, or if this is all part of a larger, more sinister game. Meanwhile, from a strategic vantage point, the blonde knight watches the chase unfold, calmly stating that it's time to bring this to an end. Still running, Hyun-sung muses on his own surprising endurance, regretting that he hadn't simply fled earlier instead of trying to uncover the truth about his supposed allies. Another glance back, and a crucial memory surfaces, the woman from before, the one he'd forgotten about. A wave of panic washes over him as he realizes the full extent of his blunder, wondering if they had heard everything he said, a thought he desperately tries to dismiss as impossible. Clutching a game card, the grim reality sets in. He's truly screwed, having neglected to send a message to the team chat, a fundamental guild protocol. His escape attempt ends abruptly as he finds himself surrounded by his former companions, Sungo's mocking laughter confirming that his realization came far too late. With a desperate intensity, he demands answers, his voice laced with accusation as he asks who among them is truly his ally, and who was responsible for killing Aknim. With his companions closing in, he knew this was his only chance to act. Drawing his blade with a swift click, he decided to test his resolve against them. But before he could even move, a sudden, unseen force struck him with a heavy thud. He reeled back, a gasp escaping him, stunned by the unexpected assault. A chilling chime echoed as a system notification flashed, informing him that Thananos' nightmares had been activated. A wave of debilitating energy washed over him, reducing his experience and gain by half, forcing a pained cry from his lips. Now on the ground, Lee Hyun-sung found himself completely surrounded, his former companions standing over him, their intentions clear. But the betrayal wasn't over. Sungo, one of the group, suddenly turned, his blade tearing into the masked protagonist with a sickening rip, blood splattering across the scene. The attack continued, the blade plunging deeper with a final, grim thud. He lies on the ground, the impact of the critical strike still reverberating through his body, as Lee Hyun-sung kneels beside him, a silent witness to the betrayal. A boot presses down, and a voice notes his unexpected resilience, confirming he isn't dead despite the high-level attack. Agni silences the others, explaining that a critical strike inflicts a status abnormality, causing significant loss of experience and gold. Rising slowly, the masked protagonist thinks to himself that if he has to get used to this kind of betrayal, he will. He takes a moment to compose himself, knowing he needs to remain calm in this volatile situation. With a shout, Agni commands the Blonde Knight and Dark Knight to charge him all at once, initiating a coordinated assault. As they close in, he ponders whether any of his attackers possess a stealth-type class. A quick assessment tells him that it seems they do not. Still, the thought lingers, a contingency for a stealth-type opponent always a possibility. The Blonde Knight's blade flashes, arcing towards the masked protagonist's back, a swift and precise strike. The attack continues its relentless trajectory, connecting with a sickening crunch, drawing blood from the injured fighter. He grunts, recoiling violently from the impact, his body thrown backward. As he struggles to regain his footing, a system message flashes before his eyes, confirming the loss of his bounty and that his armor points will not recover. "Oh," he exclaims, the full extent of the critical hit's debuff sinking in. Before he can fully process the information, Agni's sword slices through the air, a swift follow-up attack. It strikes him with brutal force, the impact echoing through the cavern. Sending him flying through the air, a blue energy burst marking his trajectory as he is launched away. He pulls back the string of his bow, a glowing arrow materializing between his fingers. But before he can loose it, a fiery impact slams into his side, sending him reeling to one knee. Another blast of blue energy follows, striking him squarely and forcing a pained gasp. "ARRGH," he cries out, struggling to regain his footing. Yet another fiery blow connects, twisting his body mid-air, and he crashes hard onto the forest floor, the impact echoing through the trees. The Blonde Knight, seeing her opportunity, begins to channel a massive, shimmering blue spell, preparing to unleash it upon the fallen fighter. Just as the attack is about to launch, a new figure lunges forward, shouting, "Block!" Lee Hyun-sung stands firm, his shield deflecting the powerful magical assault with a resounding clang. He braces himself, his shield whirling into position as the Blonde Knight's attack closes in. The impact sending a shockwave through the air. The force of her blow is immense, but he holds his ground, protecting the fallen figure behind him. Still, the Blonde Knight presses her assault, her glowing weapon locked against his shield with a deafening crash. The ground beneath him groans and cracks from the sustained pressure. And he lets out a pained grunt, his body visibly straining as he's pushed further back. With a fierce battle cry, the Blonde Knight unleashes another devastating strike, her weapon flaring with power. The ground beneath him shatters completely. As the relentless assault continues, a blur of motion and glowing energy. But before the final blow can land, a new figure, Sungo, suddenly intervenes, blocking the Blonde Knight's attack with his own weapon, forcing her to recoil with a sharp grunt. Though Sungo had just intervened, the masked protagonist was still reeling from a prior, unseen assault, dark tendrils of energy coiling around him as he struggled to regain his footing. Even with his bow drawn, he remained trapped, the oppressive force holding him captive. A pained gasp escaped him as a dark, void-like wound opened on his cheek, the impact threatening to shatter his resolve. He crumpled to the ground, blood splattering, the unseen assailant proving relentless. But even in his weakened state, the masked protagonist's mind raced, a glowing knife materializing from his system screen, a grim satisfaction in his voice as he noted his preparations. He was ready, his new weapon poised. Suddenly, Agni lunged, a powerful punch aimed at the masked protagonist, who met the attack with his glowing blade, the clash of forces echoing through the air. But before Agni could fully commit, the masked protagonist's counterattack was swifter, a brutal blow landing squarely on Agni's face. Agni was sent sprawling backward, the masked protagonist standing firm, the victor of the swift exchange. He delivers a powerful blow, a critical strike that sends his opponent reeling, though the system notes that karma points will not stack from this encounter. A furious roar escapes Agni, his voice laced with disbelief and rage. As his golden eye flares with intense light, a system message confirms the death of Taman. More notifications flood his vision, indicating he has gained 50 points from Thanatos' dreams, and that Yasuo has also fallen, with the quest preventing further karma point accumulation. The masked fighter turns away, leaving Agni to grapple with the impossible question, how could this have happened? With a blur of motion, he makes his swift escape, the glowing knife still clutched in his hand. His form streaks across the landscape, a dark silhouette against the ethereal blue glow of the environment. From a distance, Sungo and Lee Hyun-sung watch the events unfold, their faces etched with shock and disbelief at the sheer audacity of the masked figure. With a final glance back, a casual wave, the masked protagonist bids them farewell, disappearing into the distance. As the world around him seems to settle into a peaceful calm, a soft PUK sound echoes, and the system registers an additional 3 dungeon points, a passive gain likely from his unique skill. The masked protagonist surveys his status window, his level displayed prominently at 28. He stands alone in a vibrant forest clearing, considering the various ways to progress in this world, from earning items to fishing. Above the verdant canopy, various items float, awaiting collection. A black mask covers his lower face as he expresses a quiet wish for a specific arrow, grateful for the solitude that allows him to hunt with perfect timing. Engaged in combat with a monstrous boar, he muses that any more interruptions would put him on a timer, unable to return to real life. He considers simply logging off to enjoy his solo hunting without further distractions. A system window appears, displaying a topographic map of Scythe, complete with the location of a new castle and his current position. A satisfied smile forms beneath his mask as he holds the newly acquired map scroll. He considers the system's suggestion, knowing that the guild members usually hold on to such items, but he prefers to hunt alone. With a dismissive thought, he decides against joining any group, grateful for the opportunity to continue his solitary path. A digital prompt appears before him, asking if he will give up on the quest. His internal response is clear. There is no need for him to be a part of any survey corps. As he makes his decision, glowing blue particles begin to rise from the water's surface, swirling with ethereal light. The energy then gently dissipates, leaving the water calm once more. From a high vantage point, a figure in dark robes and red boots stands, a glowing green pendant hanging from her waist, observing the scene below. She wonders aloud, what just happened? Her eyes narrow as she considers the masked figure's actions, concluding that he is really good at fighting, and she has confirmed it. The masked protagonist moves through the dense foliage, a thought forming in his mind. The previous encounter was nothing more than a diversion. He understands now that his pursuers were intentionally led into the forest, misleading those who sought him. He had sensed their true target was him all along, and skillfully redirected them. Having executed his plan, he slipped away unnoticed. From a hidden vantage point, the unnamed female observer watches him go, a question lingering in her mind. What exactly is he pursuing? Deciding her next move, she resolves to follow him, and for now, she too will log out. The forest floor remains undisturbed, a silent witness to the unfolding mystery. The masked protagonist moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he carves through the shadowy figures surrounding him. His foot snapping out in a powerful kick, sending another enemy reeling. He leaps, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him, striking down yet another foe with precision. The force of his movements sends him momentarily airborne, his red cloak billowing as he descends. Suddenly, a massive, horned monster, wreathed in dark purple energy, looms into view, its presence radiating menace. An explosive burst of fire erupts near him, forcing him to recoil from the sudden impact. Despite the ongoing battle, a thought crosses his mind about the new passive skill, Thananos' narcolepsy god, he just acquired, which allows his status to rise simply by sleeping. He can hardly believe his luck, finding such an incredible ability. He lets out a soft exclamation of surprise, his eyes wide with an unknown emotion. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he moves, a mere blur of motion across the forest floor. Nearby, a figure pauses, her head tilting slightly, wondering if she's truly hearing things. The masked fighter continues his rapid advance, leaving a trail of disturbed earth in his wake. The observer peeks from behind a tree, her gaze fixed on his retreating form, a question forming in her mind about the nature of his skill. She muses that it should have taken at least a few minutes to hunt down a single monster, but he had dispatched 3 in mere seconds, almost instantaneously. Beyond his raw power, she notes his incredible control and the unique black sword he wields, a weapon she'd never seen him use before, clearly indicating immense strength. His skill, she concludes, must be at least hero grade, perhaps even legendary. As he continues to effortlessly dispatch boar-like monsters in the distance, she considers the implications for her own class rank and the possibility of recruiting such a formidable individual. The masked fighter moves with impossible speed, a blur of green and orange energy trailing behind him as he navigates the treacherous terrain, his movements so fluid they defy the very concept of cooldowns. Even as a monstrous claw swipes toward him, he effortlessly twists away, his evasion so smooth it seems almost impossible. His speed extends beyond combat, allowing him to snatch a glowing item from the air with even greater swiftness. Watching his flawless performance, the unnamed observer can only marvel at his every move. He continues to defy expectations, even dodging another attack while suspended in midair. Meanwhile, a phone screen displays a chat, with messages from Sungo and Donghoon discussing a Superman girl and that guy. The conversation hinting at the masked fighter's incredible abilities. Sungo, holding the phone, expresses his frustration, questioning what he would do if he possessed such dodging prowess. His eyes narrow in envy, the thought of that bastard being so skilled, and not just his ally, gnawing at him. Later, lying dejectedly in bed, he dreams of a life of leisure, if only he could dodge anything that came his way. Lee Hyun-sung stirs awake, an eye mask still covering his face, contemplating the implications of bringing a search group into the game. He muses on the difficulty of coordinating such an effort, especially when the first one to arrive would claim all the rewards. A thought crosses his mind about the sheer number of players, hoping there aren't more than 10 of them, before deciding to simply sleep on it. Under the serene glow of a full moon, the world within the game continues its cycle. As time passes within the game, the path to the distant castle stretches onward, awaiting its next challenger. Suddenly, the masked protagonist sprints across the landscape, his movements swift and purposeful, as he continues to level up with every passing moment. Back in his room, Lee Hyun-sung watches the screen with a look of surprise, his eyes wide as he processes the rapid progress. He notes the incredible speed of the masked protagonist, remarking that he's sure the player is faster than him. Observing the remaining distance to the castle, Lee Hyun-sung calculates that it will take the masked protagonist about 2 more days to reach it. He muses that if the masked protagonist continues to level up at this incredible pace, he will soon be too powerful for anyone to challenge. He watches the small figure on his screen, thinking that it would be best to wait a little longer before making his move. After all, on top of the monsters, the more players there are, the fewer items he will receive, and he still needs to gather more. Meanwhile, deep within the glowing forest, the masked fighter discovers a new area, announcing, "I've found them." He observes 2 other players, noting that there are 5 of them, and they appear to be taking turns hunting. He estimates their levels, concluding that they are likely in the 200s. Based on their positions around the area, he deduces that they must be his direct competitors. He confirms they are the same players he faced before, but he has already planned for this contingency. As he turns to move, he thinks, if nothing changes, then... With unwavering resolve, the masked fighter declares his victory, launching himself into the confrontation against the shadowy figure before him. A profound weariness washes over him, a deep-seated exhaustion that makes his eyelids heavy. Around a crackling campfire, a group of adventurers discusses their next move, one of them musing, "He may be strong, but how strong can he truly be? I can handle at least 5 people at once, anytime." Another voice cuts in. "They defeated an entire guild just because of him. The rumors say one person took them all down, right? If you believe in prophecy, does that make him a god?" Sungo, listening intently, recalls Guild Master Reiner calling the man a coward, yet he just wants to quickly change shifts. Suddenly, the air shimmers with an ethereal blue glow, as countless sparkling particles drift down from above. The group around the fire reacts with startled cries, wondering what kind of skills could be at play, as there shouldn't be any monsters nearby. Before anyone can react, a soft blob sound echoes, and Sungo's eyes widen in surprise as he is instantly inflicted with a status abnormality, sleeping. The masked fighter plunges through a swirling blue void, a system message confirming he has been inflicted with the sleeping status abnormality, set to last for 10 seconds. He can't help but think that his status will rise just by sleeping, which sounds awesome. Meanwhile, back with the others, Agni stares in disbelief at the unconscious Sungo, while Lee Hyun-sung exclaims that they cannot even perceive the source of this sudden attack. As the masked fighter continues to fall, a small, ominous red orb streaks towards him with alarming speed. His eyes widen in a silent scream, a golden aura flaring around him as the orb closes in. The red orb slams into his chest with a powerful impact. He crumples, eyes closing, as 2 system messages confirm he has taken significant damage and is now also afflicted with the sleeping status for 10 seconds. Lee Hyun-sung's face contorts in disbelief, uttering a single word, "Crazy." Agni, his expression now a mask of fury, roars a threat at their unseen assailant, promising vengeance. As the masked fighter's hand goes limp, a collective gasp of alarm escapes the group as the unseen attack continues to unfold around them. Suddenly, a surge of black and purple energy erupts, directly striking Sungo, who cries out as he's violently thrown back by the impact. The malevolent aura swirls around his face, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief. The dark energy continues to expand. It flows downward, an ominous, silent tide, engulfing more of the cavern floor. As the last vestiges of the dark magic dissipate, both Sungo and the masked protagonist lie motionless, unconscious on the cold stone, their allies looking on in stunned disbelief. For the masked protagonist, system warnings flash into existence, declaring significant damage, a 3-second unconsciousness timer, and a dangerously low stamina reserve. The 2 fallen figures remain still, their comrades gathered around them, a palpable tension filling the air. Then, a chilling system message appears, stark and undeniable. User Cade has been killed. A system message flashes, confirming the activation of Thananos' narcolepsy, God, passive, LV, max, and announcing a significant achievement. A user has been killed with a difference. This great achievement comes with a bonus, all stats increasing by 20, for having eliminated a legendary user. As the messages register, Cade's eyes widen in stunned surprise. Nearby, his companions, including the unnamed female observer, also react with a collective, confused huh? Elsewhere, a muscular figure in dark armor screams into the void, his voice raw with anguish as he desperately calls out, "Ah, where are you?" His gauntlet hand clenches, the devastating news echoing in his mind. The guild master has fallen. Surrounded by glowing particles in the dense forest, the subordinate continues his desperate cries. Through the same forest, a group of similarly armored figures rush forward, their expressions grim. A new system message confirms, "You have dealt a preemptive strike to the enemy's party." As the furious subordinate continues to challenge the unseen foe, "Ah, where are you? Come out and fight me." As the group moves through the shadowy passage, Lee Hyun-sung reminds them to maintain combat vigilance without losing focus, while Cade, with a hint of challenge in his voice, dares their unseen opponents to find him. He continues, stressing the tactical advantage they hold, warning that if they fail to utilize this preemptive strike, they risk being surrounded. The deputy chief then adds a crucial detail about the system's rules, explaining that anyone who avoids combat for 5 minutes will be removed from the battle, as Cade quietly wonders about the enemy's intentions. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the opposing ranks, his face contorted with fury, shouting, "Do you guys see him? He's the one who killed our guild master. I'll kill him in his sleep." The guild master's subordinate, his eyes blazing, demands the killer reveal himself, declaring his readiness to fight all night long. His enraged accusations echo through the space, as he points out the one responsible for his guild master's demise, reiterating his threat of vengeance. 10 minutes later, the standoff remains unbroken. The subordinate's patience wears thin, his face now a mask of pure frustration and rage, as he screams, "Fuck! I said come out, you crazy bastard." Despite the furious shouts directed at him, Cade remains utterly calm, a thought of sleepy Zizi drifting through his mind. The guild master's subordinate, his face contorted with fury, screams a death threat at Cade, who stands calmly in the distance. Meanwhile, the sound of movement echoes through the water, as a voice urges their group forward, confirming the target is in sight. The subordinate, surrounded by his own forces, reiterates his murderous intent, his voice raw with hatred. His eyes burn with an unyielding desire for vengeance, a stark contrast to the calm he faces. His allies, a group of armored figures, watch with tense expressions, their readiness palpable. Yet, Cade's gaze remains placid, his expression almost serene, hinting at an inner peace or perhaps a deeper, more unusual state. A powerful, unseen force seems to erupt around the subordinate, signaling an imminent, explosive attack. Despite the rising tension and the glowing particles swirling around him, Cade stands unmoving, his sword still sheathed at his side. He considers the game's rules, knowing that since he hasn't engaged in combat for 5 minutes, there's no need to rush into battle. He wonders if he is the only one who can save this woman, his thoughts lingering on the cloaked figure. After all, she is the sole member of the Survey Corps. As the thought settles, a system command flashes, prompting him to log out. The digital world dissolves around him, and he finds himself back in the familiar reality of the outside world. Later, at home, he sits across from a young woman who is intently focused on her meal. She glances up, asking, "You're still playing that game?" He responds simply, "What about it?" She continues eating, adding, "Well, thanks to you, I got to eat a little bit." A relieved smile spreads across his face as he admits, "I'm so relieved. I thought I was going to have fun." Seated across from a young woman, Lee Hyun-sung listens as she observes the strange dynamics of his guild, noting the presence of many weirdos. She continues, pondering if the small size of his guild means its members are already well acquainted, and questions the usual district-based operations of guilds. He simply dismisses her assumption. Hyun-sung explains that while other guilds try to block newcomers, such restrictions rarely last, prompting her to ask if he's being targeted by anyone. She then clarifies her understanding of guilds, distinguishing between serious and hobby-oriented groups, and notes that his guild's approach to gathering and hunting is unusual. He acknowledges her point. The young woman then playfully suggests he might want to join a different guild, but he remains non-committal. When she presses him on why he wouldn't, he admits his discomfort with large groups and his reluctance to take on a leadership role. A soft click sounds as he mutters, convinced he's almost persuaded her, and tells her to give up. Lee Hyun-sung considers his unique passive skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, God, acknowledging its immense power, yet also its inconvenient nature. Though it grants him incredible abilities, he knows it forces him into sleep at random intervals, a constant challenge for him and his subordinates. Suddenly, a small voice calls out, pulling him from his thoughts as tiny bare feet appear at the threshold. He recalls the skill's activation conditions, a random trigger every 24 hours, and the fact that even if he leaves the game capsule, his character continues to sleep in-game. Despite the forced sleep, his status randomly increases every hour, allowing him to gain power even while unconscious, though a forced logout occurs after 12 hours of in-game sleep. Meanwhile, a skilled fighter moves with incredible speed, her form a blur of motion as she unleashes a powerful attack, leaving a trail of glowing energy in her wake. A decisive command echoes, urging action. A new passive skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, has been acquired, allowing the sleeping ranker to perform hypnosis and fall asleep at random times, regardless of the situation. Though it means he'll always be sleeping, his subordinates have had a difficult time because of it, and the skill will activate randomly once every 24 hours, forcing him to log out if he leaves the capsule while asleep. He realizes that his status will rise just by sleeping, which is an awesome benefit. As he runs, a memory or an overheard conversation surfaces, recalling the incident where a Slayer guild was completely dismantled by a creature. He wonders if it was because so many high-level users had gathered that they were unable to regroup effectively, or if the Superhuman Guild, which leads the Slayer Guild and its subordinates, had a difficult time because of it. In the foreground, Sungo confirms that they were indeed originally a Slayer Guild. Lee Hyun-sung continues his internal monologue, realizing that the Superhuman Guild, despite their initial role as Slayers, later became heroes. He muses that even though they were a Slayer Guild, their primary function was to protect people, which makes the use of field lures to call creatures into question. He listens intently as the female observer explains that the Superhuman Guild, once known for using corpses to lure creatures, has now shifted its image to that of heroes. Sungo adds, his voice tinged with disbelief, that it's truly shameful how they've managed to deceive everyone, even convincing the public that their past actions were for the greater good. The female observer continues, detailing how many guild members have also joined the surplus corps, and since other guilds leave them alone, the Superhuman Guild has grown exponentially. She emphasizes the absurdity of it all, wondering how they can still be called heroes after everything they've done, especially with everyone else just accepting it. As the observer finishes, Hyun-sung's expression hardens, the thought of them using field lures to summon creatures for their own gain still bothering him. He considers the implications, realizing that if the Superhuman Guild is truly behind such manipulative tactics, then the map they're using to track creatures must be a crucial piece of evidence. His gaze sharpens, a resolute determination settling in his eyes. He knows he needs to get his hands on that map first, no matter what. High above, a formidable castle stands sentinel on a rugged mountain, its ancient stones bathed in the warm glow of a setting sun. With a series of quick, decisive taps, he begins typing, preparing for his next move. He had underestimated her. Despite her knight-like appearance, her fighting style was more akin to a mage, and her unexpected effectiveness had proven overwhelming. Lying defeated on the ground, he could only acknowledge the sheer, overwhelming strength that had brought him low. A heavy foot then descended, planting itself firmly beside him. Elsewhere, a young man with glasses looked on, his expression one of utter surprise. He turned to his companion, announcing that a new video had just been released. The group, including Sungo, gathered around the screen, one of them murmuring a familiar name in disbelief. Later, the young man with glasses stood with the unnamed female observer, commenting on how many drinks he'd consumed, before suggesting they get another. Meanwhile, a plain door stood in a hallway, bearing the name HWAN. He swings the staff, feeling his innate skills awaken and his stamina improve with each passing moment of training. Though his speed is like a snail's, he believes he can make this martial art his own unique technique, continuing to hone his movements. A sigh escapes him as he realizes his face remains stubbornly expressionless. He knows that without his special items, he's still just a novice. With a powerful quang, he brings the staff down. He then mutters to himself, with this, I can beat him with my bare hands, only to immediately regret his boast, as his companion looks on with amusement. Shaking off the momentary embarrassment, he reaffirms his resolve, asking himself who cares about ridiculous strength when there's no one to compare himself to. With renewed determination, he unleashes a flurry of strikes, each impact echoing with a sharp quang. The staff continues to move with powerful, rhythmic force, another quang, marking his relentless practice. As a surge of raw power erupts, a system message flashes, declaring, "It's overpowering." From a high vantage point, the glasses-wearing young man peers down, his gaze fixed on something below. Then, with a swift, decisive motion, he launches himself into the air, staff in hand, descending rapidly. Below, the older man looks up, his expression shifting to one of utter surprise as the figure hurtles towards him. The young man lands with a powerful impact, his staff striking the ground with a resounding thud. The older man's eye widens further, his surprise palpable. Approaching the young man, the older man exclaims, "Hull, let's go? How did you manage your face?" The glasses-wearing young man replies with a simple, "Thank you," before adding, "Unless you don't want me to take a look at the sculpture." The older man readily agrees, "Yes." Despite his powerful display, a closer look reveals a hand covered in fresh blood, a testament to his rigorous training. He finds the rigorous training enjoyable, despite the pain, and bids farewell, promising to return tomorrow. A close-up reveals his hands, raw and bloodied from the intense effort. The pain from the training is almost unbearable, as the guild master's subordinate carefully tends to his injured palm. The subordinate observes him, noting that he's already fallen asleep, and remarks on his freedom from the pain. He suggests that the young man should rest a little, given his torn palms, but the glasses-wearing young man insists he'll be fine. He considers the intensity of his regimen, wondering if it's too much, if he'll turn into a zombie, yet resolves to return tomorrow. The subordinate, sweating with concern, tries to express his worry, but struggles to articulate it. With a final farewell, the glasses-wearing young man departs, promising to return tomorrow, as the subordinate thanks him for his hard work. Later, he is seen sleeping soundly within a capsule, recovering from his strenuous efforts. The tantalizing aroma of sizzling meat and vegetables fills the air, a comforting sound of domesticity. Nearby, a young woman with long dark hair turns to the glasses-wearing young man, asking, "I've been thinking about a YouTuber name recently, Appa. What do you think?" He looks back, a slight smile playing on his lips, inquiring, "YouTuber? You're a YouTuber?" Pushing his wheelchair, she clarifies, "No, not me, Appa." He leans forward, his expression brightening with interest. "Oh, really? What's it like?" The young woman explains, I heard they make a lot of videos showing his two playstyles." The glasses-wearing young man echoes, "Two playstyles?" She continues, pondering, "Around 2 to 3 syllables. They're usually that type of vibe, but I can't think of anything." He hums in thought, let's see." Both look intently at something off-panel, their conversation continuing as they search for inspiration. A monstrous, multi-armed figure with fiery skin and multiple faces appears, as the young woman recalls. "Yeah, kinda like the one where there was a character named Baron Azura that was adapted to a movie." The glasses-wearing young man adds, "That was half human and half male." The monstrous face of Azura fills the frame, as the young woman concludes, "There's also a god with 3 arms and 3 faces named Azura. I think it's perfect, don't you think?" He considers the options, deciding that one name sounds better than Azura, preferring the one that starts with Baron. Confirming his choice, he agrees, "All right, Azura." A voice responds, "Sounds good." A soft whirring sound emanates from a large, egg-shaped device in a sterile room, its surface emblazoned with the word death. Now in a new, ethereal environment, his eyes glow with an electric blue light as he muses, "Azura, it's a name that flows off the tongue too." He recalls the guildmaster's words about returning around 10 o'clock, realizing he needs to get some sleep before then. Later, standing in a vibrant, sun-dappled forest, he stretches, declaring his excitement to hunt extensively today. Holding a scroll, his enthusiasm remains high, repeating, "I'm so excited." Having completed his strengthening, the masked figure decides it's time to move, thinking to himself that he should slowly get going. His steps fall softly on the forest floor, a faint whoosh accompanying his stride. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet, calling out with an abrupt, "Excuse me." He turns to find a stern-faced woman in dark robes blocking his path, her gaze unwavering as she declares, "You cannot go." A wave of confusion washes over him, wondering not only why she's so angry, but how she even knew he was there. He looks down, trying to process her words, and asks, "Sorry? What are you trying to say?" The woman's expression remains unyielding, her voice firm as she reiterates, "You can't go."